Spooky sound system wasted no time today. All right. Just doing a weapons check, so it's been a few days. Okay. Feeling good. So. Proteins are a little low. Let's see if we can fix that. There they are. I remember these things. Speaking of these things. Starting off with a little bit of protein. We got more meat this time than we did last time. It feels kind of cool not to need tailoring materials anymore. I'm level 10 now. I don't have to collect bones just for the sake of leveling up my tailoring. Yeah, so I'm just going to cook that rabbit meat straight up. And I'll eat half of it. To the extent of my knowledge, a 15 hunger portion of rabbit is probably going to be probably about 100 proteins. And I'm down to 22 right now. So it's just a guesstimate. You know, if I really wanted to know this, I'd waste the points on nutritionist, but alright, let's see what we get out of this. Wow, that shot up to 37. I'm going to eat a quarter of it and see what happens. Yeah, okay. That is about 100 proteins in totality. So I think... yeah, I'll put it in the fridge for now. Right? 67 is actually, it's not going to last very long. So if I eat another portion now, that puts me up to 100 proteins. That'll last me the day for sure. Maybe a little bit after that. Target is going to be Axe for the moment. I'm so close to the next level. So close. As a recap, for anybody if you're not familiar, well, I don't have any live viewers. Well, I do have a couple live viewers, but not very many right now. Just anybody, if you're joining, if you're not familiar, we are grinding zombies. That is what we're doing here. We have killed a little over 1,000 already since we came here, and we're close to being done, but I'm not going to necessarily want to do a full floor-by-floor sweep on this place because, well, that's what I started trying to do, and it's not looking like it's going to finish anytime soon. It's the spooky, scary ragdolls that are really throwing me off now. Homelander there, just descending off into infinity. Now's not a good time. Call me back later. Now, when a zombie is ragdolled and like going nuts like that, I've learned that you can aim for the shadows and hit them. I'm looking around and I'm seeing a lot of shadows that are like extending across the screen because of how broken those guys are. So I'm not even going to try to hit those. Okay. Hello. Are we still live? What the hell? Uh, the fucking... I, the game's fucking frozen. Okay. I don't... All right. Before we resort to closing the game, the only thing I would want to check is to see if there is a save dump in progress, and it doesn't look like there is. So let's restart the game. Let's see what happens. I really hate having to force close the game while I'm in a vehicle. But let's see what happens. Now, I mean, if something goes bad with the save, well, I mean, we've only been at this for 10 minutes so far, so we can roll back if we have to, but I'd rather not. I'm gonna assume that was a broken ragdoll that we ran into at the van. I heard the sound of crunching metal, and that was terrifying because that sounds like my van got damaged. Okay. How did we end up all the way over here? No, I'm not. Okay. I'm not. Okay. So, I gotta show you this, so that you can see what's going on through my head here. Whatever the fuck just happened resulted in the back of the. I guess maybe I ran into one of those stupid glitched ragdolled zombies, and the game freaked the fuck out. I think the van got stuck going backwards when that happened. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. That's the only reason I would be right there right now. And that also explains what the sound of crunching metal we heard was. The sound of my trunk ramming a fence and losing 10 inventory space. I'm going to remind you guys that you get diminishing returns on vehicle repairs. So this quality 100 ambulance, through no fault of our own, that was a fucking glitch. Through no fault of our own, this quality 100 engine ambulance now has lost trunk space to something that we had, wasn't a skill issue. Yeah. Not a good start to the stream, because I'm not accepting that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm not accepting that. I am rolling back the save. I've never done this before, but yeah, this is going to just take a couple minutes. So, down in the bottom center of the screen here, we've got my saves folder. This is our save, 42100001. I am going to delete the entire folder. It's a lot of stuff in there. 310,000 files. It's going to take a minute. I'm sorry you guys have to sit through this. It's even less compelling content than watching me sort stuff in my base. But this is all part of playing the unstable game. And if it seems petty that I would roll back a save over losing 10 encumbrance in my vehicles, well, you must be new here. You've seen how, if you, I'm assuming most of the people watching at this point are going to be people who watch my replays, because I don't have very many live viewers. But, just, if you're not familiar, I hate losing durability space or losing durability to my vehicle trunks. I absolutely hate it. But when it happens due to a skill issue, if I'm trying to weave between zombies and I make a mistake and I bump into one and I lose 5 or 6 encumbrance in my trunk, yes, I hate it. It makes me very angry, but I'm going to deal with it. Because that, technically speaking, that's a skill issue. I should have just not run into that zombie or whatever the hell it was that I run into. That was not a skill issue. You guys saw it. The game froze solid, and yet somehow my vehicle still I'm guessing, like I said, I'm guessing it's got stuck backing up. It got stuck backing up and rammed a fence and lost 10 space in the I'm not dealing with that. So, we've deleted that save. Everything we just saw is now done. I am going into my backups folder, backup number 37, which is what I made at the end of last stream. Just copying that entire folder back into my saves. It's going to take just about as long to copy that back, about 5 minutes. So I will, what can I do while we're waiting for that to happen? We've got a B42map.com here. We can probably look around, and I'm going to go ahead and look at the other floors of the sanitarium. I was kind of thinking about just exploring it because I've never really looked at the other floors, but let's just see what we're in for here. Now, this is interesting. I've never actually looked at this. This is a library on the second floor. I'm not expecting to find books there, but it's kind of cool to know that it's there. Yeah, we're definitely going to take a look at that before we leave this place forever. Now look at this. Look at all those medical beds. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. Now, one of the only things that I would ever find in this place that I actually want, I'm assuming, like I said, I'm not assuming that any of these bookshelves actually have books. Because remember, this whole place is a homeless encampment. It's not an actual functioning building. That's why it's, dilapidated and whatnot. All we're going to find in these shelves is tattered hats, beard dirt, and whatnot. Yeah. So that's on the docket. We've got some furniture we can steal and some bookshelves that we can be disappointed by. I have been focusing very hard on this side of the building because, well, that's where some of the stairwells are, and it also has a bit of a cleaner entrance and exit. I built my own stairwell over here in this area, so that has kind of been our ingress, which explains why I have not had the opportunity to see anything on this side yet. This is directly above the quote-unquote library that we've already looked at down here. We've already cleared all these bookshelves, obviously nothing in them. But I am, of course, now curious, just because I've never looked at these bookshelves, I've always felt as though there's not going to be a place with nothing but zombies in it. Like, surely there's got to be something here. That's just kind of a feeling I've had. That's not something I actually believe, though. I'm pretty sure that there's not actually going to be anything anywhere in here, and that we are just we're just here to kill zombies. That's all I've ever been here for. I have never expected to come away from this place with anything but maybe some furniture. And I've already found some, but yeah, it's looking like more of the same on the third floor here. More of the same. I mean, these curtains, I have actually made some pretty aesthetic use of these curtains in my base. This is the most I've ever seen in terms of the open side curtains. Like, I would be lucky to come away from a doctor's office in a small town, would have like one of these. But the sanitarium's got dozens. Well, what's going on here with this bed? Yeah, this place really is spooky, isn't it? I mean, they built a wall right through the bed. Also, there's been map updates since this website came out. So this website is actually showing us. Oh, that's creepy. That's extraordinarily creepy. This is some Homelander shit right here. This is some Homelander shit. Maybe maybe that flying zombie that I saw that just went straight up into the sky. Maybe that. Oh boy. Zombie Homelander would be terrifying to deal with. Now, this is where, okay, so this little barred area here, we've actually entered this area before. I've not broken in, though. I came up here near the end of last stream, I think it was, and I heard a bunch of mouth breathers up here. And then I went back downstairs, and I got into a ground war. I don't know where the zombies came from that I started killing downstairs after I came up here at the end of last stream. I don't actually know exactly where those zombies came from. One of the upper floors, of course, that's a given, but which area? I don't know. It did very much at the end of, okay, so last stream, what I did confirm beyond any shadow of a doubt is that some zombies just don't spawn until you go all the way up the floor to wherever the hell. Okay, come on now. Now we're getting really... Okay, now I'm starting to wonder if this is intentional or not. Look, there's no door in this room. This is the second time we've run into this in this area. There's no door in this room. There's a video camera and a chair. Dark. That's all I can say. Dark. The PZ devs are very good at very dark implications. I think there's yet another floor after this one. Are those staircases? Interesting. If those are staircases, then I don't... Let's double check that. Let's go back down one. Yeah, okay. So these are like just staircases in the open hallway area. I don't like staircases. I really don't. In this game, I really don't like them. Okay. The save is done. Restoring from backup. Sorry about that, guys. Like I said, it seems petty, but that was our princely ambulance. I know it's a combat vehicle and it's supposed to be able to take hits. But when something that bad happens, no, I'm not taking it. Now that I think about it, I probably could have opened the game in debug mode and fixed the ambulance, but I don't know how to do that, and it actually would have taken me longer to figure out exactly how to fix the ambulance in debug mode than it took to just restore the save from backup. So, alright, we're back. We lost just a little bit of progress, but now I know the order of operations to take to, recover that progress that I lost, so... I mean, order of operations. We're gonna go out, we're gonna kill some rabbits and get some protein to fix our protein, and then we're, yeah. So as you can see, we're back to exactly where we were when I first started this stream. Stupid, it sucks, but yeah, let's do it. Remember exactly where those rabbits were. I will be very curious to see if butchering those same baby rabbits gives a different amount of meat, or if it actually is, in my opinion, as it should be, so that, an animal has a set amount of stats, and that determines what you get when you butcher it. Or if it really is just random at the point of time when you butcher it. I would think that the game would have the temerity to have some consistency in that regard. Where'd the other one go? Off to the right here, I think. Okay. There's our protein reacquired. We'll take them back to base, we'll butcher them, and we'll cook up one of those bits of meat, see what happens. Now, what caused the game to crash? That's an interesting question. I've been thinking about it a little bit. Obviously, running into a ragdoll zombie that was so broken we could not even see, like, a fragment of it. Like, I'll go back through my footage at some point and look, but I'm pretty sure, like, all we saw was a blood spray. We heard the collision sound, we saw blood show up, and then the game froze. And when we turned, after we crashed and reloaded, we got, there was blood on the hood, but I guess we had backed up so far that we could not, see whether there was even a corpse there. Which I'm assuming there wasn't, because, I mean, once you turn a, once a ragdoll zombie dies, that doesn't necessarily mean it's done ragdolling. I know that for sure. They have to, I'm guessing there's, a state where they have to... Look at that, we got a prime this time. I guess I didn't necessarily learn anything definitive from that, because who's to say that there wasn't a prime cut in the rabbit all along that I just failed to cut. Interesting. Okay. So, we got a prime cut that we didn't get last time. We did get an average and 2 pores. And these 2 pores look the same, proportionally. One of these pores has 11 instead of 15. Interesting. So I still have a few questions about that, but it does seem to be... Yeah, I don't know. I can't... I would need to test that a little bit more to actually make any sense of it. But that's okay. We got what we need. Oh, these are 2 different baby rabbits. Okay, that explains everything. Well, explains everything a little bit better. TLDR, last time we killed 2 of the same type of rabbits. This time we got one of 2 different types, so inconsistency. Fouled up the testing data. Yeah, see, just for reference, we have 161 storage space in the trunk now. We had 151 after that collision last time, so... like I said, I'm not going to acquiesce. Just a random loss of 10 durability space. So literally my best vehicle, for no reason. If it was some silly mistake I made, then sure. But that was no mistake. That was... The only mistake that involved was ragdolls. Now, I guess supposedly one could probably argue that I just should not be driving the van around in that area. Yeah, maybe somebody made that point. I couldn't argue with it. We probably should not be driving a very valuable vehicle around in an area where there could be things popping in and out of existence sporadically. I don't know. But we fixed our nutrition, and now we are going back to... What are we going to do here? Remember, our whole purpose to be here initially was to kill zombies. That's more or less done. I mean, the zombies the large groups of zombies are dead now. If I want to kill small groups of zombies, I can do that in Riverside. So we're basically here now for... I was practicing my floor-by-floor sweep of a large building, because that's a skill I'm going to need for if I want to do Louisville seriously. The way I like to play this game is to... Okay, that was a rat. I heard the squeak. I'm still mad about it, but at least it wasn't the trunk. I just wish these things actually gave usable meat. Hello there, Ivan. As a quick recap, today we are finishing up in the sanatorium, and then we're going to head back to base. And we're going to start thinking a little bit more seriously about visiting Louisville. Yeah, R.I.P. R.I.P. indeed. Now, what the plan is today is to not crash again. To be entirely honest, I would probably keep the rat meat... I just heard third floor there. Okay. I would probably keep the rat meat if you could add it to a recipe. But now look at that. Look at that. Look at that. The ragdolls in this area are going absolutely insane. I'm gonna be real with you guys. If this problem that we're seeing with the ragdolls in this area starts occurring in Louisville, I'm just gonna turn ragdolls off. Because this is, as we just witnessed, it's causing instability in the game rather significantly. Like it's not just the flying, floating ragdolls that look funny. We did witness a couple times where it does have objective problem causing, or it causes objective problems rather. Still some intact watches left over here, it seems. Rigid shin pads. I was going to take those, wasn't I? Okay. At the very least, I assume there's not going to be quite as many ragdolls inside. But actual zombies, there could be many more. I'm gonna make sure I shut the engine off. I have a bad habit of not doing that. Also, I left the sledgehammer on the floor over here. I should not have done that. Usually, if I'm gonna drive away from an area, and make sure I pick up my tools. Just because I can make my own sledgehammers does not mean I should ever just drop one. Nah, I ain't about that. Also might need it, I mean... Okay. I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm also gonna put my heavy armor on. Because I'm going inside of a building with a lot of narrow corners. And I have been saved before by armor. When the zombies were waiting for me, like on the other side of a door, for example. So... heavy armor is on, and we've got our protection levels up to very acceptable margins. I'm gonna boost these numbers even further. We're gonna put the leather jacket on. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna suck. But now everything is 40% or higher. 40% bite or higher without any debuffs to vision or hearing. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We do have a slight debuff to combat speed from the chest, Dakota plates on the chest. That's okay. I can live with that. Nothing significant for movement speed debuff. We do have a slight debuff from the knee pads, but that's, you know, we always have that. Now, I thought this area was very clear, but nope. I'm gonna go hard with this hatchet. I'm feeling we're gonna get axe level 5 in the next couple dozen kills or so. That's what I'm feeling. This is just a trash hatchet. I found it on a zombie, so we are not even edging into our supplies yet. If this hatchet were to break, I would just put the sword on my belt here, and put my field axe on my back. There's quite a few of them in there, surprisingly. Like I said, I thought this side of the building was clear. Axe's crit rates are very interesting, to say the least. I'm definitely feeling the difference in sharpness degradation between axes and swords right now. Because I recently got to, what am I, level 7 now with swords? Yeah. I'm level 7 with swords. I'm still only level 4 with axes. Like, I'm really close to 5, but I'm 4. And, as you can see, I'm having to sharpen constantly. Versus with swords, I could sometimes kill, like, I don't know, 10 of these things. Hey! Y'all come on out of there, huh? Is that everybody? Huh? No. Ah, of course not. Now, I'm more or less done with reckless firearm discharge, but I would like to get the attention of anybody left inside, so we're going to use the big iron for that. I do still have a bandolier full of a fair bit of spare ammo for the big iron. Oh, look at that. Okay. North. Just north and the doorway still. Okay. Wasn't looking to establish a new kill pile on this side, but let's do it. If nothing else, I do want to come away from this place with some of those blue curtains. I'll take those in a heartbeat. Now, what does the rain mean? Well, oh, look at that, look at that. We've got another, someone who could have been a ragdoll, but decided to just die. Okay, that's cool. Now that's interesting. Okay. So there's definitely still quite a few. And we're getting, these are fast shamblers, so that means there's probably a back line of medium and slow shamblers behind them. Still, you know, inside. Possibly losing interest. Yeah, there's this thing. The handle's going bad fast. I think I have some duct tape in the van. I could fix the handle relatively easily. Alright. Left and right. Been a little while since I've had to do left and right. Yeah, so when I found this hatchet stuck in a zombie, its sharpness was a little low, and its handle was like at half-mast. But once I sharpened it, it's good. And handle repairs are basically 100% effective the first time you do it. Look at all that. Okay. Were they there this whole time? Oh. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they've been falling out. Yeah, see, look at this. Here's a medium shambler. There's probably still some slow ones right inside there. I feel 100% vindicated in my decision to put armor on. I don't know if I'm going to go inside anytime soon. Not when we're still seeing groups this big. But this cautiousness that I'm showing probably is just indicative that I'm not ready for Louisville yet, but, you know. What does that mean? That probably just means I'm not going to be going floor by floor in the buildings. Yeah, see, these two are slow. How many more of y'all slow ones are in there, I wonder? I don't suspect Mr. Backpack here had anything useful. Nope. Now, before I discharge any of the firearms again, I would like to clear out a little bit more of anybody who's outside here. Maybe also have a bite to eat. I remember killing this guy. He's from the other side. Okay, that's interesting. I killed him before the crash, so... Now, what am I doing next? I'm going to have a bite to eat really quick. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we've been spending some time here at the sanatorium. My primary goal out here has been to level weapon skills, and that has been a resounding success. We got an entire level of Longblade, and then, like, yeah, we just passed the halfway point to getting a second level of Longblade, so we're 7.5 now. And, like, Longblade is possibly, you know, swords in this game, very powerful. Possibly one of the best melee weapons of any type, which is exactly why there are no ways to start with a bonus to Longblade. I don't think there ever will be. Just poke him through the fence with my knife. Okay, yeah, so I definitely want to kill everybody up here before I start sticking my head inside again. We've got another glitchy ragdoll in the area. I'm just going to back up a little bit. I'm not going to... Because, you see, I have learned that those ragdolls are technically real zombies that are alive. I thought for a while that no, they were just, maybe they were just dead because they wouldn't disappear when I looked away from them, but no. No, that's not necessarily how it works. At some point in the middle of last stream, we had a zombie who was kind of just like floating in place, just flipping around all over the place. And our character was getting panicked, straight to 100 panic. And what was happening is your character gets a little bit of panic every time they see a zombie for, like, you know, they turn around and see a zombie, right? Like the jump scare mechanic. Your character turns around, sees a zombie, gets a little bit of panic. What we were technically doing is seeing and unseeing the zombie like 100 times every second. And so our panic was going straight to 100 because of that. Ah, look at that. We got a breakdancer over here. Breakdancing Brenda, and who do we have? Ooh, this is a new one. I've not seen this pose. That we're gonna call this X-Frame Xavier. Yeah, X-Frame Xavier. Oh, this one right here almost looks like a new one too. Maybe Push Up Patricia. Yeah, we got Push Up Patricia here. It's not like a not quite planking Patricia, because you know they look like they're trying to do push-ups, but they're doing them at 60 hertz. Alright, so one thing I did learn about ragdolls like this, they look freaky and hard to hit, but if you see their shadow on the ground, like this right here, if I aim at the shadow on the ground, I think I can kill it. Now, of course, does killing it actually accomplish anything? I don't know. Because even once they're dead and they're a corpse, their corpse will continue to ragdoll. But the way I figure it is, eventually the corpse will despawn. That's my calculus when I look at these stupid ragdoll glitches. Now, another thing is, we're getting really wet from both sweat and the rain. So I am stopping by the van, getting a couple of bath towels, drying ourselves off. Always know where your towel is and whatnot. I do feel safe enough to move up just a little bit. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, we had a crash just earlier in this stream, right near the beginning, and that crash caused my van to get rather damaged. And what caused the crash? Well, it seems running into a zombie that was broken ragdoll while we were in the van. So I'm going to be very cautious with the van right now. If I had a nickel every time this game's unstable problems led to a very chilling effect on normal gameplay, I might be able to afford that down payment on a house by now. All right, so we're gonna try to yeet these deletus these zombies in the ragdoll state up here. This one looks very straightforward. Got the shadow right here and it's consistent. Okay, and now it's gone. Did you hear the music go down just now? It would have played the jump scare sound, but I have that turned off. I think breakdancing Bob here. I think we can get him. Yeah. Okay. Breakdancing Bob is dead. Now how about Push Up Patricia here? Come on, hold still. It's, you know, you're supposed to aim for the shadows if you get these. I can't hit her shadow. Not when she's going over the fence, so. Shit, well. You know, the funny thing is, these ragdolls that are like really glitched and causing all sorts of problems, if the devs are having trouble replicating what causes this, I'd be happy to upload my save. because, you know, these have been coming back every time I, like, close and reload the game. This is not something that is just going away. This has been consistent for several streams now. Since we've come here, we have run into glitchy ragdoll zombies falling out of buildings. Now, as you can see, we have several staircases here that we've built ourselves because I hate zombies being at the top of stairs. Okay, I hate that almost as much as I hate the fact that animals cause as much damage to your vehicle as zombies, which is why I kill them at every conceivable choice. I'm not, it's not a red flag. You don't have to be worried about my sanity or anything like that. I'm not gonna start killing animals for no reason IRL. But when they can cause 5% damage to my windshield in a video game, you best believe I'll genocide every single one of them. We're not dealing with that. No, sir. Alright, so this has been our ingress thus far, coming in from this side. That's a piano. We don't talk about pianos here. We don't talk about pianos here. Alright, so we've still got quite a few of them on this side. But most of them are going to be outside at this point. So I'm going to step outside and walk around to the other side there. Well, we got a couple of ragdolls, but we've also got actual zombies. I would prefer to get rid of both. Hello, Layla. Welcome back. This is, I think last time you were around, we were hitting the zombies in the tunnel on the way in here. This is where the tunnel leads to, relatively in the middle of this place. Now, if you're confused by these things, what method did I level metalworking? Sorry, distracted by the ragdoll. So metalworking, we did. Well, first of all, we collected we collected books. I think we had all the books before we really got started hardcore. And once we had the books, we had to build the forge. That's a process that keeps changing, and has changed even more now with the introduction of drying racks. But as a high-level overview, the flow is you got to build a kiln first, so that you can put together some crucibles, and then you got to fill those crucibles with steel. You can actually go straight to an advanced furnace. In the past, I would do like a simple furnace first, but now I go straight to an advanced furnace. I think you can still do that. In this character, we did a advanced furnace, but we were still on 42.10 when that happened. 42.11 is what changed leather, and leather is a prerequisite for the advanced bellows, which is a prerequisite for the advanced furnace. Advanced bellows. Large bellows, sorry. Thinking about 7 Days to Die there for a second. But yeah, so build a kiln to build a crucible through pottery, and then build a furnace. Simple furnace will work, but I like to go straight to an advanced furnace. Once you have the advanced furnace, you have to smelt a whole bunch of, I think it's iron. Smelt a whole bunch of iron. You need to fill like 2 crucibles, I think. Like 2 large crucibles have got to be full of iron. I can't remember if it was more than that, but that's what you need in order to build the anvil. And then once you have the anvil, you can build an advanced forge. Once you have the advanced forge, well, really, I mean, at that point, you're off to the races. There are so many things you can build with metalworking that, you know. Yeah, no, these are ragdolls is what you're looking at. Now, specifically, this happens, I believe, when ragdoll or when zombies fall out of buildings. I don't know if there's more criteria required for it to happen, but this is the first time we've seen this. We have not seen ragdolls like this until coming here to how to deal with her. Until coming here to the sanitarium, which the sanitarium is the first, like, really big multi-story building that we've tried to clear yet. Well, actually, no, that's not true. We've cleared the Ekron Community College. That's a 3-story building with a lot of zombies, and we did have quite a few of them fall out at the time, but nowhere near as much. Right, I think we had, like, you know, entire herds of zombies coming off of the roof in this place. And I think something to do with that. Something with really large numbers of zombies falling off of a higher floor. There we go. We won't want to flank this bit. I'm going to sit there and wait for her to break that. But yeah, now, what exactly is causing them to go through walls and stuff like that? I have no idea. There's apparently, once they fall off of a high place, they just they break the fourth wall and just go nuts. That seems to be what is occurring here. Now, like I was saying this a little bit earlier, but just to point it out, there are buildings much bigger than this one in Louisville that I am relatively certain are going to be spilling zombies from the higher floors. I think they always used to, before ragdolls became a thing. But yeah. Interesting. I'm going to step outside, actually. We're coming back to where we still were parked, but I need to eat really quick, so we're going to do that next. Don't fight no zombies on an empty stomach. But yeah, Willow, that's the long and short of it. Trying to level metalworking from nothing, which is, you know, when we started, we had no bonuses to it whatsoever. A very complicated process. And anybody who's tried to document it so far is going to be frustrated because it keeps changing. Like I said, just with 42.11 it changed, because now you've got to do a whole bunch of extra steps just to get some leather. And there's now an arbitrary time sink introduced with what used to be instant. I mean, it used to be instant, just dry leather out of... We had another Homelander here, just descending off into infinity. Yeah. End products for XP. Yeah, I can understand what they're coming from with the... There we go, look at that. They're not unkillable. You just gotta aim for the shadows. The shadows reveal their true location. But anyway, yeah, it's like, I understand what they're going for with the drawing mechanic. And unfortunately, I hate to say it. I really hate to say it, but there are a lot of things that right now are very easy. I can see they're going to change it and make it harder. Like right now, for example, and it hurts to say this because it sucks, but I know it's coming. I might as well prepare myself for it when it gets here. They're going to make burning charcoal much harder. Like right now, well, I don't want to call it easy. It's annoying, it's tedious, but at least it's relatively fast. Like, you know, once you have a bunch of lumber, you stand in front of a charcoal burning barrel and you click the button and it turns into charcoal. No. It's gonna cost a fire source, and then it's gonna cost time. They're gonna put a time sink in that. I can almost guarantee you. It's gonna take time to burn charcoal. I think this is the one we killed. Yeah, so this one's dead. What does that mean? Not much. A zombie can still be ragdolled after it dies. But I think its corpse will decay, so at least it'll go away eventually. Oh, yeah, so, Layla, if you're still around, this is the exit to that tunnel we were in. And, yeah, as expected, there were literally thousands of zombies up here. Trying to continue the fight that we started in that little video and that stream. Nope. We weren't gonna make our way out of that, especially not without, like, these holes in the wall here. I made these myself with a sledgehammer. If these holes in the wall were not here, we would have one hell of a fight on our hands, because we would have to fight through here and then go, like, all the way around through to the other side. And there are even more zombies out there in the courtyard. So it's like, nah, we would never have won that. We probably would have starved to death. As silly as that sounds, like, we probably would have gotten so hungry that we would be almost completely combat ineffective. Our character got scared for a second looking in this direction. And that's curious. There's probably one around the corner in here somewhere. But this guy has a lunch bag with a granola bar and a cinnamon roll. It's also pretty blue. I'm going to take that. Yeah, that was that was a fun time. It sounds like she's right next to me, but I don't see anything. I've already been in this room several times, so... Okay, so, still a surprising number of zombies in this area to kill. But we've gotten the majority of the ones that I wanted to get that were outside. Now, another spooky thing about these zombies that are permanently ragdolled and glitchy is they freak your character out, too. And they also disappear when you get close sometimes, too. Like, look at that. Like, if I zoom out and then zoom in, zooming in makes the shadow go away. I don't know why that happens. Now whoa, Jesus, that's terrifying. Because it looks like it's following me. But it's ragdoll. Ragdolls, I don't think can actually, while they're in a ragdolled state, I don't think the zombies can actually hurt you. I don't think. I've never seen it. They can hurt your vehicles, though. Not only hurt your vehicles, they can crash your game. We would have heard a jump scare sound effect just there. That's funny. Come on, kill her. Let's go. We got her. Almost. Got her. Okay. Now, was that worth the time? Not really, but I just find it very interesting that... Oh, wait a minute, no. Yeah, right? I find it very interesting that they seem to be moving in sync with me. Whoa, whoa. Okay, that one was so close that we pushed it. Okay. But it's dead now. There's two of them here. And we've killed one, so I'm actually... Which one have I not killed? I don't know what's going on with those. And that's even funnier. They seem to go away when I go inside, so... Okay, goodbye. We're done with those. I already probably spent more time on them than I needed to. Do we need a sharpen? No, we're good. Do we need a repair? Yes, we definitely need a repair. Let's get the duct tape out really quick. Always carry repair materials with you. I got some duct tape here. We need a crafting surface. There's plenty of those inside, but I don't really feel safe going inside right now. Oh. I've also used up a lot of the logs in the area. This isn't planking Patricia, is it? Possibly. I don't know if like I said, I've never used the outline feature, so. Okay, now what's similar to the outline feature? The aiming system actually uses some of the same mechanics. I've actually used the aiming system to be able to tell their true location. I've never actually fired, though. So I think you're right about that, actually. That is one thing that we could probably do. I think I do have a crafting surface inside and around the corner there. But I have it. It's probably going to be more secure to go up around the corner up here. Of course, when I say secure, yeah, I don't know. Remember last time we crashed earlier in the stream was because we were driving too close to a ragdoll. Let's get out of my roads. I swear I'm not doing it out of violence. I would gladly not pay attention at all to little animal creatures in this game if I didn't have to. But I don't want my windshield to get damaged. Therefore, they must go. Alright, so that right there, this is a little stairwell we built ourselves because I hate how hard it is to deal with zombies in congested stairwells in here. That's to my right somewhere. But I have no idea if it's most likely upstairs. Yeah, that's got to be upstairs. It could be right around this corner. Alright, you know what? Oh, look at that. It was right around this corner. Okay. Excellent. Took a few more kills than I was expecting, but that's okay. Could get one coming around right around this corner right now. Don't interrupt me, please. Okay, we need a bite to eat. That is okay. Yeah. All right, it's 1800. We're gonna get tired in any minute now. I can't remember if I have a safe place to sleep on the second floor here. Hey, there you are. I did have a bed established downstairs somewhere around around a corner. But there's a lot of zombie respawns there. We're actually starting to get a little close to what I saw. So when the game crashed on us earlier, while we were restoring a backup save, I spotted something interesting, and that is there is in fact another library in this place on the second floor. I would like to take a look. I'm not expecting to see books. Well, I mean, look at this. A magazine, skill magazine. First one we've seen after hitting like 50 bookshelves here. But that means, you know, that's a moment where I'm like, you're telling me there's a chance. Interesting. Yeah. With all negative perks, so you have all the skill. Okay, so you took one of those Frankenstein monsters that have a billion perks, so that you can get little bonuses to everything. If I'm understanding that right, that sounds like a interesting thing. No idea what's going on with those two there. But they're ragdolls, so they can't hurt me, right? Seeing them go straight through the floor like that is definitely disturbing in its own right. Okay, as expected, nothing but more tattered hats and beard dirt in this. I mean, you know, I'll always take some soda. Cool, I'll take some soda. These homeless people at least know how to drink soda. That's a correct thing to do. Yeah, I'm almost 100% certain that we're going to see more tattered hats and beard dirt in the library here. But let's do our due diligence. This is a library I've never looked at before. I'm always happy to be... No. It's, once you see a bookshelf with nothing in it but ginger ale, once you see one, you know what you're in for. I just wish that these didn't show books on them visually. I just wish the devs would do something about that. Like it, you know, you don't have to go too hard with it. Just be like, if it's not actually books that are inside of it, then just like draw random stuff as opposed to, you don't have to come up with a drawing for everything that could possibly be in it, because that wouldn't work. But you should come up with something that would indicate that there's stuff in it that shouldn't be books. Oh well. I'm just a little salty. But like I said before, we are not here for loot. Anything we do happen to find is cool. What I'm really here for now is killing zombies, but we've already done that. Next I'm here for, we're going to come home with a little bit of furniture. Particularly, there is a medical ward coming up down this hallway. And that has got a whole bunch of those pretty blue medical beds. I don't think I need any more of the beds anywhere near as much as I could use some, the blue curtains. Absolutely taking a few of those. Alright, I hear a little bit of mouth breathing, and my character is tired. So I'm not as combat effective as I could be right now. The mouth breathing that I'm hearing could be outside. And actually is most likely outside. Okay. Here is something I want. Let's do this. We're going to put a hatchet in one hand and a garbage bag in the other, and pick some of these curtains up. And put the curtains in the garbage bags. Yeah. In my current base design, what I actually did is I made use of and you know, major props to the devs for doing this. Oh, there goes our flashlight battery. Was waiting for that. Have a replacement ready. Okay. Anyway, the devs recently gave us the 3D object placement system. What I did is I have some bookshelves back at base, but I left them empty and just used the 3D placement system to place things on the shelves themselves. It actually looks pretty cool. Been waiting a long time to do that for the conservatory, and I now have it. Okay, I have an idea. Let's drop that there. Do that again. We're not anywhere near stage 2 fatigue yet, so we should be able to steal some more of these soon. See this, with enough of these curtains, I can make a proper hospital in my base. Right now, there's nowhere near enough curtains for it. Like, no hospital would not have a little bit of curtaining. Of course, you know, I come from a very privileged place. I spent quite a bit of time in hospitals myself, and well, what can I say? The area that I live in is one of the wealthiest on the planet, Loudoun County, United States. There, almost every hospital room I've been in has been a private room. Like everybody in Innova seems to, most of them get their own rooms, except for the emergency room. The ER is always just, you know, sort of a bullpen layout. But yeah, we always got our own rooms. In the heart ward specifically, that was one of the most lavish places I've ever slept in, and it was a damn hospital. Like they had like these really nice leather armchairs for the guests, the visitors. It was kind of wacky. Okay, so what do we have here? We've got 20.1 encumbrance for one, and then 11 here for this one. So there's 30 encumbrance in this tile. We're going to do that again right here. And that will be 2 full military backpacks. We're done here after that. No. In my in-game hospital, it's just all decoration. One of my philosophies. Ooh, this is tempting. I've seen these corner desks before. This is the first time I've seen one in a place where I could reasonably come back and get it. If memory serves, each one of these segments is going to be 10 encumbrance. So this desk, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's going to be 50 encumbrance to carry this desk somewhere. That's a nice desk, though. It's a really nice desk. It's red oak, it's not mahogany. If I could have had mahogany, I would have, but that's not bad. I'm considering it. No, but yeah, in my hospital in game, what I'm just kind of building my base as if I would be sharing it with NPCs. Because the way I figure it, someday NPCs will be in this game. Won't be for many years, but someday. Yeah, I'm just building a base as if I would build it for people to live with me. Now that being said, I've always been very lazy with living quarters. Like even for my own characters, living quarters, I've always been pretty lazy with it. You know, a bed, maybe a dresser, and that's about it. I think in 42.7 I went ahead and built I started building a nice bedroom, but then I kind of stopped. And that was the last time I really put effort into a bedroom. In this iteration, I did start with a barracks. Basically just like an area. It's kind of small, really. I'm kind of disappointed with it. Just like a place with a bunch of bunk beds. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed with it. I might do something else with it. But to recap, we've got 30 encumbrance here, 31 encumbrance here. So when we're ready to leave, we come back and we pick up the stuff here into military backpacks in our hands, and then we run the hell out. So I'm going to go ahead and sleep. It's getting close to my bedtime here. Ooh. Always take those. AI controlled as in like, do you mean like AI in the popular understanding right now, like a large language model sort of thing? Like neural network kind of AI, is that what you're talking about? I don't necessarily agree or disagree, because it really comes down to the implementation. Having worked extensively with AI myself, it all comes down to implementation. If you just hired some Python AI devs and told them to go to work on implementing it into a video game, that's how you get Enzoy. That's how everybody gets disappointed. It's not not guaranteed to work, but I genuinely believe it can be made to work if you do it right. How to do it right? If I knew how to, if I knew that, if I had a solid answer to that, I would probably not be as poor as I am right now. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, and I do genuinely think it's possible. But it takes a lot. It would take a lot of work. And the reason I say it would take a lot of work is because almost every AI that you look at out in the world right now, like especially in terms of generative AI, they're all built on the same sort of platform, the same sort of foundations, right? If you are using an image generator AI, Mid-Journey, Stable Diffusion, basically anything you can think of. Almost all of it comes back to Lion and the 1.4 billion parameter image database that they created a few years back. Almost every single image generation AI comes back to that, and there's a lot of other similarities in that regard. But yeah, we're gonna take this bed here. We're gonna go somewhere safe and catch a sleep here. And one of the reasons that every AI is built that way is because, oh, we've got an intact door right here. Oh, that's good. Okay. Didn't even need to bring the bed with me. Okay, we're good. I'm just going to sleep right here. But yeah, one of the reasons you get that is because it takes a lot of work to build a neural network from the ground up. You need a lot of data. Now, how would you do that for a video game? What you would want to do is have like a massive database of AI interactions, like interactions between characters in the game, and you would want to train your AI off of that. That's how I foresee that working. You would need a lot though. Like we're talking about like like petabytes of stuff you would need. And such a database doesn't exist that I know of. If it did, we would probably have seen it used in video games already. To the extent of my knowledge, Inzoi is one of the only games out there right now that has attempted to leverage AI as a part of its gameplay, and really, I don't think that was very impressive. I think they literally did just use Stable Diffusion as part of their image generation. It's not a bad thing. I mean, Stable Diffusion is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's also not a new thing. Most of the image generation folks have moved on to things like, I mean, I'm currently using Flux 1 Dev. There's probably better than that now. Some of the video AI models that I've looked at have been surprisingly decent at image generation, which is kind of funny if you think about it. For a model that's designed to do videos that can actually do surprisingly decent still frames. Now, when I say surprisingly decent, it's nothing compared to Flux, but it's also not that bad. I don't know. It's kind of hard to articulate the differential. But once you get an AI trained, let's say that you surmount that difficult threshold, then you have to think about where do you run it from? Do you run it locally on the player's computer? If you do that, well, you're going to run into some issues because GPUs very, very heavily limited on their VRAM these days. You need a lot of VRAM to run a neural network of any type. And I suppose you could say I'm biased on thinking about image and video generation, because that's what I do. Image and video generation is relatively... I can't pick this up, can I? I have to put that over there first. Let's try that again. Is that too heavy? No, that's not too heavy. Actually, it is. It is too heavy. I have to drop some stuff. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay. That's more like it. Okay. It was my main inventory. Yeah. Definitely a lot to think about in that regard. Oh, no, that's fine. Whatchamacallit, so ChatGPT and other large language text generation models, when you try to implement those into video games, I have seen it done, and the results are not even too awful bad. The problem with GPT models is you run into the problem of irrelevant data, right? And especially for a game like Zomboid, how do you deal with the fact that there is a very high chance for the model to mention something or just accidentally let slip something that is not relevant to 1993, which is where the game is set. Like if you use the model for having conversations with your characters, how do you have your characters not actually mention Skibbity Toilet, for example? As silly as that might sound, it's an actual serious problem. Anachronisms notwithstanding, just generally stuff that's generally not relevant to whatever game you're playing. Okay, I have made a bit of a tactical error here. Okay, I need to drop this shit. Fuck, that's not good. Fuck. I was not expecting there to be very many of them over here. I have made a... I can't tell what door that is that they're hitting. But whatever it is, it just broke. Which means there's a lot of them coming towards me, and I don't know what direction they're coming from. I think they're above me. All I hear is mouth breathing. Like, there's a lot of it. That's rather terrifying. Because I thought that side of the building was clear. It was nothing even close to resembling anything that would look clear. Not based on what I just heard. So I need to fall back a little bit. I'm going to have to come back for the stuff I left in those backpacks. Because I don't know... What is really important to me now is figuring out... Right, and that's the difficult thing, because trying to get an AI to sound anything resembling coherent is... You need a lot of data. And that's where the... Like, if you ever feel like, in the next couple of years, if you ever get the impression that AI is not getting any better... it'll be hard to have that impression, because the AI bros will there's a very large financial incentive to make it seem like things are getting better. They're not going to be. We've reached a bit of a point where all of the data that can be parsed that's really good has been parsed. Like, there's no more hidden data out there that could make a GPT model better. So all the improvements are coming in now are how to process the data, as opposed to getting better data. But you're not going to notice any big major quantum leaps with that. Like, there is only so many ways that neural networks, as we know them right now, without some kind of fundamental underlying change in the technology, there's only so many ways they can process the same data. Okay. I'm going to have to take a risk on this stairwell here. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Anyway. I say we're good. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Alright, we don't have any more perishables on us. We're actually getting tired. from running around with so much heavy gear on. We have hardly done any fighting. Yeah. If you, it all depends on the how should I say, the complexity of what you're trying to teach it how to do. If you're trying to teach a neural network, there was a great video on YouTube. I don't know if it is how popular it is, so you might not have seen it. But it's basically a guy training a AI how to bowl, how to play a bowling game. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being optimistic. The only thing I would say about that is don't ever listen to the doom pillars, the people who tell you that AI is going to take over the world and we're going to get Skynet. No, AI is nowhere near Skynet yet, and I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be in our lifetime. That's just my take, but it definitely is not there now. And anybody who says it is now is either trying to sell you something or has been duped by somebody who's trying to sell you something, in my opinion. Now, it is up these stairs that I left my backpack. Fascinating. Now, that guy actually did what a ragdoll is supposed to do. He fell, and then I killed him before he got up. Only they could be all like that. But yeah, if you need to have your AI talk to people, that's when you start running into the GPT problem. Because trying to train it on stuff that is limited is very, very difficult, and you run into the data curation problem. How do you make sure that your data set, which has quite literally billions of words worth of written material in it, if you're trying to train a GPT model, you literally got to work with billions and billions and billions of words. How do you curate that to make sure that you don't have your sonic inflation fan fiction in there? Because it's shit like that is what causes hallucinations. If you've ever worked with AI, even in a very limited regard, you probably would have heard of hallucinations, where just an AI will spit out something that is just completely wrong in every regard. It's because of garbage data. Absolute garbage data being introduced in the data set, along with, thousands and thousands of words of peer-reviewed medical data, for example, will show up alongside one or two long posts written by 12-year-olds, and that they'll get mixed and matched up together, and that will lead to something that sounds like a medical professional painted with the knowledge of a 12-year-old's first forum post. How do you solve that problem? That is a question that plagues AI researchers, for sure. Well, yeah, that's another thing is trying to get a LLM, a large language model, to spit out correct numbers is... Because remember, it's not doing math. It's trying to predict what it should type based on information in its data set. Okay, so we killed it. Does that mean it's safe to drive past it now? So remember, last time we just straight up crashed. Not just the vehicle, but the game. I'm going to try to give it a nice wide berth. I'm going to try to go around it. Okay. Feeling good about that. Alright, I am going to come back and get my backpacks, because, yeah, I'm not leaving my backpacks behind. But I do need to stop by base and get some food, because we've run out of perishables, and we need to use up the perishables. If we're not using up perishables, then we're not completing one of our objectives. It's normally overkill for me to have a generator out here in a field base like this one, but one of the reasons I'm doing that is because all eight of my freezers and my fridge back at base are 100% full. So I brought a whole bunch of perishable stuff out here with me, in this field base. And that's why we're using a generator here to power the local fridge. Silly times call for silly solutions. So we're gonna have a bite to eat of this salad that I should still have. And I'm also gonna take my armor off because if I wear it too much longer, the girl will get depressed. There we go. Oh yes, absolutely. If you're playing build 42, look for Holstein cows, the black and white ones. Now, once you find them, you'll need to make sure that they are they have a mating pair. So if you don't have a bull and you only find a cow, then you might run into a problem of, you know, it's not producing milk. You'll need to find a bull and a cow if you want milk. Holstein cows are like the black and white spotted ones that you usually see on your milk jugs depicted as the poster child. They produce probably 10 times as much milk as the Angus cows, the black ones, and they produce something to the order of 2 to 3 times as much as the Simmentals, which are the brown and white spotted ones. A Simmental is actually not bad. Like, if I had to survive, I would still take a Simmental. An Angus produces so little milk that they can barely feed their own calves. I have had to feed their calves by hand sometimes because they produce so little milk. All right, I do think I still have some nails out here. Yes, I have 2. Okay, that's not very much in the way of nails. I'm going to get some more nails, and then we're going to build another staircase to recover our backpacks. Oh, Irvington. That's not bad at all for cows. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to tell you where to find them, unfortunately, because cows in Irvington... Like, Irvington has got a lot of animal-related stuff, but I cannot think of exactly where the ranches would be in the area. I have seen a few ranches in the area. I don't recall how many of them had cows. Huh, okay. Maybe there really is not much furniture in these houses. That's unfortunate. There we go. It blows my mind that I can't disassemble this crate right here. There we go. I need 13 nails? 8 nails. Okay. Just 2 more nails then. Excellent. That's a lot of stuff that I can't disassemble. The bookshelf, these cabinets. Okay. Well, yeah, so there's also the fact that, I mean, you could probably get around the LLM problem in creative ways. In fact, I would hope that anybody who tries to put a, yeah, You can thank Microsoft's purchase of GitHub for that. When Microsoft purchased GitHub, they started training their models on Copilot and whatnot. They started training those on everything, the repository of everything in GitHub. Yeah, no, that's good. As long as you're just thinking positively and you're not letting the hype get to you. That's the only thing I would say. For the love of God, don't pay too much for AI in its current form. That's the only thing I would tell anybody right now is don't pay too much for it, because it's definitely not worth too much money. Of course, I myself have, the only thing that I've really spent has been money on graphics cards, which, thank goodness, graphics cards are useful for so many more other things than AI. Like, just playing around with AI has just been a fun pastime. When it comes to actually getting the most out of my GPUs, it's been largely centered around video games and, whatchamacallit, this feels wrong. It feels wrong that I cannot disassemble these counters. I don't understand it. That doesn't make any sense. These are the same counters as the ones in my base. Yes. No, please, for the love of God, don't form social relationships with them. Please, please. They're not real. They don't actually love you. They will forget about you the moment somebody turns them off and on again. The separation of context and training data is probably the key to understanding the, I don't want to call it falseness, but any illusion that you might have of an AI being intelligent kind of goes away once you understand the difference between context and training data. So training data is what it knows. Context is what you tell it, basically, what it remembers. And context is limited by VRAM. And who has the most VRAM? NVIDIA. Who has the most market value right now? NVIDIA. Who makes a direct profit from limiting your VRAM on your cards? NVIDIA. No. Absolutely not. Anybody who is obsessed enough to marry their AI probably would not even be, probably wouldn't even be watching video games. They'd just be talking to their AI friend. Kind of sad, if you ask me. I mean, like, very sad. Speaking of sad, I only need 2 more nails, and I couldn't find them. I've got another 14 rags right here. I've got another 14 rags. That's enough to make another log staircase. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah, we're just going to use logs instead of planks again. This just means that when I go to Louisville, I need to bring like 3 or 4 boxes of nails with me. 3 or 4 boxes minimum. Okay, I do still have this salad with me. That's not going to feed me for the rest of the day, though. These bell peppers are going to start going bad any minute now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make another round of salads. Specifically, we're going to use watermelons. Whenever I do a watermelon salad, what I do is take 3 watermelons out of the freezer and I slice one and smash two. Reason for that is when you slice one, you get 10 slices. When you smash one, you get 5 chunks. So by smashing two and slicing one, you get an equal amount of objects to add to salads. And then the watermelon, because one of them are slices and one of them are chunks, they actually count as 2 different types of food items. So if you're making a salad with 6 ingredients, it's a little hard to see, but this particular salad right here is 2 chunks of watermelon, 2 slices of watermelon, and then 2 bell peppers. So just things that I have billions of. I'm going to go ahead and thaw these watermelons in the oven, because otherwise it'll take a while to wait for them to thaw. ML Studio. I do not know about ML Studio. Just to give you guys some context on the AIs that I work with. Where is it? SD, Casey. So I use Cobalt CPP, which is a, for LLMs, this is for text models. I use Wizard LM 30B, uncensored, and Wizard Vicuna is a little bit, not quite as good. I've found that Wizard LM is my favorite. Each of these are 33 gigabytes in size. If we look at my GPUs here, we will see that I have 24 gigabytes of VRAM in each of these two 4090s. So if I want to actually run one of these models, what I have to do is I have to run, I have to split them. I have to tensor split them across both of these GPUs. And that still works relatively well. Basically, what it does is it puts, like, what is the ratio? I actually just changed this the other day. The tensor split is 9 to 19. So for every 9 parts of the model, oh shit. I almost set the watermelons on fire. Glad I caught myself there. But yeah, basically all that means is there's just a bit of a fraction split because I need to have the context on my main GPU. So I need to have a little bit more of the model go into my secondary GPU and keep the context on my primary GPU. If I was doing image generation, I would be using probably one of the Flux One Dev fine tunings. Colossus Project is pretty good. Ultra Real Fine Tune V4 is pretty good. Saipan is really good. Saipan specifically is a fine tuning on nude photos. Now, what does that mean? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's better exclusively for generating smut. Actually, what that means is it's better at generating people in general. Something that, a lot of artists don't like AI, so they are not going to talk about what the AI systems do right. And one of the times that they do it right is when they train it on not safe for work material, partially because for the same reason that when you're learning to draw the human form, you usually start learning how to draw nudes first, because otherwise, how do you know what people look like, before you start adding layers of clothing on top? It's just kind of one of the fundamental things. If your AI doesn't know what people look like at all, how the hell can it draw them properly when they're fully clothed and wearing all sorts of cool things? But anyway, I didn't even explain what I was doing here. I sliced one watermelon and smashed 2, and now I'm adding 2 servings of each to these salads, because that gets you the biggest return on your investment. It does, unfortunately, leave you with a very small amount of leftovers. I just toss them out. These leftovers are so glitched that eating them makes you thirsty instead of hungry. Have you ever heard of somebody getting thirsty from eating a watermelon? That's a thing in Project Zomboid. See these chunks right here? Thirst. They increase your thirst. Also, one of the other very fun things about Saipan is he or she, whoever they are, they built it on a undistilled version of Flux. Distillation is a little hard to explain, but in a nutshell, what it means is they've made it... Again, I'm not actually an expert, so trying to explain it is difficult. They limited the amount of stuff that it can do to make it more efficient. That's probably the best way to explain distillation. If you expect that your model is going to be used for certain things, you can kind of focus it on those specific things and make it go faster. That's one of the things that Flux kind of built itself on. Being distilled, I can get something like less than 1 second per iteration on a Flux model, which is Flux 1 dev models are like 24 gigabytes. But thanks to the way distillation works, I can iterate relatively fast with a distilled model. That said, I don't like the effects the distillation has. It makes them less adherent to very specific prompts. Like, just as a very specific example, if you want to generate multiple subjects, which has always been a difficult thing in image generation, you want to generate multiple subjects, you're going to want to specify where they are. Specifying where they are and what they look like in the prompt will generally get you much better results. But a distilled model doesn't seem to work very well with that. Why? I don't know. I'm going to be entirely honest, I have no idea. But that's just my general experience, is when the model is distilled, it doesn't do multi-subjects at all. Single subjects it seems to do all right, which is probably what the distillation is focused on. But yeah, distillation is another thing that could make an AI better for video game purposes. But I don't know if distillation has been applied to LLMs. If it has been, I don't know anything about it, unfortunately. Okay, so now that we've gotten these salads put together, 4 of them go back into the fridge, and 1 of them comes with us. I don't know if a 40 salad is going to be enough for a day, so I'm going to take a couple bell peppers as well. And we are done with our food production for a couple of days here. Some of this stuff that I picked up can stay here. For example, I no longer have room for canned food or soda back at base. Nor candy, really. So basically all this stuff that I picked up is just going to go here. Now the stuff I do have room for back at base is going to go into the garbage bag in the trunk here. Oh, and this duct tape that I picked up is actually a part of my field kit. So that needs to go back into my... Look at that, we've got a full garbage bag. Neat. Okay. Duct tape goes back into the glove compartment. Now I just need to find 2 more nails, and then I can build that stairwell, get my backpacks back. I'm probably done here after that. Well, I'm going to have to fight my way to the backpacks. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are pretty much done here, if for no other reason than the fact that it's getting harder and harder to drive around here. At the beginning of this stream, we ran into a glitched ragdoll zombie, and it literally crashed the game. So had to do a save rollback because of that, so yeah. We're not going to be spending too much more time here once we recover. See, look at this. See this ragdoll zombie? See how its shadow is in the street? That is something that we could accidentally run into. So I'm going to very slowly drive up here. Okay, I'm going to get out and try to kill it. Don't know if I'll be successful, but I'm going to try. I have no idea if this even applies, but I think we've got a pendulum Pete here. See how he's moving back and forth like a pendulum? Theoretically, we can hit him. We just got to hit the shadow. That's asking a lot right there. You see how his shadow swings across into the middle of the road where we need to drive. And now he's just gone. Anyway, let me pick up the protein I've acquired here. What are rabbits but a great source of protein? Alright, let's hope that ragdoll doesn't come back. Just in case it does, I'm going to go nice and slow. Got him. What was this? This is a Pendulum Pete here. You can see he's still penduluming, but now he is a dead zombie. First, okay, so I have seen what the NPCs are like, what they used to be like. If the devs really wanted NPCs to be like what they used to be like, then they would not have even taken them out to begin with. So I do think that the NPCs they're working on are at least going to be better than anything we've seen so far, minus the bugs. There are going to be plenty of bugs. We all know that. That's guaranteed. Yeah. How do I picture them? Now, what I'm already picturing right now in my head is this game has a system in it called stories. Somewhat straightforward if you're familiar with how the game works. If you're not, stories is a mechanic where when you let's say you're driving down the road and you see a bunch of zombies eating somebody. That person's already dead. The zombies are eating them. I don't know what that story is called, but I call it the lunch break. It's because, you know, it's maybe 2 gigabytes of RAM. That's possible. Let's take a look at that. Project Zomboid 64 is currently using 2.4 gigabytes of RAM. Now, that being said, what you probably read is the fact that the Java virtual machine for its Java code base, that is limited to 2 gigabytes. I think one of my viewers actually told me that you can go in there and change the limit to go make it increase over higher than 2 gigabytes. I've not done that yet. I haven't actually felt the compulsion to do so. But if you're talking about VRAM, Zomboid uses a lot more VRAM. You can't see that with Task Manager. I'll use SI for that, System Informer. We're currently using 8 gigabytes. 8 gigabytes of VRAM. Wait a minute, no. Am I correct on that? What are we looking at? Now that's interesting. That's interesting. System Informer gives me completely different numbers. Private bytes. I don't know if that is a different definition. So this is telling me that it's using about 9 gigabytes for RAM and 5.5 gigabytes for VRAM. That doesn't sound right. Something about that sounds wrong. I would say it's closer to 10 gigabytes for VRAM. But I could be wrong about that because I think some of this utilization is actually coming from OBS because I'm live streaming. This is yet another threat right here. I still find it hilarious that these are technically alive and they can be killed. Is that the only one? Well, these ones over here are, But yeah, Layla, I think I trailed off before I actually gave you an answer. It's basically, I do predict them to be better than what they used to be. And probably, and so again, if you think about the mods that are currently out that add NPCs to the game, pretty much all of those are based around restoring the NPCs to the game that the devs removed, and then slapping some stuff on top of them. I'm pretty sure that's what Week 1 does, as well as several other mods. Okay, so there's another one that is dead for sure. But does that mean it's not a threat to drive past it? Let's find out. I do something I should have done a while ago and remove the sledgehammer from my backpack. It no longer needs to be in there. And see, look at all these guys on the 3rd floor there. That is more than I was expecting. And that's what I ran from last night in-game. Okay, we got around it. No sweat. Now, yeah, we can proceed with this. I was thinking about getting 2 more nails, but no, we're going to do logs because we've already got the necessary parts for that. And we've got some trees right here. And we're axe level 5 now. But yeah, Willow, the amount of RAM that is being used by Zomboid definitely increases well over 2 gigs. And probably can go as high as 8 or 12. And then, of course, if you're thinking about that in terms of computers, you're going to need more than... Like, let's say, for example, you have a laptop with 16 gigabytes. I would not want to play Zomboid on that, personally. Look at that guy. Now, this guy, he successfully fell out the window. Why is that? Because he was on this tile right here, which is one we built ourselves. Most of these zombies have no idea how to exit the building. So while it does look like there's a lot of them here, most of them have no idea how to get to us. But I can fix that if I build a another staircase right here. I can fix that, which is basically what I've been planning to do ever since I had to drop off those backpacks. Now, technically, I already have a staircase over here that I built. So these zombies coming downstairs from that staircase, they know how to get to us. And you know what? I have a better idea. We are going to discharge the firearm in this direction. And that is going to bring a whole host of them down the stairs we built here. So, let's see here. Kill this one. Let's push this one down. Give him the big iron. Now that should, hopefully, get the attention of a number of them who were stuck down the hallway trying to get to us from that direction. And bring them down my staircase here. Okay, I don't feel comfortable fighting from the south, so we're gonna fight this direction. That definitely did the trick. One discharge of the big iron, and we've got big zombie. Level 7 long blade, everybody. I love it. I love it. Step up and get flipped. Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, we found the zombies, boys! We found the... Holy shit! That's a whole nother floor right there. Shit. That's way more than I was expecting. I was wondering why I started hearing the epic music. Okay, I do have a relatively clean flank. I'm going to back up a little bit with the van and then re-engage. And of course now I've got Ragdoll Randy here blocking my escape. If I run into him from behind, that's vehicle damage. Okay, fuck this. I'm fighting on foot. We've separated the fast chamblers. Come on, assholes, get away from my van. Fucking, I hate it when they do this. They forget that I'm there because they're programmed to go straight through your driver's side door. Fucking... They fixate a little too hard on that. Okay. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are here at the sanatorium, and our initial purpose was literally just to come here and kill zombies. Our purpose has mutated a little bit into stealing furniture now. And we left a backpack full of furniture on the second floor, or sorry, that's the third floor. And the reason we had to do that is because while I was stealing it overnight, I started hearing all of these things. All I heard was a huge number of breathing voices, and then I heard a door getting hit. The fuck? And well, that was the sound of a ragdoll right there. But yeah, not 100% sure where all of these guys came from, but they're now in our way. We've got to get our backpacks back. While dealing with these guys, we've got plenty of glitched ragdoll zombies. These little things flying across the screen right now that you're looking at, those are glitched ragdolls that seem to have been permanently broken by trying to fall off of the roof. Doesn't bode well for Louisville. Multiplayer. So, that is a very good question. Educated guess was going to be about... I initially wanted to take their word for the fact that the devs did say it's going to take less time to get it added than it took last time. Last time it took them a year after 41 went unstable to adding multiplayer to 41. That took them a year to go from just, 41 dropping to 41 with multiplayer. I wasn't around for that. I did not play Zomboid until my buddy invited me to it for multiplayer in Build 41 stable. So, just to give you guys a reference as to how important multiplayer really is to this game, I wouldn't be playing it right now if 41 did not have it in stable. Very important thing. And the devs know that. They know what butters their bread. Now, that being said, I also, relevant to what we're doing right now, instability with the ragdoll system. I genuinely believe that that's going to delay multiplayer. The devs have not stated that. The devs have not told us at all that ragdolls are causing a delay to multiplayer. That is pure intuition on my part. But the reason I suspect that might happen is the fact that 7 Days to Die, another video game, zombie video game that I've played a lot of, a little over 2,000 hours in that as well. That game has always had a bit of a ragdoll system in it, and it's always been multiplayer. To this day, after being in development for well over 10 years, they still don't have ragdolls fully synchronized between client and server. So if the Zomboid devs have not run into that problem yet, they're going to eventually. And that's disturbing because if the Fun Pimps can't have figured it out after how long they've had that game in development, I don't know if Zomboid devs are ever going to figure it out. Now, that being said, the Zomboid devs do have a higher overall level of control than the Fun Pimps ever could. Right, so the Indie Stone, they're the devs who are doing Zomboid here. The Fun Pimps are the devs who are doing 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die is built on Unity. Unity is not bad. If I was just a regular layman who wanted to make a video game, I'd probably recommend Unity first. But that being said, Unity has some problems that the Fun Pimps themselves cannot fix. And I think the ragdoll system not synchronizing properly between client and server, I think that is actually a problem of the engine that is well beyond the remit of what the Fun Pimps are even capable of doing. Now the game we're playing here, Zomboid, the devs wrote the engine from the ground up. But I think the ragdoll system has been implemented using Fmod, which is something that the devs could not do. Fmod is I think it's physics? Rigging or physics? I can't remember if it's rigging or physics, but they're very intertwined. I mean, you need rigging to do physics. I don't know if 7 Days uses Fmod. Unity has multiple libraries for 3D interaction. I have to keep looking into that corner. I have to keep looking into this corner because I know there's one back here. It looks like there's more than one back here. 3, possibly more. This is a potential survivor zombie. No, that is a survivor zombie. It's not just the backpack, but the weapons. If you see a zombie with a backpack and weapons, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be a survivor zombie. So he's got a magnum. A proper, actual big iron, which is cool. And as predicted, not much else. Yeah. The magazine armor isn't always a guarantee, but usually if you see a zombie with armor of, like, you know, not the law enforcement or military type, usually that also means that they're, like, part of a story. So if you don't see one with a bag, but you do see one with the armor, there may be one with a bag nearby. So that's always something worth looking out for. Yeah, sorry. I'm not a... So, what I actually am, I'm... On paper, I'm just tech support. In reality, my day job, my team, we interact with people from all across an enterprise environment, to include lots and lots of developers who do custom web apps for our client. So, you know, we do spend a lot of time just taking phone calls and teaching Grandpa how to use his iPhone. But we also take tickets, you know, for devs who are writing their little platforms to do what they need to do for the client's purposes. I can't actually be very more specific than that, but yeah, it's it's a hybridized role. Which there's a bit of irony in that because our client has been looking into using AI to supplement their support processes. So unironically, me, the IT guy who's playing around with AI in his spare time, part of my job might actually be threatened by AI sometime soon in the future. Thankfully, not only do we have a very solid contract, if my entire team's jobs went away, at least half of us would still be employed because they're already trying to poach my team for other parts of the enterprise project. If I had a nickel every time somebody from my team got poached to do something droll like account management, which you couldn't pay me to do, I would sooner find a new job. But I don't know, I could probably buy a candy bar or something. It's happened enough times. Oh, hello, what the fuck? That sounded really close. That's probably a broken ragdoll or something. Yeah, that sounds like it's right in my right ear. Ragdolls, man. But yeah, no, I'm not like a developer or anything. I do write plenty of code. A lot of that just comes from the fact that I have worked with developers a lot and modding. Almost everything else I learned programming related has just been from mod development. We also do some cybersecurity stuff, so I actually got a hobbyist introduction to cybersecurity. My primary roles don't usually work. Like, I'm not gonna do the Mudhar thing and be like, no, I'm doing like red teaming and cybersecurity shit. And like, no. 9 times out of 10, any involvement that I have with the cybersecurity folks is just telling people that yes, in fact, that was a test phishing email, not a real phishing email. Anybody who has a corporate job these days has probably seen at this point somebody doing a test phishing email. You know, where the ones where they send an email that looks like a phishing email out to all the users, and they're like, hey, click this link to do this, this, and this. And the people who do click the link are they have to go take a training course on good practices. Okay. We've been at this for most of the day in game here, and we still are not necessarily done. But we've made some good progress. Now, I'm going to go ahead and continue working on that staircase. Because if I build one right here, I at least have the room to go straight. Like my backpacks, the ones I'm trying to get to, are just right up in this hallway. Either this hallway or the third floor. I can't remember, to be entirely honest. But if it's not this hallway on the second floor, then it is this one on the third floor. And there is a stairwell I've already built there. Now, why am I building my own stairwells? Because the ones that are inside are nightmarish to navigate when there's a lot of zombies. I would not ever want to do that. If I'm ever going to deal with a big multi-story building like this, I'm going to build my own damn stairwells. Alright, that got us another log, as well as a whole bunch of zombies that heard me chopping. We're at stage 1 fatigue, so our damage is cut in half. But if we crit, we'll still mostly one-shot them, so... Average time to kill is 3 hits instead of 2 now. Yeah, you could call that. I don't know if Pirate Software does, what's his name, Thor? Jason Hall, whatever his real name is. I don't know if he does binary disassembly for fun. I do, but I also don't want to make it sound like I'm hot shit or anything. I really just, I do it for fun, and if you asked me to do it for not fun, I probably wouldn't. And the reasons I got into it are just so stupid that I literally wouldn't be able to tell them with a straight face live on stream. That's how stupid it is. Oh, speaking of stupid, we've still got people camping my van here. Oh, Jesus. The vines hid this guy. Hello. Yeah, I'm not going to hug the fence too closely. Oh, no, that's not the reason. The vaulting is not a problem. Really the problem is, well, it's twofold. One, I want the zombies that are inside to come outside. And, I don't know if you guys have noticed, they have a big problem with falling out of these windows. Some of them do it right, but most of them don't. Oh yeah, I would not personally recommend playing B42 with mods, unless you're very comfortable with your saves being broken. Specifically, I mentioned this in a community post before, but we're overdue for an update. I was actually relatively sure we were going to see an update on Monday or Tuesday of this week. It is now Wednesday. I cannot remember if the devs have ever released an update that did not drop on a Monday or Tuesday. So, because of that, I want to say we're safe until next week. That being said, if we don't see an update next week, then that will be the longest between updates we've ever had. Because so far, the average has been between 3 and 5 weeks. Or, well, I mean, you know, in totality, it's been between 3 and 6 weeks. We have only had a 6-week gap between updates once. Assuming that we have another one now, it's basically guaranteed. That means that if we don't see an update next week, this will be the longest we've ever gone between updates. Which doesn't mean it's not possible. That could very much happen, but I'm skeptical that that's going to happen. I think next week we're very likely to see an update. Now, what does that mean? Anytime you have a mod that interacts very deeply with the game, if it changes the map, if it adds items, if it changes the way something works in the crafting menu, basically 9 mods out of 10, something is probably going to get broken. Now, does that mean that your save is going to get bricked? Maybe not, but that's not a risk I'm willing to take. Not me personally. If you're okay with that, then it's your calculus. But yeah, I would say that probably we're in for an update within the next week. So if you're starting a new game, heavily modded, the best I can say is good luck. Otherwise, yeah, next week IRL. Okay, what have we got? We've got still a number of them inside on the 3rd floor there and the 2nd. We've got all these guys who don't know how to get to me. See, this is what I was saying before. This is one of the reasons I'm making my own staircases, is because these zombies up here, they don't know how to get to me, so they're just walking eternally towards a window that they don't know how to break and jump out of properly. Yeah. Yeah, like if you can take a detached approach and just be like, oh well, if it breaks, it's fine. Sure, yeah, you won't be too disappointed then. But if you do get upset by, okay, that is a dead ragdoll for sure, right? What? Well, no, it's not. Jesus fucking Christ. I tried to open its inventory, and then suddenly it gets up. This game, man. Usually the glitches in this game have not been the kind, the get your character killed kind. That was a lot closer to a get your character killed kind than most of the glitches I run into. I don't think we're going to be sleeping here tonight. Look at all this shit to the south. This one is still alive. Yeah. Oh yeah. Good. GG, Layla. I'll catch you later. But yeah, Jamie. Honestly, if we see a lot of this in Louisville, I'm just gonna turn it off. I know that this one is alive because my character got panicked for a second. Oh, maybe it was because of this one. But yeah, if we start seeing what I'm seeing here in Louisville, I'm just going to turn ragdolls off. I'm tolerating it now because for some reason I'm getting it stuck in my head that this may be unique to this particular area, even though I have no evidence for that, other than the fact that, we haven't seen this happen very much. But in an attempt to avoid this guy, or this, it's just a shadow. But remember, shadows are their true location, so we're going far around the shadow. And it's gone. All right. Pretty healthy view count today. For anybody joining, welcome. We are in the we're in the sanatorium area. Sanatorium is slightly to the it's like between Riverside and Brandenburg, and then a little farther away from the river, if that makes sense. It's a little hard to give a specific coordinate, but if we look at b42map.com here, we can, this is where we're at. This is the sanatorium, and then I can click the little home button, and that zooms all the way out so we can see where it is on the map right here. So it's Riverside to the right side here, and Brandenburg to the left, and here's the sanatorium. Oh, a good way to think of it is at the crossroads right here, the little exit on what is this, KY63? There's a street map that could tell us that. No, this is KY60. Okay, so yeah, on KY60, at the little Y split that brings you to Brandenburg or Riverside, just take a right on the road before you get there, and you're at the sanatorium. And there's no loot here. We are here explicitly to kill zombies. And because of that, we are seeing so many zombies that the ragdoll system is freaking out on us. Speaking of all those glitched ragdolls, I have had it on my radar to make a meme compilation of all of the silly ragdolls we've seen so far, and all the weird effects that they've caused. But there was also an ulterior motive to that, Like, obviously, I would make it as a meme compilation for how many memes, but also, I could use it in a bug report and be like, would this actually help if I gave you guys my save? Because one of the things I've noticed, those glitchy ragdolls are still there even after closing and reloading the save. So what that tells me is if the devs are not sure exactly what's causing this, if they need, you know, they need like a save that has them in it, for example, yeah, I could give them that. But I would have to show them all the wacky stuff that is actually happening before I could do that and have it be useful. No, yes, Bloody, 100%. I will come up with names in the compilation for sure. That is I was having a lot of fun with that. I'm not sure if everybody else that I would show the compilation would find it just as funny. Some of my friends have told me that I have a very wacky sense of humor, but I know I'm not the only one who finds that hilarious. There are some people who would find it hilarious, and I would gladly make it for them. Okay, we are putting some loot that's going to come back to Riverside with us in here. Did actually find some stuff I wasn't expecting to find. This baseball cap. I'm not sure if I have one of these yet. It's a bright white one. Okay, I'm taking off the heavy armor. We're not going to need that again until tomorrow. The Magnum we picked up is going to go in this bag full of weapons that I've found. And also my coat of plates and bone choker. There we go. Juxtaposing Jamaica. That would be, I look forward to that. Okay, 21:30 is a little bit early for bed. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm actually going to go ahead and chop a couple of trees, because there's not that many big trees left to chop in the area where we're fighting. So I'm going to go ahead and take my firefighter axe. And we're going to cut a couple of the big trees, which are right here next to my base. We'll take those with us to build our staircase. And tomorrow morning we will get back, we'll recover our backpacks. After we do that, I think we're pretty much done here. My only other two goals for this place were to, what am I thinking of? Brain broke. Rebooting. Reconnecting. Goals were to steal some furniture and get axe level 5 and check the library on the second floor. So we've done 2 of those 3. And I think all the furniture that I care about has been grabbed now. And it's in the backpacks that we left upstairs. So once we get those backpacks, that will be the lion's share. Yeah, and the interesting thing about that, Bloody, is it is more difficult to herd large groups. It is, however, in my opinion, even easier than it was in Build 41 to fight large groups. If you are not necessarily worried about hurting them, and you have a safe, you have a place to fight them where you won't be flanked, you can selectively pull them away. In your first pass, like, you know, it's just a general rule of thumb, if, let's just say there's a big group of zombies up ahead of me, what I'm going to do first is just run up to them and aggro the fast shamblers. The fast shamblers are the ones that move at the same speed that all zombies used to move in Build 41. The fast shamblers would be coming up to me. They'd be reaching me right about now. I'd kill them. And then the medium shamblers would come. And then I'd kill them. And then the slow shamblers would come. And then I'd kill them. Because you see, the zombies are coming at me in a drip feed, as opposed to an entire blob of all moving at the same time. So it's like, yes, they did make it harder to kite them with cars. But the trade-off to that is combat, in my opinion, is now easier than it's ever been in this game. Because, you know, unless you change the sandbox settings in the past, the default settings always used to be everybody was a fast shambler. But now the fact that they're variable speed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's true. Muscle strain is, with a few exceptions, muscle strain is a punishment for using the wrong kind of weapon. For the most part. There are some exceptions to that, like the fact that I'm tailoring level 10 and I'm still getting neck muscle strain for doing some sewing. Come on, guys, really? That's all I can say about that. Like, muscle strain is supposed to be like in lore, I guess, and the lore behind it is it's just punishment for not knowing what you're doing with the type of, you know, thing you're trying to do. So if you get muscle strain from a crafting activity, it's supposed to be that you don't know what you're doing and you're doing it inefficiently, and that hurts. Perfectly realistic. Could use a little work on the implementation, but not beyond the game's remit. And what that applies to what players are seeing it the most through is fighting zombies early game. And I have literally never had muscle strain problems for almost the entirety of B42 in terms of early game combat. Now, the reason for that has always been because I play a construction worker and I use short blunt, like almost all early game. Oh yeah, no. And the funny thing about that, Bloody, is we are very close to strength level 10, because there is actually there's a set of things you can do. There's a set of conditions you can meet to optimize your strength experience gain. For fitness, there's not. We have gotten 24,000 fitness experience out of 150,000 in 320 hours of gameplay. I genuinely have forgotten what we're up to. Let's just do some quick math. 150,000 divided by 24,000? 24,000 divided by 150,000. We are 16% of the way to fitness level 10 after 330 hours. It's possibly a little more, possibly a little less. I haven't done a tally recently. You guys want to see why I don't do tallies as often now? Watch what happens when I try to open the folder full of my recordings. See how long it takes? I'm using a Seagate Exos hard drive as opposed to a solid-state drive. You could not fit all this storage on a lot of solid-states unless you wanted to pay a lot of money. So if I hit Control-A and I hit Properties, the count, once again, we wait. 325 hours. So I was about halfway there. I mean, we've been at this for 2 hours and 30 minutes already, so you add that for the current stream to that. Yeah, we're right around 330 hours. And, yeah, we are 16% of the way to fitness level 10. Now, if I had done a daily sit-up regimen, maybe I would be closer. I am suspicious that I would be more than halfway. And what would that have cost us? That would have cost us a lot of combat vulnerability. The exercise system in this game is terrible. Terrible. I did exercise a couple of times. I did a couple of, but they were all strength exercises. I think I started doing some curls with the barbells and the dumbbells. But yeah, I never really did more than just a couple days worth total on this character. 4 a.m. So we are having a bite of salad, and then we're going back to sleep. And then we are ready for the next day. You know what? I think I can lose the bandana now. A lot of the large corpse piles that we've gotten rid of, a lot of them have started to despawn now. I'm willing to bet that the kill zone that we killed the most zombies in probably is empty by now. Probably. I don't know that for sure. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, bedtime. I can't even. I'm glad I got. I'll never take a character without athletic in this game, and I will never take a trait that reduces my fitness. This is actually one of the reasons I'm very wary of my weight going too high, because I don't want to lose fitness from getting the debuff from having weight problems. Never leveled up a skill to max. Right? No, that's in B41. B41 happened so long ago, but I am curious now. These are all my screenshots for Project Zomboid. If I scroll down far enough, we'll find my B41 screenshots. Here we go. Wait a minute, that's not it, is it? That might be it. I'm looking for the one with the garden on the roof. Here it is. Garden on the roof. Oh, okay, yeah, I did not... So this is... Dixie Lyrica here is one of my Build 41 characters who got very far. It looks like I didn't actually get to 10 on any of her skills. That being said, I never went anywhere near as hard on Build 41 as I have on Build 42. And I'm pretty close to tailoring level 9 here, so it probably would not have been too hard to get to tailoring level 10 if I had done a bit longer on Dixie here. I have no idea how long this screenshot was. My brain is telling me that this is the longest character that I've done on Build 41. So I don't know. Now, the funny thing is, look at this. In Build 41, all of your skills fit on the same skill sheet, on the same page. But no, Build 42? Why do I need this fucking scroll bar, Andy Stone? Really? Like, why do I need this scroll bar? Why can't I just resize the skill menu? I mean, I'm sure some people watching are not a fan of this, but I play in 4K exclusively. And because of that, I have a lot of screen space. I would like to actually use it. And it kind of annoys me that I can't. I would really prefer that the game make it so that I can see all of my skills at once. But, well, whatever. I'm not that mad about it. I'm just a little salty. Okay, so we've got 4 logs in here already. Now we've got 4 logs on the floor there. I'm going to empty this backpack. This is one of my backup backpacks. I'm going to take this one, put it in my hand, put the axe back because I'm done with it. At least I think I'm done with it. If I'm not, I'm close. So there's 4 logs in the trunk already. The trunk is... I can't fit many more logs in there. So I'm going to hand carry these other 4 logs. And that's 8 logs. I think I need a total of 12. Okay. There's at least 2 on the floor already in the area where I need them to be. So we probably are at like... We're 10. We're at like 10 logs now. So I just need to cut like one more half-size tree. And then we're done. On the logs, at least. We may still have a bit of killing to do before we are ready to head out, though. Britta's armor pack, there was, somebody in one of my previous streams, I'm not sure if you were there at the time, Bloody, one of my chatters was asking, my opinion on Britta's. And when I thought about Britta's, the only thing I could think of was the fact that it added extra calibers of ammo. And the fact that the way the loot system in this game works is usually when you find large stockpiles of ammo, it's basically just going to be a random table of all the calibers that exist. So, you know, if you find a big stash of ammo, You'll find maybe a little bit of shotgun, a little bit of 9mm, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. If you add more calibers to the game, what that really means is you're making it harder to find a specific caliber and stockpile it. That's what it really means at the end of the day. Unless the mod takes this into account and like changes the way the loot system works to make it so that you can find, like, you know, a big stockpile of shotgun ammo. That would be great. That's not how it works right now, and most mods don't even perp it to change that. I know Brita's doesn't, unless they've changed it in the past 6 months or so, because I haven't used it since B41. What's that? What have we got here? Daddy Longlegs? Yeah, Daddy Longlegs. It even looks like a spider. Missing a few legs, though. That's funny. It's probably one of the ones that's going to disappear when we get close to it. Axe out, just in case. Nope, yep, as expected, disappeared when we got close to it. I don't know why they do that. What armor do I use right now? If we look at my protection levels, what we're looking at here, this is the comfortable protection. So as you can see, my character has no discomfort. So the protection we're looking at is deflating, wacky, inflatable, waving arm. Yeah, this is the protection level that I can get away with without any discomfort. My heavy armor in my main backpack here, the bone fingerless gloves, the leather jacket, actually yes, bone choker, coat of plates, and helmet. What those will do is, if I wear all of them at once, my character will get miserable over time. The longer I wear them, the more uncomfortable she gets, and the faster her happiness starts to go down. But I will have at least 40% bite protection on every single part if I wear all of the heavy armor. Yeah, Brita's, and I mean, like, another thing with turning this game into a shooter. I've said this before, but I will gladly repeat it for the folks in the back, anybody who may be joining if you're not familiar. I have a pretty low opinion of sprinters in this game, because this game is not a horde shooter. And because, most importantly, this game does not have the fundamentals of a horde shooter. It does not have the fundamental, the movement mechanics. You cannot, there's no dodges, there's no side rolls, there's no sidestepping, there's no, basically in this game, if a sprinter comes at you, what can you do? You can turn around and run away, or be ready to attack it, right? But if you're not ready to attack it, you've got to turn around and run away, and most likely sprint yourself. And that's really stupid. Where are my dodges, right? Where's my block button? Why does this game have melee combat and not a button that I can press to be in a blocking stance, so that I'm like, you know, extremely likely to push back a zombie that grabs me? Why is that not a thing? Well, because the developers of this game are not building it from the ground up to be a horde shooter. This game will never be a horde shooter. That's why there are no sprinters in vanilla game. Yeah, it's like, you know, so when you get your mods that support the horde shooter narrative, most of the folks who played mods like that are going to be disappointed in the long term when they start a game with sprinters and they realize just how broken the game is with sprinters. They're probably going to be disappointed. And if they're not, well, good on them, I guess. I mean, you know, you're never going to hear me say somebody don't have fun. Yeah, that's not the problem. It's just that I feel like you're at a very high risk of having your fun ruined. That's probably the crux of my complaints, is that the way that this game is built, you're probably going to ruin your fun if you try to play with sprinters and make it a horde shooter. Because, I mean, you know, the same can be said about high population. Although, in my opinion, high population is mostly, you know, if you don't add sprinters, and it's just like, 16 times population. Okay, what does that really boil down to? What that really boils down to, more time spent cutting your way through a horde of zombies to do very simple tasks. That's what that amounts to. It doesn't necessarily amount to, you know, high risk, high reward, which is, you know, I think what a lot of people would rather have. Well, okay, you know, there are plenty of masochists who will just take high risk with no extra reward. Yes, there are some of us out there like that. But no, a lot of people want to see high risk, high reward. You know, if I'm going to have a bunch of risk, what am I going to get for it? And I don't really see anything that you get for extremely high population counts. Okay, why do we not have enough? Do we need to cut another tree? Yes, we need a... We have... It's hard to keep track, actually. Let's just drop these logs. 10. Yeah, I should have known that. Yeah, we just need to cut one more medium-sized tree. I think this is a small one, so we'll get one log from this. Yep, okay. So, literally just... there's another log up here. Ah! It's an entire party of them! That's the most I've ever seen at one time. That's... Okay, yeah. I'm not driving the van anywhere near that shit. I look forward to coming up with names for those ones, but I've got other things to do now. Okay. Let's see if we can snag this log without getting ragdolled to death, as it were. Oh, hang on a second. Okay. Our character got scared just now. Yeah, I'd be scared too. If I turned around a corner and I saw this, yes, my heart rate would go up pretty quickly. But no. Okay, so there... We wanted to know if she was seeing a zombie that was actually foot mobile, as opposed to one of these things. Okay, let's get our log. But yeah, Bloody, you were asking about armor before, and I explained the situation, but I didn't actually explain what I'm wearing. The pads, elbow pads and knee pads, are a core component. Beyond that, denim briefs and denim bandeau. Those are really good. Hang on a second, I just had somebody ping me at work. Technically supposed to be my lunch hour as of 12 to, or 11 to 12, but that's fine. I'm going to answer this. This will take about 30 seconds. Sorry about that. As soon as I'm back, we will get to work on building that staircase. I actually don't know if this person contacting me is from my company or if they're from my client. That's the lovely thing about working in such a massively mixed enterprise. We'll see where that goes. Usually I don't have users reaching out to me directly. That's my team is a frontline team. And usually what I do is I help my team be more efficient with dealing with the users. But, I mean, you know, every once in a while sometimes I get a user, I got to handle them, or I got to jump into the front lines. But Thankfully, I haven't had to jump into the front lines for months now. The ship has been sailing very well in that regard. Lightning could always strike, though, so... Let's see what she says. Basically, if she says yes, then I'm going to have to tab for an unknown amount of time to figure something out. Oh, no, okay. She basically, she was asking me if I had an ITIL certification, and I'm like, yes, technically. It was done through my previous company, and I don't even know what they did with the cert. I have an offline copy of the cert, some PDF. I don't know if that actually qualifies, because it was through the previous contracts that I acquired the actual cert. But anyway, yeah, ITIL fundamentals, for whatever the hell that means. I mean, I've never been a fan of industry certifications. All right, now y'all hear all that? There's between 5 to 10 at the top of these stairs, but most of them don't know how to get to us. And because of that, they are just kind of screwing around. I believe once I get this staircase built, they'll all know how to get to us. So that's what I'm trying to do next. And I'm constantly getting distracted by not just work, but zombies. Alright, so I think we've got all the logs we need. Now we just got to get them all in the same place. Easier said than done. Because remember, 12 logs, that's more than most bags can carry, even if you have one in each hand. If you had an empty military backpack on your back and one in each hand, you could do it, but that's a big ask for the field right now. Not to mention that 2 of my military backpacks are upstairs on the other side of all these zombies. See, why can't they all fall so gracefully like that? Probably because that guy just fell a single story. I don't actually know why I'm using this hatchet so much. It's probably because it's my only good one-handed weapon right now. All of my other one-handed weapons, like the machete, have been used up. I brought, like, just a recap of how much I brought with me when I started this expedition. I'm using this military backpack just to store the leftovers. 3 machetes and 2 swords. 2 include the sword that's on my back. This was supposed to be a backup sword, but it is now my primary weapon, because... Now, why did the game just freeze for a second? I'm not sure why that happened. It just happened again. Is the game becoming unstable? More unstable than it normally is. If it starts chuttering again like that, I'm going to restart the game. Just close it and reopen it. Oh, this hatchet needs a sharpening. And I think the... Oh, the handle is like seconds away from breaking. I'm going to go ahead and repair the handle one more time. When I get a chance. Okay, yes, I do still have a log in my backpack. There we go. Log stairs can now be made. So I can if I make them right here, it should spawn a floor upstairs. So even though it looks like there's going to be a gap, I do think that building it right here should be fine. Boom. Okay. Now the zombies upstairs should have a way to reach us. Now all we got to do is, give them a little heads up. Now that going upstairs, the game decides to make it nice and difficult to see what's on the second floor, even though you can see very clearly what's on the second floor by standing right there. Still a lot of them making noise here. This door is about to break. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Woo! That was unnecessarily dangerous there. But what that accomplished, everybody who's in the area making noise is now coming my way. The chutters, or the stutters. I don't know, should I call them the chutters or the stutters? The bleeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. Starting to wonder if I should put my heavy armor on. You see, this is 100% the reason I made this staircase, so that I can run up there and make some noise and basically bring everybody outside. Because imagine trying to fight all of these zombies in close quarters. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? There's no reason. There's no benefit whatsoever to fighting in close quarters in this game. If you can bring them outside, do it. I would do it every single time. Look at that. What the hell is that guy wearing? Oh, it's antlers. That's funny. So we've found another weirdo. That's a neat looking bat. I think it's a wooden baseball bat with metal bolts in it. I think a metal baseball bat with bolts is best in slot for long blunt, which is a damn shame. And I've said this before, but it bears repeating. Long blunt pros are having a bad day because you're one of your best in slots. Did I speak too soon when I said that they would know how to get to me? Look at all these idiots. Okay, some of them know how to get to me. Here's what I'm going to do. I think I have better chances if I go over here. Ooh, they dropped their antler head thing. I've got to pick that up, otherwise it'll despawn. Oh, she's got military elbow pads. At one point I needed more of those. He doesn't want to fall down. Alright, so big iron again. And we do that because I think... Yeah, look at that. Okay. Now they know how to get to us. Because instead of trying to go through those windows, which would have been the shortest path for them to reach us, now the shortest path for them to reach us is the stairs. So we're getting a lot more going towards us. It's no help to the guy to the second floor there, because he thinks he can get to me through that window. So he thinks the shortest path is through that window. Whoa. Okay, we still have a lot. Backing up just a little bit. Backing up just a little bit. We're about to be hungry too. I'm going to have a bite to eat. I did not think there were still this many up there, but I trusted my ears as I heard a whole bunch of them. Long blade level 7, folks. I love it. Feels really good. We're getting those sword crits left and right here. Sword crit is, I think, a one-shot even if you have a moodle. Yeah, no, that does sound pretty fun. I mean, terrifying, but also kind of fun. Now, another problem with that is I don't think the devs want too many zombies to just straight up annihilate themselves. though they're not going to be directly incentivized to fix the problem of zombies falling out of windows. I think they would much rather have the zombies attack us and be a threat to us. Yeah, I'm falling back just a little bit further now that I don't know where this guy came from, but he's coming up from behind me, and that's unacceptable. I do not want to get flanked, ever. Not getting flanked is half of the reason I'm still alive. Among many others. I mean, you know, just general situational awareness is a godsend. Audio cues is another very important thing. Audio cues are half the reason I had a feeling that there are still tons of them up there. Now, when I say tons, I couldn't get a beat on how many there were. There could have been, I don't know, maybe another 15 or 20, or there could be what we're looking at here, which looks closer to 50 in total. Possibly more, because I still don't necessarily know how many are upstairs in that hallway. And it's more than just that hallway that I have to worry about, as we can see. I went up there, I discharged a firearm, and there was almost nobody in that hallway at the moment. And again, it is the weirdest thing that this did not seem to happen at all at Ekron Community College. Because again, I hit Ekron Community College. That is a 3-story building with something around the order of 1,500 or so zombies in and around the structure. But I think the vast majority of them may have dodged the windows. As in, like, they may have had a very clear path to reach me every time I drove around and tried to pull them out of the building. So that must have been a much cleaner operation than this. Because you see, again, with this one, we do have 2 extra stories here. So all these guys are fast shambles. This is what you see in Build 41, with everybody moving at the same speed. Doesn't happen quite as often in B42. I shouldn't have to explain exactly why it's more difficult for all of them to be moving at that particular speed and coming at you in a group. Even me, a level 7 long blade user with a sword, is going to have pause dealing with those guys. How to consistently playing one save. Oh, yeah. Naz, you right there, you're asking a very good question. And that is the question of how to have fun with the game by setting your own goals. Because that's what you have to do. If you don't get a lot of amusement out of being able to find your own goals and set them, then this may not be the game for you. But if you just don't know what goals to set, then I can talk about my goals. My goals, I mean, obviously leveling skills, always an important thing, more important than it's ever been before, actually. I mean, we're looking at the end results right now. One of the reasons I kill zombies so easily is because I have a sword, and I am long blade level 7. I could not have gotten there if I did not level metalworking to 10, if I did not level pottery to 3, if I did not level maintenance to 10. I mean, well, maintenance is actually really easy to level now. I'm kind of surprised the Zomboid devs made it easier. But I mean, like, you know, leveling skills is not just about watching the numbers go up. It's about making combat easier. Now, one of the goals that has actually been nagging me really hard... Okay, this is bad. I'm backing up a little bit. I was not expecting this many to be coming from the right. This place is just still full of zombies. It's right when I think I'm done with this place that it just starts spilling zombies again. It's not a bad thing. I have a sword and I'm not afraid to use it. That being said, this is also my last sword that I brought with me. You can repair swords. I'm very glad you can. You need an advanced forge, and I can't build one of those out in the field. I need to go back to base to repair swords and machetes and whatnot. So, but yeah, yeah, dark antimatter. That is 100% correct. It is. If the devs did it, I think I already said this, but it bears repeating. If the devs did it because they want to make it harder to herd zombies with vehicles, mission accomplished. It is much harder now than it used to be. I don't recall ever being forced to sheepdog zombies in B41. I don't even recall ever thinking about the term sheepdogging when trying to herd zombies in B41. But in B42, I think I demonstrated it most recently just a couple of streams ago when I first came to this place and started pulling them out from inside. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the sheer girth of that table leg. I don't know if I can show that on YouTube. That is that is hefty. That's I'm not even into that, and that's making me blush. Is that a table leg in your chest, or are you just happy to see me? She's really happy to see me. It looks even funnier when they're dead. But yeah, that's, anyway. What were we talking about before? We were talking about goals and setting them. A lot of the goals, some of the goals I set have no functional purpose to them. Like, you know, I set a goal of, leveling skills and acquiring skill books to do them. Hey, Layla. Yep. We're almost done here. We're still trying to recover the backpacks. I think when you pieced out, I might have already left the backpacks up here, but yeah, that's our current short-term goal, is to kill every zombie that's in our way. As you can see, the bodies in the streets here, we have killed quite a few of them, just trying to recover some backpacks that we left upstairs. And I got access to the backpacks a few minutes ago, and then I heard about 50 voices breathing, mouth breathers. And then I was like, okay, yeah, we need to finish killing them. Otherwise, I am not even going to feel safe trying to pick up those backpacks. Because remember, I can't just pick them up. They're too heavy because they're basically full. You have to be able to fit into your inventory whatever it is you're trying to pick up, even if it would be lighter. This one right here is starting to annoy me. Got him. Remember, the shadow is their true location. It's like knowing a demon's true name. Okay. How to deal with this asshole who's just stuck up here and doesn't know how to get to us? Look at that. The big iron actually has a pretty solid lock on him. How? I don't know. Now, that did not kill him, as expected. Even when you have a very solid lock. There we go. Now, of course, what did that do? That just pulled more of them. Lots more of them. Partially intentional. I did kind of want to do that. I'm also kind of regretting that decision. Because my chances of being able to just sneak in there and grab the backpacks have once again deteriorated. Imagine having to fight a ground war just to pick up some backpacks. But yeah, long-term goals, leveling all the skills is one of them, but also just, you know, trying to level the useful skills will take you a very long time. And the game does give you some mechanics to do that, like if you are not a very high strength character. Oh shit. I am now sick. I underestimated how many zombies were going to be up here. God damn it! Where did that guy come from? Okay, we didn't take drunk damage. I don't care. That's really genuinely all I care about. If I hit a zombie with my vehicle, I'm going to be annoyed, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't damage the trunk, I'm not mad. But I have to back up a little bit because you may notice a new noodle up there in the top right. The ugly little green face with the tongue sticking out. When you see that, it means one of two things. One, you're infected and you're about to die. No, that's not us. We're not infected. One of the other things it means is you've been spending way too much time around corpses. Yeah. So we're backing up for a minute, and we're chilling here outside of the range of any corpse piles. What can I do in the meantime? I could clean up my inventory a little bit here. That is a full container of caffeine pills right there. I was going to consolidate them, but there's nothing to consolidate. Another thing, unfortunately, we're about to run out of food. I do have some chips on the driver's seat Literally, that's what they're there for, so I'll go ahead and eat those when I get hungry. Now, the ragdoll problem would be much... What just happened? It's frozen. Alright, you know what? I'm not going to take this. I'm not going to take this, and the reason being is if the game was still running, but just for some reason the front end was locked up, that is a situation where our character could have gotten attacked. There was a zombie coming around the fence. I don't know whether they saw us or not, but in any case, yeah, there's no shame in just closing the game out nowadays, because the devs have done a very good job at fixing up save dumping. It used to be that you could have a lot of things get broken if you just randomly shut the game off without properly closing it. Those days, in my opinion, I have not seen any reason to believe that they're not over. They might be over now. Ooh, Jamie, that's rough. Water cut off on day 2. That being said, I have learned so many things to just deal with the water after the shut-off that I almost don't even think about it now. Okay, we're still good. For some reason, I zoomed out a little bit, and that caused the game to freeze up. Okay, very unusual. So we are just about to get hungry. I'm going to go ahead and eat some chips. Here's another thing I could do. I'm going to repair my hatchet. The handle just needs another hit. Interesting. I thought I used the duct tape to fix it, but I guess I forgot to. Well, that would explain why the handle's about to break. Yeah, so all I need to fix this is a crafting surface. And all I need to make a crafting surface is a log. And look at that, we got a log right here. So if you have a log, and I carry around a saw with me everywhere I go, so log and a saw, make a chopping block. There's your most ghetto crafting surface. Fix with duct tape. Now remember, that only fixes the handle. Pretty much nothing but reforging is going to fix the head. So we just bought another long bit of life from our hatchet here. That being said, we're still a little bit sick. I'm going to pass about an hour with reading here. Or maybe just a half hour. Yeah, that should be fine. So we're down to like 12 sickness. Generally speaking, you don't even have to have a stat bar mod to know that if the Moodle goes away, then you're below 25. Spend about an hour away from zombie corpses. That will usually do the trick. As long as you also try to take a mitigation before getting, inundating yourself with zombie stench again. So that's one of the reasons I just never took off the bandana before. I was like, maybe some of these corpses are starting to go away. Maybe I can take it off. No. There are so many corpses still. I'm curious now how many that I've killed in this operation. Okay, so we're up to 15,730. If memory serves, we had killed about 14,200 something before we got started with the crux of this operation. So I do think we have killed about 1,500 zombies. Yeah. In that neighborhood of Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that'll do it. Washing things uses a lot of water. I was impressed by how much water it takes. But then something else that just weirded me out, didn't even really bother me, I was like, what? Why? If you're washing bandages, rags, bandages, leather strips, for example, it costs 4 liters to do it in a sink or a water fixture. If you use the crafting menu and use like a container of water in your inventory with the crafting menu, it only costs half a liter, 500 milliliters. So that, the water costs for washing things out of a water fixture, a spigot of some sort, very weird, very, very weirdly costly. 18 liters of water to wash myself when I'm like super dirty. Very wasteful almost. I mean, Okay. I'm not hearing any zombie noise. Oh, look at this. The antlers are still here. They did not despawn yet. Antler headdress. Hell yeah. Ooh, prescription sunglasses, too. Hell yeah. I think I already have a pair of those. Like the square kind of sunglasses instead of the aviators. I don't think I'll wear this constantly, but it does kind of look cool. It almost makes me look like a demon. And it's not a bad match for the black. I think I will wear this for a bit. Just for the memes. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I'm feeling very pragmatic right now. Okay, I don't hear any mouth breathing. Nope. I think we're good. So, one of the reasons I put the furniture that I was trying to pick up before, I put it into smaller bags before putting it into the military backpacks. This is the reason why. By taking the smaller bags out, it makes it so that it is actually possible for me to pick these military backpacks up, and then I can put the smaller bags back in. If I hadn't done it this way, these backpacks would be too heavy for me to pick up without dropping, like, a ton of stuff. Like, I would have to take off all of my weapons, I would have to drop my main backpack, and it would just be a annoying nightmare. But I had a feeling that something like this might happen, so I got ahead of it by... Because you remember furniture, certain furniture items like these curtains, you can't just leave them on the floor. You have to put them in a container of some sort, or you have to, like, put them down, deploy them. Kind of a silly problem, but it is... You can work with it by having containers like garbage bags. Really lightweight to carry around. They fit a lot of stuff. And you can put furniture items into most furniture items, or you have enough room in a garbage bag to fit them. So look at this. We came away with at least 10 curtains closed and open. And no, you cannot close a curtain in this game. Curtains in this game are fixed. I'm not talking about, like, window curtains. I'm talking about, like, these decorations. These little curtains that you mount on the ceilings. They are fixed objects in time and space. They are either closed or open. Park with cultists. That is a negative. I'm not familiar. We've actually run out of room. Impressive. So, like, I was not expecting to leave this place with the van completely full, but we have successfully filled the van with furniture. That's pretty cool. Yes, okay, so, Didri, very good question. I have no idea. I have no idea, and that bothers me so much. I'm going to show you a couple of screenshots that I took. I'm going to show you just a couple of screenshots that I took. I did not change anything between these screenshots, okay? So this screenshot right here is the screenshot I took for a thumbnail a long time ago before Christmas in-game, when I was trying to clear... this is Ekron. This is North Ekron. But as you can see, the protection tab is its own window here. I closed and reopened the game the next day, IRL, and the next day in-game. And look at that. Protection is stuck in the stupid skill menu. I have no idea why that happened. And I have no idea why it changed back. But it eventually changed back. I wish I had something more for you. The most I can do is tell you that, no, you're not going insane. If you've observed it happen before, yes, for some godforsaken reason, it is movable sometimes, and then sometimes it's not. I wish I knew. Believe me, I really wish I knew. Because I wish all of these tabs were movable. Yes, it is definitely some kind of bug. Actually, you know what? Let's take a quick peek at my... if we go to Steam, go to Discussions, Post History... here we go. Am I going insane, or was there a change to the UI? I'm going to post a link to this, where basically I just talked about this on using those screenshots that I just showed you. So just the other day, the protection menu was its own discrete mod, and in everybody else, it's like, you know, Buscemi, this guy right here, the first reply, this guy, he goes hard. He's just like me. He goes hard. I think he plays even harder than I do in terms of just vanilla, with no mods or anything like that. And of course, the first thing he thought of was it's a mod. No, it cannot be a mod. And the reason it cannot be a mod is that the only 2 mods that I'm currently working on, that I'm currently running, or that I've ever run on this character, has been the Draw on the Map mod, which has not been updated since December of last year, and this stat bar mod right here that I ported myself. This is not a workshop mod. I literally took the B41 version and just did the most basic changes to it to make it work in build 42. And that is an offline mod. This right here, this is not a mod that can update. I literally made this myself. I mean, you know, by stealing somebody else's work, but, you know, it's an offline mod. It cannot update. And yet, for some reason, the protection window was stuck in one state at one point, and then it wasn't. I have got nothing for that. I'm sorry. I wish I did, believe me. But yeah, it is a mystery, and some of the most dedicated players who I also play with. Like, yeah, this thread ended with, I assume you've tried to verify integrity. Yes, but I mean, everybody goes straight to blaming mods. I mean, the first thing I did was remove all mods. Literally the first thing I did was remove all mods. And no, I mean, you know, if the only mod that I was running, if this stat bar mod, if that caused it, I would very much like to know how. Because you know, in my, you know, I would like to separate all of these tabs into their own little windows. If I could, I would, in a heartbeat. But I can't, because I have no idea how. But in any case, we're done here, basically. We're pretty much done here. And the reason I say that is because I have gotten the furniture that I want from the second floor, and I have also checked the library on the second floor. And I have killed a whole bunch of zombies, expended all of the firearms ammunition that I brought with me, and gotten a level and a half of Longblade. We've done great things here. And if I were to get the next level of Longplay just by staying here and killing zombies, then I'd hit a brick wall, and it would feel bad to continue using swords. So, yeah, that's fine. I don't need to go all the way with Longblade, because I'll get there eventually. And it is about to be August 31st. So I'm going to go ahead and sleep tonight. Tomorrow it'll be the 31st. Are you guys ready to watch the tobacco die? Right. Yeah, I mean, I use the protection tab. Really, my most sensible, or my most important reason for constantly having it open is I want to be able to monitor when my character gets a hole in their clothing from something that I have no other feedback for, which does happen sometimes. Sometimes, like, I'll walk through a bush, and she'll get a hole in her clothing, and there will be no audio feedback. I have no idea that it's happening. So sometimes that actually does happen, and it's as annoying as it sounds. But yeah, that goes in there, that goes in here. So anything else here that I want to bring back with me can go in the military backpack here. There isn't too much. I am going to go ahead and leave the generator here. Yeah, I'm going to leave the generator. I'm going to leave most of this stuff here. Because, if you think about it, this place is located right on the way... sorry, that's the sleep spot there. I actually haven't marked this on the map yet. Let me go ahead and... I can actually put this as a B. Capital B. I do love the change. These are these changes to the map UI. 42.11. I no longer feel the need to have a draw on the map mod. even though you can still do a little bit more with that mod than you can do in the base game. It's not that much more now. Simply changing the size of text and being able to rotate it too. You can rotate it. That's also really cool. But yeah, if I want to make like a B with a circle around it, look at that. I can do that now just by, using an O and rotating it a little bit. So now there's a base, a B with a green circle around it. Basically all that means to me is that it's a field base with a generator, and the green circle indicates that there is protection on all sides, like multiple barricades. For example, this right here, this S with the red circle means that there is at least a place to sleep with windows and doors that are still intact. If there were barricades, I would change that to an S with like a blue circle maybe. Green circle usually indicates that there's amenities. I don't have an exact system for this. I'm just kind of doing it based off feels. Yeah, see, I've got another base right here. This has got amenities and a fully locked down set of walls and windows and whatnot. There's some S's that don't even have circles. I could probably put circles around them, but it's not really necessary. A red S just basically means that it's a place to sleep with intact windows and doors. Now, you may notice that some markings are reappearing when I zoom in far enough. That's also kind of a new thing. But some of these markings are from when I had the mod installed. So I can no longer do freeform drawings like this. Kind of sad, but it is what it is. I'm kind of surprised they're still there after I remove the mod, but that's okay. Speaking of mods and breaking, update coming soon. Soon, TM. Not sure how soon, but soon. I don't foresee myself needing anything else from here. Because, everything that I've put in this container is stuff that I would have to struggle to find room for back at base. For instance, all of this soda. I have 3 different containers for soda back at base now. 2 of them are pretty much completely full. One of them is getting really close to being full. So it literally is not worth the effort to go in, extra effort just to bring this soda back. But the reason I opened the map in the first place is just kind of to point out that, look at this. This is a strategic point directly between Riverside and Brandenburg. So it's actually perfectly okay in my mind to leave stuff here. Non-perishables, of course. I'm not going to leave the generator running. But yeah, if I wanted to leave Riverside and go to Brandenburg, Ekron, or Irvington, or Echo Creek, the fastest way would be to go this direction and take the KY60 here. And in order to get to KY60, I could very easily take this road here and stop by this base. So just like our base on this side of Riverside, where I would have to pass by it if I went to West Point, this too is also a nice little drop spot if we're leaving in the opposite direction. I don't yet have anything for the south, but that's really okay, because, south is Muldraugh. And if we go to Muldraugh, I am absolutely going to... Here's yet another base that I should have marked. Let's go ahead and mark this one here. This is our big base in Muldraugh. MassGen Fatco. If you ever start in Muldraugh, I always very highly recommend MassGen Fatco. Lovely, lovely place. It is a warehouse, but it is also right at the edge of town, and it is multiple stories high. Yeah, that's a good spot. So, what's our plan for West Point? Well, we have a nice little drop point right here. I did thankfully mark it. This is also a pretty decent base location if you're in West Point. It's at the very south side of town, so if you base up here and work your way north, you've got a pretty solid angle of approach. Yeah, I have nothing really bad to say about it. It's pretty good. It's also an amazing drop point for working your way towards Louisville, which is, you're taking 31 West here, and this is the closest we've got to Louisville, which is literally just poking the tip through the military checkpoint here. Yeah, we've even got a little campsite here. So we made progress there. Now, why did I stop? I ran out of ammo. I also ran out of aiming books. I had to stop what I was doing, assuming that I wanted to continue getting optimal experience for every shot fired with a firearm. I had to stop what I was doing and go read the next book. So, and unfortunately, in that situation, the next book was all the way back in Riverside, so I had to come back to Riverside. But that's okay. All right, 22:30 bedtime. We're in the sack. I think I'm gonna go ahead and break down base overnight as an overnight activity. Oh, look at that. I had a nightmare. What a shame. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and break down any perishables are coming with me, and then we're going back to Riverside. Now, first thing we'll have to do is top off our generators back at Riverside. Because they have been running for several weeks now. I think they were at 70% something when we left, which is fine. They should all still be fine. But some of them are gonna be close, so we're gonna need to get that fixed up. Yeah, okay, that's good. I don't need any of this other stuff, and we're good. Yeah, we're out of here. I don't even need the generator. I could probably bring it back with. I don't need it. It's fine. I've got like 3 more of the blue ones back at base, and if I'm going south, I have several generators at Mesgen Fatco in Muldraw that I didn't have room to bring back with me. So if I need more generators, yeah, there's more where that came from. And the great place about the sanatorium there is if I need to come back to kill some zombies, to grind, to get some more weapon skill levels, those zombies aren't going anywhere. There's still a few floors that I haven't cleared, and then there's respawns. So yeah, plenty of fight left there. Plenty of use for that base in the future. No reason not to leave a generator there. Of all my field bases so far, that is actually one of the ones that I am most likely to use again for more than just a day. But yeah, the sanatorium is surprisingly close to Riverside. Otherwise, I would not have done an overnight drive home. But yeah, I can get home, I can refill the generators at home, and probably still have a little bit of time to kill before it's 4 a.m. and I gotta sleep again. For anybody joining, welcome. We've just finished our work in the sanatorium, and we are now we're pretty much done with the sanatorium. Now, what we're doing next, like our next medium-term goal, is to prep for Louisville. The time has come. I have both dreaded and looked forward to it. But we are still missing several Volume 5 books. And we have scoured the map of most of the well-known book resources outside of LSU. Pretty much every town that has a library, I've already hit the library. Every survivor house that I can think of that I've run across, every single survivor house that I've seen so far has been emptied. Every survivor zombie I've seen, I've cleared it of any potential books. And I am still missing something as, at least in my opinion, as important as Welding 5 and Aiming 5. Aiming 5 is actually going to be relevant to me not long from now. I mean, also Longblade 5. Yeah, Aiming 5 and Longblade 5 are both going to be relevant to me pretty soon here, because I'm level 7 with both Aiming and Longblade, and like in the case of Longblade, I think I just passed the halfway point. So yeah, I'm gonna need 5 pretty soon for Longblade if I want to keep getting optimal returns. Now, Longblade is so good at this point, you know, now that I'm level 7 and just one-shotting them constantly with swords. Yeah, I'm probably going to keep using it even if I don't have the book. But boy howdy, would I really like to have the book. That's a no-brainer, if you ask me. I would very much, now that I think about it, I would very much like to be able to separate the health tab from the skills tab so that I can monitor both at once. Like if there's just one other tab other than protection, I would absolutely pick the health tab. Probably a mod for that, but Look at this. Do we really not have any respawns in the front yard? Ah, no, there's at least one right there. Okay. So I'll go deal with him, but otherwise, I think we're okay on respawns. Now, let's, not exactly easy to see at night, but the immediate vicinity looks good, so start by checking my generators right away. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Wait, they're still frozen. The stuff that... Okay, so the generator must have just run out. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. That generator's out of fuel. So skill issue on my part. I should have come back to check before. But it must have just run out because those freezers, the stuff in it was still frozen. Yeah, the stuff that was in those freezers did not get a chance to thaw. That's fantastic. Let's do that again. Because if that one was out, then I'm pretty sure all of them are going to be out. As unfortunate as that is, that's how that works. Okay, I'm just going to shut the ambulance down. I'm going to take the refueling vehicle with me. I'm going to need it. I'm going to try to be fast about this, too, because maybe some of the generators shut off before this one did. Okay, this one's still good. So, not all the generators are out. Just, oh, this one's only down to 62%. So, weird. That's really weird. Wait a minute, hang on. This one doesn't have a red light on. Shit. Everything about that feels wrong. Everything about that feels wrong, and I can't quite explain why. Why would one of my generators still be at 64% fuel? And some of them be, like, completely out. That does not make any sense to me. I usually refuel them all at once. Okay, but in any case, let's check this freezer here. Yes, okay, so I don't know exactly what went wrong with the generators, but all of the food that is in all of my containers seems to still be good. Because even the generator in that corner, which was powering a separate freezer, it was out, but it must not have been out for very long. This is why I need a dedicated refueling vehicle, so that I can just constantly have entire cans of gas nearby. On this side of the base, I just have one more generator up top. This one is still running. I could already tell by the, yeah, see, again, this one, 73% fuel. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it, but okay. Let's just top them all off. No questions about it. I don't like putting back a gas can that is half full back into the refueling vehicle, so usually the parts duffel bag that I leave next to my other generators, I'll go ahead and leave the gas can in there. But then also, okay, we've got that one refueled, we've got that one refueled. Yes, there are currently 5 generators in my base. And that one are now all refueled. I did hit this one, didn't I? Or did I just check and see that it was not empty yet? I just checked to see that it was not empty yet. Okay. The gas can in the bag is full. Okay, so there's a gas can in the bag. I'm going to take that out. Use that to refuel it. glad I checked the generators first thing. To be entirely honest, I don't know if there's some kind of a glitch where maybe the generator will run out of fuel, but your freezers don't start thawing until you come back to the area. I don't know if that's the case. That would make more sense to me than those generators just running out of fuel like minutes before I come back to base, and me just getting very lucky. No. That I'm not usually that lucky. But in any case, we're good now. That's all 5 of my generators full. Now, again, why do I need to have 5 different generators? Well, if I had one generator powering all 8 of my freezers plus my fridge, it would be running out almost every other day. We're not doing that. Basically what I'm doing is by having the generators outside of my base and then putting the freezers like at the edge of the base. These generators that are very far from my base, all 4 of these, I'm able to consider them separate circuits, if that makes sense. So I've got multiple different circuits powering the different different freezers. Basically, I'm trying to do 2 freezers on each of the generators that are outside here. 2 generators on each of the outdoor freezers. It looks like this is done. That's cool. And by doing that, it makes it so I don't have to refuel them anywhere near as often. Shit. I have to take some of this stuff out so I can pick it up. There we go. Hopefully I can find a home for these watermelons. Alright, designated parking spot for the ambulance. As you can see right here up next to the other one. Now, normally I have a separate generator for my lights. The one that we went upstairs to the roof, that's usually the light circuit. In this case, I had to put this freezer right here. I had to put this one on the light circuit. Yeah, that's not much else to say about that. I have so many crops that I harvested that I didn't want to just immediately throw away. Animals are still fine. They haven't even eaten into their grass by a third. Oh, I'm carrying around large leather. That's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy, Doc. Let's put that in here. Alright, here's my actual fridge. Look at that. A lot of the stuff that's in the regular fridge part is now stale. I'm going to throw all of it out. I have so much stuff that I'm trying to keep fresh that at this point, if any of it goes stale, it's better just get rid of it. Because, I mean, you know, yeah, I'm cooking level 10. I can make good use of stuff even when it's stale or rotten. But there's no incentive to. Not when I have all of this fresh stuff that is sucking up lots and lots of power to keep fresh. And all of these freezers are full, so all of the stuff that I need to keep unspoiled is going to go into the refrigerator. Potatoes. Why are there potatoes in the freezer? That is a lot of space being eaten up. I'm going to put those back in the fridge. Most of my potatoes are just not being stored in any sort of cooler because there's no need to. Yeah, these habaneros and jalapenos, they don't need to be in here because I have I can dry those now. I can dry those, so that's fine. I don't have room for these watermelons. That sucks. That really sucks. How about now? Okay, I can put one in. I can always find more rabbits, it's fine. I should do my due diligence and check whether there are any of these other freezers still actually have room in them. Of course, that one is 100% full. See, I actually did start very slowly making a dent in some of the freezers for just a brief minute, and then the July harvest came through, and yeah, that was the end of it. Oh yeah, 38.4 in this one because I picked a couple strawberries out of it. It's not enough room for anything substantial. What about the ones out here? I don't remember about these exactly. All I did was look at them briefly and see that they were... the stuff in them was still frozen. Yeah, these are both completely full. Okay, that's fine. The perishables that I'm carrying around, they're gonna have to perish. It's 4:30. It's bedtime, second bedtime. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit the sack here. Kinda hungry. We do have some salads to eat when I wake up. Should have eaten one before going to bed. That's all right. Really? Louisville without killing a single Zed. That's, sounds like you might have had to build rather strongly for stealth. I don't ever touch stealth, so I don't know how viable that is. It doesn't feel very viable, but that's, you know, I always play with conspicuous and, clumsy and stuff like that, so it's, I have no strong frame of reference for it. Where am I putting... Wow, the potatoes have gone stale. I thought they would last longer than that. Wow. Okay, 175 potatoes. I thought they would last longer than that. That is a damn shame. There's nothing I can do about it. Like, I'm eating food. I really am. I promise. I'm eating food. It's just, I can only eat it so fast. Whatever. I'm not, I can't afford to be mad about it because, yeah. There are much bigger things to get mad about in this game. It's fine. Okay, here's one of my soda storages. I do thankfully still have a very small amount of room in the 2-liter bin here. For whatever that may be worth. I can't even fit another 2-liter in here. So I'm lucky I had room for that 2-liter of lime I just found. Because I ain't got no room for nothing else. Not now. What am I doing with steel sheets these days? No, there's a couple of bins that have room for them. I regret to inform anybody watching, if you're not interested in watching a guy run around his base, possibly for 20 to 30 minutes straight, and just sort loot, this is not going to be very compelling content if that's the case. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about this. If you want to survive this long in Zomboid and have a good time doing it, you're going to have to waste a lot of time. No comment on inventory sorting mods. I probably could have cut this down somewhat if I had some mods for that, but I don't. My policy on mods is rather restrictive, so maybe you could get away with having something this organized and still have it not waste a lot of your time. Most I could say is I haven't seen it happen yet. I don't even remember why I picked this large knife up. It was right in front of me at the time. I don't have any need for a large knife right now. because it's not as good as the hunting knife, and therefore, why would I ever use it for literally anything? It's also heavier than, like, the smaller knives that I could carry around for crafting, so. Yeah, no. Deidre knows what's up. It's one of those things that it's really hard to get away from if you're doing long Zomboid. If you're doing the short term, I want to see how long I can survive with 16 times the population and whatnot. Yeah, maybe you won't run into problems like this because you'll be fucking dead before you ever get that far. But yeah, no, for me, the challenge in this game is not necessarily surviving, but thriving. If I just wanted to live in a corner somewhere and eat nothing but canned food, yeah, I could do that. But why? Why would I ever do that? If you ever get to that point, well, maybe Zomboid might not be the game for you. That's all I can say. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, so let me give you an example of loot that I drop on the floor. These gold bars weigh 16 encumbrance each. These 18 gold bars that are just, not even all of them that are on the floor right here, but just the 18 gold bars that are within range of me standing here, 288 encumbrance. I would have to go build like 6 crates to fit them. I regret taking these off of the pallet. As of one of the later builds, you can now right-click on these pallets of gold bars that you find in the banks and take the gold bars. I regret doing that because this has got to be a glitch. Like, the devs surely did not intend for a ingot of gold to weigh like 10 times more than an ingot of steel. Literally 10 times more. Well, okay, maybe not literally 10 times more, but like an order of magnitude more. Because like 16 encumbrance versus only 6. Okay, maybe not necessarily an order of magnitude, but almost twice, a little bit over twice as much. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, this game, if you want to accomplish any of the goals that make sense to set for yourself, yes, you're absolutely going to have to put everything on the line at some point. And that I always enjoy doing. That will get the old heart rate going. Okay. I have gotten all of my armor out in my inventory, so I can now wash all of my armor in one go. Beautiful. Already feeling prettier. Of course, while I'm dirty, it actually is easier to fool myself into believing that the elbow pads are a perfect match for my shirt. They're not, and it actually bothers me, but that's okay. It's okay. We're not, Now, okay, let me give you something that does bother me a little bit. If I do choose to stick with the antlers, I don't know if I will, but if I do, I'm going to have to update my character art. That's going to hurt. That's actually going to hurt. Is it really? I did not know that. Now, that being said, 16 encumbrance is... what is that? That weighs more than a fully loaded shotgun. Does a gold ingot, IRL, weigh more than a fully loaded shotgun? Wait a minute, hang on a second. Twice as much? Sorry, 4 times as much. Yeah, 100%. 4 times as much. A gold ingot in this game weighs 4 times as much as a shotgun. Okay. Like I said, I've never had a gold ingot IRL, so maybe that's the case. We'll see about that. I have questions about that. I have handled a fully loaded shotgun IRL. That was rather hefty. It's been a very long time though, so I don't know for sure. All I can say is it does feel extremely weird to not be able to fit 16 gold ingots into a box. Yeah, you're never going to convince me that's not a thing. But I guess you have a point there. If we're just going off of mass, then sure, that could make sense. Mass doesn't always translate directly into weight. Or, actually not even just weight. The storage system in this game is allegedly based on more than just weight. Allegedly. Oh, you know what? The armor needs to go back into the passenger seat. Coat of plates, bone choker, helmets, gloves. I missed something. No, that's it, right? Yeah, we know that that's it because all I'm missing is a sword now to go into the spare. That being said, I do have some standard loot to get rid of here. I'm sort of kind of trying to sort it by categories here if I can manage. If I can manage. Yeah, okay. I can't even pick up that garbage bag now. Yeah, I'll put that back in the glove here. Several of these can go back in the glove, actually. That ought to do the trick. Yeah. Well, technically, shotgun license isn't too hard as long as you haven't posted any naughty things on Twitter. I've been told that a shotgun license is the easiest to get in the UK. Just what I've been told. Never going to set foot in that country the rest of my life, though, unfortunately. It would have to be a rather severe regime change for me to ever want to go in that general direction. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, so if honestly, if they hadn't broken metal storage crates, because I can do a craftsman level storage crate in the metal variety now, but for some reason it's not only broken in that there's something weird with it being like, last time I tried to build it, it was like I could only build it like it was weird. It was like stuck on the second level as if I was building it on top of another crate that didn't exist. Very hard to describe, very weird. But also, I actually did build one, and its storage capacity is the same as a craftsman wooden one. That made no sense to me. I'm almost 100% sure that in build 41, the metal boxes had more capacity, and that was the reason to go for them. But now, as far as I've seen, they're the same, which is sad. Yeah, it's really hard to be a farmer and not have at least a varmint rifle. Just something to shoot one of the many things that are going to come and try to nibble on your crops if you don't get rid of them somehow. You know, there's all sorts of pest control options, but at the end of the day, sometimes you're just going to need to take out the threat that's right in front of you. Otherwise, there goes your harvest. Okay, we do have... Wait a minute, this leather jacket needs to go back in the driver's seat of my van. You know what else needs to go back there is some chips. I ate like 4 bags of chips of my emergency food, so I can replenish those now. Yeah, and then that scales up with your, whatchamacallit, with your skill, or your traits, rather. Because right now, because I have the organized trait, these wooden crates are 78 each, which means the metal ones should be almost 100, I think, based on that ratio. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know the math off the top of my head. So we do have some fluorescent wall lights. Those are furniture. I need to go into the furniture bin now. I probably have room in my furniture bins for the curtains that I picked up, but that's going to be a stretch. I would much rather just get those deployed, because I actually have a vision generally speaking, for where to put them. Jewelry goes up here. Imagine collecting jewelry, thinking someday you'll melt it down and get some gold, and then finding a pallet of gold bricks, or gold bars rather. Suddenly I don't need to collect jewelry anymore. All of a sudden, kind of funny. There it is, pouch of tobacco. Okay. Caffeine pills, I guess, can go in the medical bin. These bath towels are going to stay with me because I need, it's summer. I'm going to be sweating a lot. I need to hold on to those. This pretty blue duffel bag can go over here with the other pretty blue ones. And then I found a purple bandana here. One of only 3 that I found after, what, 300 hours? So, yeah. Different shade, too, because they're all random. Money. Money is going in this little side bin here. I guess this duffel bag can go here, too, because I don't have a good solid spot for that yet. The container bin is getting quite full. Okay, that's everything out of my main backpack. This military jacket is getting put into the clothing to be repaired bin right here, because I don't know how many olive drabs I have, but not many, so that goes there. I'm gonna hold on to the bunny ears yet because I'm not fully sold on the antler look. I'm not fully sold just yet. It's I follow a couple of content creators from the UK, and they are not having a good time right now. Yeah, it is hoops you gotta jump through by design. They don't want to make it easy. How about some... See, I could go dry some herbs right now. Oh, you know what? Speaking of herbs, some of these are starting to die. Why is that? Oh, there's only hours left. Okay. I've got to take these up now. Otherwise, they will rot. It is the 31st, so tomorrow is start of September. The tobacco has not... Let's just double check the tobacco right now while we're here. Weeks. It still has weeks. There's no saving it. I have done as much as I humanly can. Now, the only thing I have not done is multiple fertilizings every growth stage. Even then, I don't know if that would be enough. Because we've done 1 fertilizing each growth stage for the previous 3 growth stages. And then we did 2 fertilizings for this one. So that's a total of 5 hits with the NPK fertilizer. 1 composting for each. So that's 3 compostings so far. Yeah. And they're all still yellow. If we fertilize them again, they're probably going to die. I'm probably going to do that at some point. Right now, I'm just harvesting this stuff that I can actually harvest. I don't know if I'll be able to store any of this. Are these tomatoes blooming as well? Yeah, these have days left. Now, it says days. Honestly, I expect these to die start of September 1st. That's what I'm expecting. So... it's 127 habaneros and 155 jalapenos. And all of my storage containers are full. And I can dry them one at a time over the course of a whole day. yeah, I don't know. I have opinions about that. I'm not. The devs have stated that their goal is to have multiple things at the same time. So why didn't you finish it before adding it? Why did you add it when it was blatantly unfinished? Why did you just slow everything down for everyone for no reason? I don't understand it. I genuinely don't. How? Because I mean, again, that they add things to Build 42 to get player feedback. But if the feature is not done, if the feature is like in a form that is not an accurate representation of what it's going to be, why are you adding it? It's a waste of everybody's goddamn time. I'm sorry. I have strong opinions about adding, but of course, when I tried to tell Reddit about that, I got downvoted for using the word production improperly. At least you can't say that there aren't plenty of devs in the audience of this game. Yes, there absolutely are. I can tell just by looking at how many people downvoted my incorrect usage of the word production. Yeah, they don't want to listen to what I actually have to say. Hell no. But they'll absolutely zero in on something that I said slightly incorrectly, or just I don't care if I used it completely incorrectly. I was making a point, and they were completely ignoring it. But what else is new? That's what Reddit does. They'll either listen to you if they like what you're saying, or they'll downvote you to oblivion if they don't like what you're saying. It really has nothing to do with whether you're correct or not. Okay, so I have 11.7 encumbrance of jalapenos, and 144 11.7 habaneros, 144 jalapenos. I have almost an entire gold bar of jalapenos. I don't know. I don't even know if I have a crate to put it in. Most of these crates are at least halfway full. Whatever. I know what I'll do. I know exactly what I'll do. I will just leave them up here on the floor and cycle them into the. I'll just cycle them into the drying racks when I get a chance. And if they go bad, well, what am I going to do about it? Put down another fridge? No. If they were something more substantial than jalapenos and habaneros, then maybe. But no. They're not even like substantial food. They're just something you add to a dish to spice it up. Okay, the wrong ambulance. That is my backup ambulance. Here's my primary. The bath towels can go back, as can the spear. Now, these two backpacks are weapons backpacks. That's a whole can of worms to deal with. Well, I actually have to deal with those, so. Now, here's something I'm going to do. I need to step away briefly. So what I'm going to do is have a sit down right here and read the butchering book, because I'm almost done with it. And by the time I come back, I should have finished reading that, and we will butcher this rabbit and then resume a little bit of loot sorting. So I'll be back in just maybe a minute, 2 minutes tops. Catch you guys in just a moment. Yo, we are back. Jamie is objectively correct. Reddit is, I have opinions about it. I think niche subreddits are pretty, they can be pretty cool. But if they get big, well, they run into problems. It's like the bigger a subreddit gets, the worse those problems get. To the point where the large subreddits are basically insufferable. Okay, so we've got... It says we've got days left on these blooming tomato vines. I don't trust that. I really don't, because I have a feeling that they're going to die when September comes around, which that is... what is that? That's like 8 hours away? Yeah, we're 8 hours away from September. So we're 8 hours away from all of these crops that don't have September as a valid growth season. We're 8 hours away from them starting to die. So the tobacco, it's all going to fucking die. I'm not going to lie, guys. There was a very small part of me that was actually kind of hoping that Monday would drop an update. And that in the patch notes would be, finally fixed the fucking tobacco. But I have a distinct feeling that even when we get our next update, they're still not going to fix it. It feels like they're intentionally ignoring it at this point. It's just such an easy fix. Speaking of easy fixes, more watermelons. Just for reference, these watermelons are so massive that if I tried to, basically I would not be able to fit a single one of these vines. This watermelon right here, I would harvest more than almost 2 freezers worth. Almost 2. What did I come away with? Like 71 encumbrance? Yeah. I like to see that a smoker is sympathizing with me. I'm not even a smoker, but I sympathize with my smoker bros. Where is it? Oh, I can search my post history. Okay. Perfect. I didn't even know I could do that. Here we go. Yep. Check out that discussion thread right there. I just, fully articulated the problem. I told the devs what was wrong with tobacco May of this year. So we're on 5, close to 6 months of the devs having a bug report for the problem. I got no feedback whatsoever as to whether they received it. But one thing I can say for sure is they have not touched it. Tobacco has been 100% impossible to grow on the game's default settings as the devs present it to us for several patches now. Alright, so the 2 pistols that I'm unloading now are my primary ones. I'm going to go ahead and wash those up and then put them on the table here to keep them separate from the billion other M9s that I've found. Why are these my primaries? They've got the tritium pistol sights. Therefore, they are objectively better than any other M9 that doesn't have them. Yeah, I don't... Did you know that certain crops have about a 40% chance to die for no reason before making it out of the seedling phase? Because 40%... That is the current estimate that I'm working with. See how the tomatoes over here? You see how they're just kind of randomly... It almost looks random. What you're looking at here is a bunch of crops used to be between them, and then those crops, some of them died. A good 40% of them died before making it out of the seedling phase. Therefore, there was I cleared them out, and there's an empty spot. So when it came time to plant these tomatoes, I planted them in the empty spots that were available. Just as like a visual, all these crops over here that I've already harvested, I just haven't gotten rid of them yet. Same deal. You're looking at gaps. The reason those gaps are there is because the 40% of crops don't seem to make it out of the seedling phase. I've had some people tell me some really, really fucking stupid reasons as to why that might be the case, that I really fucking wish, that I'm praying to God are just fake news and not the reason why. Some people in the Steam discussion forums are talking saying some really dumb shit about moon phases and planting crops in moon phases, and the fact that the water doesn't germinate the seed properly if you plant it during apogee versus perigee. Fuck off, dude. Fuck off. We put the seed in the dirt and we put water in it, and it never fell below 80% water, and we kept it fertilized, and fuck you. Stop adding this dumb shit to the game, if that is the case. I'm just going off of what somebody on Steam told me. And y'all know what that's worth. I don't even need to tell you guys. You know what's up. But, yeah, that's... Yeah, good. Cursed. Yeah, the existence of a mechanic like that is what's really cursed. Fuck you, Indie Stone. We don't need that shit. Now, okay. I really stand by my assertion that we don't need it. But what really pisses me off, and I mean really, why can I not tell if a crop is going to be cursed when I'm agriculture level fucking 10? I can tell at a glance if a crop has devil's water fungus, whatever the fuck it is. If it has flies, if it has locusts, if it has slugs, I can tell that at a glance by just looking at the crop. And yet I have no way of knowing whether it's cursed. Like, if you're going to put something that fucking stupid in the game, at least give us a way to know about it. Like, okay, fine, if I have to kill half of my crops, whatever. At least I know that I have to kill them before I have to sit around and wait for them to make it out of the seedling phase, or try and fail to make it out of the seedling phase. Yeah, devil's fun. Oh my god, devil's fungus. I'm so glad that I haven't gotten it. But, like I said, you know, if I get it and I see it, there's a countermeasure. I just fucking kill any of the plants that have it and be done with it. Because at least I know that it's there. With this cursed shit, why can't I tell that it's there? I'm agriculture level 10. Why? I don't know. I'm preaching to the choir here. The devs really need to hear this shit, but they're not going to fucking listen to me. I just showed you guys exactly how little they're listening to me. It's pretty little. They have no interest in what I have to say, which is, you know, whatever. They don't gotta listen to me, but I mean, again, I didn't put that bug report in because I need tobacco myself. I put that bug report in because tobacco is a really important mechanic for the long-term survival of people with the smoker trait. So I literally didn't even put that in for me, and yet, well, you know, whatever. So I just finished reading the book for butchery. So now I'm getting maximum experience for anything that I butcher. Yeah, no, totally random is 100% unacceptable. Some of this rabbit meat's already going stale. Whatever. I'll toss the smaller piece into the trash. The average cut, I'm actually going to cook that up and eat it straight because we're getting low on proteins again, so I would have thawed some anyway. While that's cooking, I'll put away the unprocessed rabbit leather. Oh, I still have some tanned, crude, and wet leather. Let's go ahead and put that, get that started to dry. I don't know if I'll ever need these, but just in case, the animal bones can go in here. My collection of animal bones used to be centered around leveling tailoring, but I'm now tailoring level 10, so, you know, take it as it goes. Okay, I'm done reading Butchering 5, so I can put that book back. Actually, not only put it back, but I can pack a couple... Oh, shit, I almost forgot that I was cooking that rabbit meat. Woo! Perfect timing. I almost forgot. I was just about to start fucking around with books. Okay, rabbit meat is... Let's just straight up eat half of that. That'll give us like a... Oh yeah, that's plenty of proteins right there. I'll eat the other half a little bit later. Well, technically speaking, bloody, I guess you could say that we've already got that, but that's not fertilizer, it's compost. We can take... I could kill one of these Angus cows and get, like, I don't know, 50 encumbrance of meat out of it and toss all of that straight into the compost bin. But if you're talking about zombie flesh, I'm pretty sure the devs will never do that. Zombies are way too plentiful. They would never want to make it that easy. That's a big no-no. Zombies... Anything the devs make it so that a zombie is useful for, ooh, they're going to be very careful about that. Because remember, they don't want us to have too much fun. We're not allowed to have fun here. Okay, anyway, what was I going to do? Pack up the animal care and butchery books. Because I am done reading all of those. Oh, no, never mind, there it is. It's just not alphabetical. Why is it not alphabetical? There we go. Set of animal care books. It is actually necessary to do this because you cannot fit all of the books that could possibly spawn even in 2 crates, but if you pack them in 2 sets, You're good. There we go. Butchering. Butchering all into a set. Set into the set box. Yeah. Masonry. Although I don't think it's actually possible to pack masonry into a set. Oh, no, it is. Okay, good. Yeah, we're packing a set of masonry next. So, out of all of these sets, the only one that I packed up that I don't actually need to have packed up, that I kind of should have unpacked, is electrical. Because my electrical skill is, well, I highly doubt I'll ever need to read a book again. Because I am electrical level 6 now, almost 7. I've got a whole nother level after that, and I have no reason whatsoever to grind it anymore because there is no longer a single electrical recipe that I'm not high enough level to get. There are still a couple that I don't have the magazine for, somehow. After 330 hours, I still don't have certain magazines. But yeah, that's just whatever. I can make some long-range remote controllers for my bombs now, which is pretty cool. And that was one of the last things that I learned in electrical. So being electrical level 6, that is it right there. The Spiffo burger theory has some merit based on what I've read. Apparently there is a liquid type in this game. Something, I forget exactly what the chemical name is, but it's a Spiffo's sauce of some kind. And I think if you consume it, you actually get infected. I don't know that for sure, but I remember reading about that, and that would be very funny if that was the case. To know that one of the only other infection vectors that are in this game is a fucking liquid from Spiffos. Yes, Jamie. So bombs are actually good now. That being said, they're nowhere near easy to make. For example, since we're talking about this, if we look at electrical here, let's look at whatchamacallit, aerosol bombs. After 330 hours, I have 47 cans of hairspray. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 47 cans of hairspray. What about aluminum foil? Well, not quite as much, but I still have some. That would be over here. Okay, I have 8 aluminum foil. I thought I had more. But then, what else do I need? I also need a box of sparklers. How many boxes of sparklers? I have 6. So yeah, I can make 6 bombs. And then what? The 6 bombs, you can kill a few zombies with them. That's not a problem. I mean, killing a few zombies, that's great. There's enough zombies in this game that I could go through 6 aerosol bombs and not even kill like 20 or 30 zombies with. Like, granted, they're much more effective than they used to be. Props, I guess, to the devs for that. But I mean, it's not like, you know, people made a big noise. Oh, look at that! Bombs are effective against zombies. You know, yeah. Good luck making them. Good luck making the bombs. Yeah, I know. Sparklers. Okay, so gas stations are probably the most likely. I think that's pretty much every one that I've found has been a gas station. I think there's a couple of other places where you can reliably find for them. You can also find them in. What am I thinking of? You can also find them in foraging, but good luck finding them reliably that way. Okay, I just remembered. I had not taken off the bandana for a specific reason. That specific reason being I need to upgrade the padding on it. For that, I need a thread, a needle, leather strips. Do I have any? Loose? Somehow, no. Opening another bundle here. Bloody, I have not spawned in Rosewood in build 42. I think I used to like spawning in Rosewood back in 41. It was alright. It definitely is not, if it ever was easy, it doesn't feel easy these days. Actually, wait a minute. No, I think Rosewood was the first place I spawned in build 42. Yeah. Because I remember spawning there at least once. But yeah, bandana with a leather patch on it increases your head protection rather significantly, so that's cool. Nice, very nice. Yeah, if you're a long blunt enthusiast, schools are great. That said, I do think the school in I think the school in Rosewood is about the same size. I think. So it may just be down to luck, but I'm not 100% on that. I don't have enough experience with the school in Rosewood, especially because in this character's life, this character right here, the school in Rosewood is actually the only major loot POI that I've come across so far that has already been looted and trashed. Like, it was looted and trashed in the first couple of days, because we made it to Rosewood pretty quick. It was within the first week. I don't remember exactly what day. But yeah, that was rather sad. Yeah. Hang on a second. I'm curious now. I want to find out what is best in slot for long blunt right now. Because I'm pretty sure I have whatever it is, just because I have so much. But I want to double check that. So we go to the PZ Wiki. We go to the weapons page, which basically just shows you every type of weapon for every type of category. And we're going to sort... We'll sort by damage first. Actually, well, let's sort by top damage. Okay, so all of these do the same top damage, but if we look at these are all super exertion users. Yeah, see, the tab right here, this is an important one. +2 exertion per swing, +3. Fuck everything about that. I don't care about any of that. So all these ones that do 3 damage, no. What have we got here? A cudgel with spikes. Cudgel with rail spikes. Rail spikes, I can't pull them out of the railroad. So that means they probably have to come from a rail yard. I don't know. I don't have any rail spikes on this character. I don't know where to find them. I'm sure they're out there somewhere, but yeah. I don't fuck with that. Now, okay, never mind. That's a +2 as well. The fuck with these +2s? Long blunt is really getting screwed. It looks like it's a long mace. Yeah, long mace is the highest amount of damage that doesn't come with a commensurate... well, I mean, you know, maybe you guys in your playstyles, you're willing to use a weapon that comes with an inherent increase to the amount of stamina that gets used by it. That doesn't fit in my calculus. I would never do that to myself. Nor would I ever recommend it personally, but, you know, if it works for you. Looking at this list, long mace, most likely. Big shock. I mean, that's the same best in slot for short blunt. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Really? A double-bladed canoe paddle is actually pretty high up there. It's got a 50% crit chance, but crit multiplier is only half, so... Or only 2 times, so... Looks like a long mace... Baseball bat with spikes. Baseball bat with spikes is actually right up there. The minimum damage for a baseball bat with spikes is actually a little higher than long mace, but the max is also lower. Same crit and multiplier. Oh, the durability is in the gutter. Yeah, spiking a baseball bat. If you can make your own baseball bats, that'd be pretty good. Oh, that's right, Bloody. I forgot. Build 41, all of this will be different. But I am curious for build 42 for some of this. Why did I have it stuck in my head that a metal baseball bat with spikes, or with bolts, was really that good? Metal baseball bat with bolts. The max damage is 0.5 lower. Door damage is terrible. Yeah, the crit is terrible. What the fuck? Oh, no, 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 that's not. Okay. No, the crit is actually... Okay. The crit's the highest. God, I wish I could just hide the stupid, Here it is, okay. So if we're just looking at crit rate, I think the metal baseball bat with bolts has a higher... Yeah, it has a higher crit rate than the long mace. But the long mace has a higher mult. I don't know if a 3 times 1.1, if that's a one-shot for most zombies with my strength level. I would have to do some calculus. All I know is for 100% sure is that I was not getting very many one-shots with the metal baseball bat with bolts at my current strength level with my current, I don't have any skills in long blunt right now. So it may be the case that if you're trying to level long blunt from nothing, a long mace might just be the way to go. Yeah. Oh, 22:30. Perfect timing. We're going to hit the sack. Am I going to sort loot? Well, most likely. Okay. Something I actually probably should have considered before starting the sleep is now it is September 1st, which means pretty much every couple of hours my tobacco is going to be losing health. So I've got to do something with it pretty much now, if I'm going to do anything with it other than watch it die. Look at that. Some of it is already looking uglier. Where is it? It's actually... No, no, no. That's just light levels. I'm going to turn on the ambulance and bring it up really quick. Okay. Headlights are feeling a little weak. It must be the things we ran into. Headlights are really sensitive to losing... Yeah, see, almost ready for harvest. Next growth stage, weeks. I don't think we ever had a chance. I don't think we ever had a chance. And you know what? Just out of sheer spite... Yeah. Any idea why your character is uncomfortable? Maybe they're wet, they are too hot. Sitting in a car, actually, car seats are uncomfortable inherently. But other than that, there are certain items, and it's cumulative, right? So the elbow pad right here provides like a tiny little bit of discomfort, but then so does the knee pad. So you got to think about those as being, there's 2 elbow pads, there's 2 knee pads. So that tiny little bit of discomfort times 2, and then plus a knee pad, and then plus another knee pad. So it's growing. I don't know what these actual numbers are. These little fucking green bars mean nothing to me. I have no fucking idea what that means in terms of discomfort. This UI is shit when it comes to the stupid little green bars. Fuck you, give me numbers. I know they're just numbers. Fuck your stupid little bars. I know I have stat bars, but really, I care more about the numbers than I do the stupid colors. But we're not allowed to have fun, remember, so... Anyway. Like I said, we've got 2 choices. Add fertilizer to the tobacco to see if something happens, or just stand here and watch it die. Now, the most likely thing that's going to happen is we add fertilizer to it and it's going to fucking die. I would sooner kill it myself than let the fucking season system kill it again. I just want to see how many I can get away with adding before it goes from weeks to days. That would be cool. I'm going to use these 4 crop plots on this side as sort of like my guinea pig. So I think we had already hit it twice in this growth phase. So that's a total of 4 times in one growth phase that we've hit the 4 up here. Still has weeks left. Not dead yet. It's going to be dead in less than 24 hours. It's going to be fucking dead. So I'm just going to go hard on the 4 in this corner. Just see how hard I can go. If I can get it to drop from weeks to days, I will be impressed. Nope, they're all still weeks. Alright, so what is that up to? That's up to 6. We've fertilized these 4 crops 6 times. And we still have not shaved a month off of their growth time. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to take this sack here and we're going to go ahead and compost them too. They've already been composted once for this growth phase. I don't know if you get anything for composting it more than once. I think the time has come to find out because, you know, like I said, we're trying things. We have no choice but to try things because otherwise we just get to stand here and watch it fucking die. Fascinating. A gain rate multiplier. Huh. I never looked at it under the hood. That, I don't even know if I like that or hate that more. I've never liked the way it feels, just as a UX experience, or user experience, UX perspective. I've never liked anything about it. Now, remember, our only mechanism to gauge the health of crops is to go off color. The ones on the left look the same as the ones on the right to me. I'm going to fertilize them again. Again! Torture them again! There it is. It's dead. Okay. We cannot... Does that mean we've done everything we can? I think it does. You know, I've already got a screenshot of the tobacco dying. And I recorded that run, so I do have the footage. I do have the footage of me waking up on the morning of September 2nd. It was this character, too. I think it was Annie Mae's previous life in 42.7 when I didn't yet know the problem of tobacco. And boy, was I surprised to wake up on September 2nd, find all of the tobacco dead for no reason. And then I looked at the growth seasons, and then my brain broke just a little bit because I was like, why? They got to go into the game files and change one thing. Literally just add September to the valid months for it to be growing in. I'm going to be real with you guys. There's a part of me that wants to go do that right now. There is a part of me that actually just wants to fucking do that right now. I am so done with watching tobacco die for no reason. I want to know exactly how easy it would be to fix it. So you guys are gonna have to forgive me. We're gonna be doing a little bit of amateur dev work. Because if we don't, like I said, we have put some effort into this tobacco, and it's all gonna fucking die. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna find out if we can actually get tobacco to not die. We're gonna see how hard it would be. Now, how do I do that? Well, I have no idea where exactly in the game files it is. I don't know if it's in the Java base. I don't know if it is. I'll search that first, and if I don't find it there, then we will assume that it is somewhere else in the game files. All right, so what do we do? I got my text editor open here. We're going to search this directory, Project Zomboid /zombie. What that is, the folder called zombie, is the Java code base directory. Zombie is the base class for the game. So, you know, this right here, this is zombie.timedebugger.class. The folder name is how the hierarchy goes. So we're going to search the entire Java code base in all files for the word tobacco. And we're going to see what we find. Because even though this is compiled JavaScript, I do think in plain text the word, yeah, see, look at this. The word is still showing up in certain places. However, this is a randomized. Oh, it's already done. Okay, so this is a this is a story. This is a story right here. Yeah, base.tobacco loose. Okay, so that it has nothing to do with the crop. So as I suspected, the Java code base is the wrong place to look. We've got to somewhere through the rest of this shit. I have no idea. So you know what? We're not gonna search for it by hand. We're gonna type the word tobacco, and we're gonna text search the entire goddamn game and the entire goddamn game folder and every subfolder, and that's gonna take a while. So I'm just gonna let that run. I'm not gonna make you guys watch me search for a file that could take me literally hours to find. I'm not gonna do that to you. And I'm also not gonna open the game in debug mode. I'm gonna look around to see if I can find the actual file that determines what the valid growing seasons are for tobacco. And if I can find it, I'll fucking change it myself. I will fix tobacco right here during this stream. If I can find the right file, and assuming it's not going to break anything to try to fix that. So yeah, let's get our second sleep in here. Yeah. I've made many mods in my life. Some of them have been a lot easier to make than others. If we go to my content here and we go to my workshop tab, well, okay, not that many mods, but the vast majority of them are easy things. Things that like this, for example, TCA pack. I particularly had fun with the icon for it. Yeah, it's like org recap, for example. That's one of the very few mods that somebody has made for Terra Invicta. It got broke pretty quickly. However, props to the devs of that game. They actually implemented the feature here. Org recap was just basically you could only have certain limits to how many organizations a counselor could have in the game. I'm not going to talk too deeply about that. I am considering streaming Terra Invicta. I'm going to wait until they do another update, though. Long story short, these limits that the counselor org cap and the unassigned org cap, those used to be hard-coded in the game. They were hard-coded in the C# libraries. So I made a mod that would just go in there and change the value that was hard-coded based on, player could type in their own value. And that was well received for a little bit. Then it got broke by an update. But shortly after it got broke by the update, the devs actually put the feature in themselves. So players who want to change that can now just go into the game's JSON files and edit them there. But most of my other maps are just recolors or Freudian slip there. I've made maps. I've made like this. This is a recolor of one of the here it is, Avenium Bronze. This is a recolor of some tanks from a Company of Heroes. So mods are in my bread and butter, but I've never made something extremely complex because that's a lot of work. But let's pop back to Ultra Edit here and see what we found so far. Oh wow, look at that. Search complete. Found tobacco 589 times across 103 files. That's a lot. There we go. Now I can scroll. It was not letting me scroll for a second there. So what we need to do is See, this, I was afraid of this. We're finding it in very weird places. By doing a text search just for tobacco, apparently we found it a couple of times in the PNG file for the icon for seed packets. Why? It's in the metadata for some reason. That is fascinating, but I don't really care. Yeah, I don't really care. That's no help to us. Okay, so here are some files that look a little bit more substantial. We've got UI texture packs. Okay, no recipes, tobacco. Okay, so we're getting a little warmer. This file is called recipes underscore tobacco. And just looking at that, yeah, we can make a can pipe. We can make a smoking pipe. You know, things that we would use that tobacco for. You know, that tobacco that we can't harvest because it's going to fucking die in a matter of hours now. We can't, yeah, so that's, we're getting closer, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, here we go. Recipes underscore farming. No, this is still crafting. Right, so I'm just looking at this. It says craft recipe, make flies cure from loose tobacco. I know what that is. It's in the crafting menu. If we just do a search in the crafting menu for flies, make flies cure from chewing tobacco, from cigarettes, from loose tobacco. So we're still seeing crafting stuff. We haven't found the crop itself yet. We're getting closer. This is smoking related items in the definitions. This is recipes that we learned from magazines. Items farming new. Okay, so these are still items. Getting a little closer. Items, agricultural products. Okay, so here's the tobacco. This is the tobacco that we would harvest if we could, and this is the tobacco that we would dry after harvesting. If we could harvest it, we still can't harvest it, Indy Stone. Why is this here, Indy Stone? We can't get these items. Why is it? Why, Indy Stone? Why is this here? If we can't get this shit, you guys can see why this gets under my skin a little bit. Like, look at this. Look at this. Whoever, God bless their little heart, whoever's working on the drying rack system, look at that. They added code for the tobacco drying. Isn't it such a goddamn shame that we can't actually get tobacco to dry it with? Fuck. These people are putting the cart 2 miles before the horse. Again, models, items, so we're still not quite there yet. The dictionary, nothing there. World items. So even tobacco even has its own little 3D model when we throw it on the floor. Isn't that cool? Wouldn't it be nice if we could actually harvest it so that we could throw it on the floor? That'd be pretty cool. Okay, none of this is relevant. We've got a tobacco store. We've got lot headers, lots. Radio data. That's no use to us. Translations for that's no use for us. I like how it's still English for most of these translated languages. Oh, look at that. Smoker description. Unhappiness rises when tobacco is not smoked. You don't say. Boy, that sucks. Oh yeah, Deidre, you're one of the folks who got helped by that. I'm glad that was able to help you. I did not know if anybody had piano problems to the extent that I did, but man, it really bugged me that I couldn't. that pianos were a fixed object in time and space in my base. Yeah, we still haven't found anything just yet, but we're narrowing it down. We've scrolled through the search results. We're halfway there. Procedural distributions for items. Okay, none of that. I'm just kind of inferring what we're looking at based on the file. The file path. Okay. This once again, all items. These are just loot distributions. Ooh, vegetable sprites. Okay, here's the sprites. Here's the sprites for the tobacco here. That's ooh, look at that. Okay, the ones we fertilized are all dead now. So what that tells me is that the crops are losing health. The ones that we've been fertilizing died first because each time we over-fertilized it, it lost a little bit more health. So that means these are not far behind. I over-fertilized these just once. Yeah. Oh! Here we go. Here we go. Found it, folks. Found it. Okay. Farming _ vegetable conf _ vegetables. As I expected. Time to grow, 866. What is that? Is that hours? I think that's hours. No, that can't be hours. It takes way more than 36 hours to... Well, or 36 days, rather. It takes way more than 36 days to grow. Right? Yeah, I have no idea what that means. What these units are, rather, I should say. Okay, bad month, so month, best month, risk month. These, I believe, are the, these are the values that are fucked up. But I want to double check, I want to cross-reference this with what the menu says. Let's go to Info, Discover Recipes and Media, Agriculture. So I'll leave this on the screen, we're going to scroll down a little bit. Tobacco, min water 70, average time of grow 180 days. So that's why I was so confused by this. When it says time to grow equals 866, what the fuck is 866 in terms of 180 days? I've got nothing on that. Yeah, what exactly is it? It's not weeks. It sure as hell ain't weeks. Yeah, what is their 4.81 of in 6 months? I feel like I might be a moron, but no. But here's the problem. So, tobacco. Here it is. April, May, June, July, August. That is the planting season. That's 5 months. 180 days, average time to grow, that's 6 months. So here's the problem right here. This... Oh, months start at 0. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering why it seemed like it was off by 2. No, that can't be right. It's like months are off by 2 here. What's going on with that? Because it says that best month is April. That means April is 3. Maybe... Well, April is supposed to be 4 by any reasonable measurement. That's why I thought for a second that they started at 0, but no, look at this. They start at 1. I'm not going to think about that too hard. I'm just going to look at that and say the Indie Stone is bad at creating frameworks that make sense if you don't have specific knowledge to whatever method they're using. But basically, if I'm going to do this, like, logically, this is what we need to do. So month equals, because right now it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Somehow that translates into April, hang on a second, I've lost it again. April, May, June, July, August. So let's just add a comma and then an 8. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Because I am so sick of this shit. I'm so sick of tobacco just dying for no reason because September is not a valid month. And I'm not going to put up with it anymore. So, we're going to close the game because I'm pretty sure you have to reload this. We're going to close the game. We're going to save this file. And this is all I did. I went into one file. I added a comma, a space, and an 8. Hit Control S. I'm going to save it. I'm going to relaunch the game. And we're going to stop thinking about the tobacco. We're just going to assume that it's going to work right. But more importantly, what I'm going to do is, relaunch the game And then I'm going to take a quick peek at the, oh, I should have backed up my save. I probably should have backed up my save. I don't know why. I don't think that should have caused a problem. I really don't think the game is so sensitive that changing that small of a thing would cause problems for my save. But we have been at this for 5 hours. So that's 5 hours since my last backup. Yeah. Let's hit continue and see what happens. I don't think it's going to break anything, but yeah. It is good practice to back up your save before you do something wacky like that. That was a direct edit to the game files is what we did. Okay, so nothing has changed that I can see visually yet. And the first thing I'm going to check, though, I'm going to go right back to the info tab, go to agriculture, scroll down to tobacco. Where is it? There it is. Look at that, guys. Planting season equals April, May, June, July, August, September. Look at that. We had to change one number. We added a comma, a space, and an 8. And now the smoker bros aren't getting screwed. To be entirely honest, I'm disappointed in how easy that was. Not because, you know, I wanted a challenge. I didn't. No. I don't go out looking for fights. Well, I don't always. I wasn't looking for a fight there. Let's put it that way. I was not looking for a fight with that. But I am just. I was expecting maybe there's just something wacky going on with agriculture. No. There's not something wacky. They got to change one number in one file. And they haven't done it for months. 5 months. If nothing else, this just tells me they must not have seen my bug report. That is the charitable interpretation at this point. That is the charitable interpretation in my eyes. I actually linked it earlier. Where is it? Oh, no, I did link it earlier, but now it's not... I can't scroll that far up in the chat. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just got to pull it up in a different tab here. Wait a minute. Where did I put that? Hang on a second. There was a way to open links in Steam directly. Here it is. You just got to message it to somebody. One of my friends is going to have to deal with the fact that I'm sending him a link. Okay, there we go. So, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bump this bug report and just describe exactly how easy it was to fix. Yes, Deidre, I think it's done. I think it's fixed, but I'm gonna wait to confirm that until I can actually harvest this tobacco. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and get rid of the dead crops. To include, actually, I think this rosemary might die. I don't have anywhere to put it, but it might die, so I'm going to go ahead and harvest. I'll harvest like 2 of them. Because I think this rosemary I've already harvested once. So I think I already have some rosemary in one of the freezers. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and remove the dead stuff. Just all of it. To include the dead tobacco. I look forward to never planting anything again. The devs, they seem to care so little about their own agriculture system right now. Why should I bother engaging with it? I've been thinking that in the back of my mind for so long now. Like, it seems like it's a fundamental part of the game. Like, you know, if we go to the, you know, the little, look at this, in the little game cards. What does it show? In the little trading cards for the games. Look at this. Look at this. It literally is in the store page advertisements for this game that you're supposed to plan for the future and plant some crops and shit. And yet, for some reason, such a basic failure has completely escaped their grasp for 5, almost 6 months now. It's really hard to interpret that as anything other than not giving a fuck and just only working what they want to work on right now, which, you know, that's their right to do, I guess, but at the same time, priorities, guys. Priorities. Priorities. There is such thing as priorities. It would have been, assuming that fix worked, which I, to be entirely honest, we will know by a couple, probably like, I don't know, another hour IRL. We'll know for sure because by then it will be past September 2nd. In this character's previous life, it was September 2nd, right around early day, that the crops were all dead because crops can last, I don't know, maybe a day or so outside of the growing season, and then they fucking die. Because basically if a crop is planted outside of its growing season, it starts losing health, and I guess the rate at which it loses health is enough to last a day or two tops. So that's what we're dealing with here. Basically, we just want to spend a couple days to see that the tobacco is not going to die. But I'm feeling pretty confident now that the UI immediately showed the change. So, feeling good about that part at least. Alright, we're getting hungry. Let's eat the rest of this salad. Now, we've got two watermelon plants and a whole plethora of tomato plants. Now, I do think the tomato plants are going to last a little longer. And probably most importantly, tomatoes can be jarred. In fact, I set aside some jars specifically for that. So there's some tomatoes right there. Yeah. Right, and it's, I mean, like, you know, it's, I understand why they might not be, like, thinking in the front of their mind, oh, smokers are important, we need to make sure that they can last long. But I also feel like they, you know, I was being facetious when I went through all those other things that we found in our search results for the word tobacco. There's a lot of it. Tobacco is all throughout this game. And it just made me laugh particularly when we saw all those things that you can do with the actual crop of tobacco after you harvest it. So they went through all the effort to add all that stuff you can do with it. Never bothered to check whether it can even be harvested on the game settings as presented to us. But yeah, I don't want to necessarily kill anybody's faith in Indy Stone. Not necessarily. But I meant it very deeply when I said they can do better. And it sucks to see them not doing better. That, I think, is the crux of my criticism. I know they can do better. I've seen them do better. And they're just not. And why is that specific to tobacco users? Kind of feels like they're getting screwed to me. But, I don't know. We are going to do some jarring now. We just harvested a bunch of tomatoes. You just picked up some vinegar and 5 jars. The ratio, a full container of vinegar, just a regular old vinegar container like this one, a full one will do 5 jars for you. So I'm going to stand in this corner here. Well, first I'm going to get all of the bell peppers out of the way, because otherwise the bell peppers are going to be prioritized, and that would require me to click 6 times each time I did this. And no. Just going to move the bell peppers out of the way. So now I can stand over here, and the thing it will... No, now it's doing potatoes. Ah, this game. Well, actually, I probably should do some potatoes, because all the ones that I harvested are going stale. But we'll get to that in a minute. I specifically set aside... There we go, now it's selecting tomatoes. Okay. I need water. Lots of it. So here's our bucket of water that I left here for that. Now, yeah, I can just straight up make all 5 right at once. So here's 5 jars of tomatoes coming right up. So that used up an entire container of vinegar to make 5 jars of tomatoes. We don't have room for it here. We don't have room for it here. Where am I putting my jar stuff these days? Over here, maybe? Ah, over here with the other stuff. Okay. No? No, this is full. You guys can see why I'm not very excited to sort loot. I have some loot that needs to be sorted. I'm not very excited to do that because, good God. Let's start putting jars of stuff into the empty water container bin, because that actually has a lot of room in it. Now, all of these jars that I made myself are going to last about a year. That's my understanding of jars in this game, because I say that because it wasn't until the 1-year anniversary that I started finding jars of stuff that were stale. I still have not found anything that is rotten, and we're currently about a year and a month, 2 months actually. We're just coming up on 2 months. So, yeah. It'll stay fresh for at least a year, and then it will not be stale for probably a year and a half, maybe something like that, I don't know. Just a ballpark estimate. I've never actually seen jarred food go all the way rotten. I'm sure that is like a milestone that exists out there. I made it to rotten jarred food. But what do we got here? We've got 2 more full containers of vinegar and a whole bunch of tomatoes. Also a bunch of potatoes that are starting to go bad. So I'm going to put the bell peppers back in the fridge along with these potatoes. And we're going to start preserving some potatoes. I don't know if jarring up the potatoes after they go stale is a bad idea. I don't know that. In fact, I've never tried to jar something that's stale before. Calculating. Considering my next course of action here. And for now, I'll probably just straight up eat tomatoes when I get hungry. For the moment, at least. But... okay, you know what? Let's do some science. Let's figure this out. I want to know if it makes a difference whether you're jarring something that is stale. I've got a lot of jars and a lot of jar lids, so that's cool. Let's get 2 of each. And all we're going to do is make 1 jar of potatoes. We'll actually use, we'll use some of this vinegar that's not full. That ought to be enough. Okay. And we'll take some salt, because we need salt, and then after that we just need water, I think. The bucket that's in my hand, I'm going to go ahead and refill that from the sink with fresh water. Okay, so we'll start with the fresh ones to establish a baseline here. So we got 3 fresh potatoes here. I think that's enough to make a jar. Yep. So here's our control. This is a jar of produce with fresh potatoes. Shit. I don't know how much nutrition it's worth, because it's not opened. Shit. Well, I guess that's okay, because there's no other way to know. What I need to do is I need to keep it separate when I open it some other time in the future. So this has been made with fresh potatoes. I'll put it in here with everything else that I made that's fresh, and then I'm going to make one with stale potatoes. I'm going to take the 3 stale potatoes, or just 3 of these here, and make another one. And I'm going to store this one separately. And yeah, I'll just put it in here. So that way when I look in here and see just one jar of potatoes, I'll know, okay, yeah, I put that there because I wanted to keep it separate from the other potatoes. Now I still have some vinegar and salt left. Could make another jar of something. Let's do more potatoes. That's fine. I didn't think potatoes were at risk. I really didn't. But now that I know they are, yeah, I want to jar up these potatoes that are still fresh. Grab a jar, grab a lid. That got rid of all the vinegar and salt that I'm carrying. And preserved 2 potatoes for much, much longer. That's great. Okay. Now, I do still have quite a bit of vinegar, and to be entirely honest, I probably am going to do another 5. Yeah, I'm going to do another 5. We're going to do some more tomatoes here. Because I don't have room in my freezers anymore. It's, well, actually, you know what? Cabbage. I believe cabbage is the most efficient to jar up in terms of space. I think. This is kind of a shot in the dark for me. But I'm pretty sure, because cabbages are worth 24 hunger a pop. How many cabbages do you fit into a jar of produce? I have no way of knowing without having some cabbages. That's alright. I think it might only be 2. But I have no way of knowing. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, I'll just do tomatoes then. I'll just do tomatoes. Because they're what's right in front of me. And they're not that bad of an idea, because they do 12, wait a minute, what else can I do with tomatoes? There's got to be something else, right? Can I make spaghetti? Can make guacamole. Ooh. Well, where the fuck am I going to get an avocado from, huh? That's not happening. Tomato, you can make a pizza with tomato paste. Can I make tomato paste though? No, I can't. So your pizza and also cheese. Where the fuck am I going to get cheese? No. No, we're not having any pizza because I need cheese, and there's no cheese left on the planet. That is, because remember, we can't make cheese, and we're a year. We're almost 14 months into the apocalypse. We're not going to find any more fresh cheese, so it's over, pizza bros. There's no pizza in Project Zomboid anymore. That's sad. But yeah, it's a little bit baffling to me that the only thing we can do that has tomato as a required thing and it's in the crafting options is fucking guacamole, which has a requirement that we can't grow. We're not in California. We can't grow avocados down here. But, whatever. I'd like to make ketchup if I could. I would love to be able to make my own ketchup. If for no other reason than I can finally get rid of something I'm harvesting and have something useful to do with it. Oh well. Let's go ahead and just jar some stuff up here. Let's get some more salt. This is a perfect opportunity to use up these salt shakers that are not full. We're going to need another 5 jars. Another 5 jar lids. Let's make some more tomatoes. We've only harvested 2 vines, by the way. Just to give you guys an idea of how few. It would be a hereditary state. Right. Cheesecloth is a thing. I have cheesecloth. Let's just do a search for output items. Is it on the list of things to do? That would make sense. It really would. I mean, you know, they gave us a butter churn. I definitely believe that we'll have cheese someday in this game. But I don't think we have it yet. I do think cheesecloth is... I could have swore you used it in something else. But I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Off the top of my head, I cannot think of anything that requires cheesecloth. Well, we have a little bit more vinegar. I don't think I have any more crops to harvest. And it doesn't really make sense to me to put down yet another freezer. It really doesn't. I have so many freezers right now. That being said, these tomatoes are going to die in a matter of days. None of them are down to hours yet. Yeah. And I've got a whole nother row of these. I planted a lot of tomatoes. Yeah, we can take a look. We'll pass the butter churn momentarily here. Oops. High risk area for not remembering to close the door because of the lag. Definitely not. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yes, cheesecloth is used to press oil. Seed paste is a use for that. Where do you get seed paste? I remember getting really depressed about this. It wasn't the press, it was... Oh, the corn, right. Got ourselves a mill up here. The mill is the superior one, I believe. So what are our options to mill stuff into seed paste? Flax and hemp. That's it. Sunflower seeds, except all of my sunflowers died. That was a skill issue, actually. I should have known that those would all have died when this month started. Or, sorry, not when last month started. So, yeah, that wasn't happening. But, yeah, no seed paste for me. Anything that I possibly could have planted to get seed paste all died. So, that's whatever. We'll cook a couple of these potatoes. If I cook them, I can use them in a salad. Some of the watermelons are going stale. Yes! Oh, it's just what I wanted. No, the best part about watermelons going stale is they're so big I can't even necessarily fit them in a lot of my other places where I would put stale food. Yeah. You can do a lot with potatoes. RIP to anybody who ever added vinegar to a salad when they could have used it to make something jarred. Oh, so you can find cheese from foraging. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually very interesting. Well, I've been leveling foraging steadily. We're at, what are we at, 8 now? Sorry, no, we're at 6. And, yeah, we're well on the way. Foraging garbage is one of the harder things to do, if I recall. Okay, we've made use of some potatoes. I want to separate the ones that are completely used up. That we will not be doing partials here. No partials for me. Yeah, my rotten food container here is, it's basically full. Town zone and trailer park zones. Fascinating, okay. Good to know. I will definitely, I do particularly love that, it's possible to find it and it won't be stale. That I find very, very funny. But, what are we doing next? We are, so the 5 watermelons that went bad are probably the ones that I was carrying around from the field base. So, let's do this. If I smash this one here, that'll get me 5 chunks. And I have room for 2 more ingredients. You know what? I'm gonna do that again. We're gonna get another. We're gonna smash another watermelon. Or could I slice one? If I slice one, I'll get more happiness. If I smash one, I'll get more food value. I'm gonna go for the happiness. That's something you can't buy with money right there. Well, it helps. I'll put it that way. There's a few things that I could buy that I would probably be a little bit happier if I had. Just a few, though. So all that rosemary that I picked up, I can't use it to season a salad. That's rather sad. I'm just going to eat the rest of these slices. Because these salads I just made are going to last longer than those slices. Even if that sounds a little bit wacky, it's true. So I'm also going to go upstairs and just going to stand right here on top of all of these habaneros and jalapenos that I intend on, you know, I'll dry what I can, and what I can't, well, what a shame. I will prioritize using these ASAP. So every salad I make, everything I cook, will have at least a jalapeno and a habanero in it. It'd be super hot. And these all came out to be 50 salads. And like I was saying, I have no room left in my fridges. So these are just all going straight into my backpack. Oh, I need to cycle. These are all done. See, these dried jalapenos and habaneros, I'll start using these after all the fresh ones are gone. Alrighty. So we've got 5 jalapenos drying. That's all we can fit on an entire rack is 1 jalapeno each. I can very clearly see where they're trying to go with that. It's just, what a shame they couldn't get there in enough time to save my harvest of everything. Oh, I was also gonna start drying some of this rosemary too, but finding out that I can't put rosemary on salads, yeah, that's lower priority now. I literally just harvested that just in case the rosemary is going to start dying. I'm checking to see how much time is left. Oh, shit. Okay. We've only got hours left on these watermelons. I mean, what can I do with them? I can let them rot, or I can harvest them. Now, let's see how much I get. 49 watermelons, 147 encumbrance. What am I going to do with all those? I couldn't fit. It would take 3 different tiles. It would take 3 different floor tiles to deal with all of the watermelons currently in my inventory. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm just going to drop them somewhere. In fact, I think I've got some room. Some of these crates. Just gonna put a few of these in here. Watermelons are really hefty. And as far as I know, I think compost is done by encumbrance. Because so far I've been putting 10 encumbrance into each of these bins. And they've been coming out full. So by putting 7 watermelons into these bins, I'm basically... that should be enough to fill the bins up twice, theoretically. I don't know if it works exactly the way I think it does, though. Now that I think about it, it's actually kind of time to... it's a little bit overdue for me to empty one of my trash cans here. What I've been doing is anytime something goes bad, I've just been tossing it into the trash here. And what I'm letting it do is I'm letting it rot so that it's all rotten together. And then I can turn around and take that so that it will all rot, or rather, it will all be rotten at the same time when I put it into the compost bins. Okay, there's 1 bag with 20 in it. There we go. Okay. So this is just the contents of 2 bins, because I'm going to start putting like 20 encumbrance of stuff into each bin. It's way overkill. That will fill every bin up twice. That's fine. Honestly, I have not needed compost and will not need it for quite a while. Like, some of these tomatoes that I harvest, some of them are going to have to go straight into the compost bins because I literally do not have the room for them. Yes, you guys get to watch me sort through my trash. What compelling content beholds. That's alright. We have fun here. That's what we do. Even when we're not necessarily having fun. The crops that repel plagues are supposed to grow between other crops or only affect themselves. I don't know. I have never really... I just heard something that sounded like a zombie breathing. I'm not going to risk that. I'm going to eat something really quick. Just a couple tomatoes. And I'm going to go outside with my weapons out. Because there actually was one zombie in the area when I first came back, and I was planning on killing it. It would be truly tragic if it was camping the blind spot of my van right there. But no, I see nothing. Just because I don't trust the blind spots that much. No, we're good. I'm pretty sure if it was that close to the wall, it would have started hitting it by now. The zombie that I saw was all the way down here. And that's actually part of the reason I forgot about it, is because it was all the way down here. Usually if it's in my lawn, I'm going to get rid of it, but it decided not to come walking up to my generator, so... wherever it went, it ain't around here now at the moment. And it is 22:30. It's my bedtime. We're gonna hit the sack. Yeah, we're good. I don't know what it was that I heard. All I know is it sounded like a mouth breather for a second there. Maybe it was my character. Maybe she was just getting bored a little bit. I wouldn't blame her. We haven't been doing very much compelling, interesting things here. All right. It is now September 2nd, and the crops, or the tobacco rather, still has weeks to go. It doesn't look like it's getting any unhealthier. I think it was at a point where the only way for it to get unhealthier would be for it to die. So basically, today's the day. Today's the day we find out if that little edit that I patched in there was enough. Today's the day. We still have days left on the tomatoes here. So I still have a couple days to think of something to do with them. But I've only harvested 2. I've made 10 jars, and I've made several salads, and I still have 13 tomatoes left over. Being agriculture level 10 and planting this much is just, man, that was a lot. We overplanted. We overplanted massively, so it should be no surprise that I am just filled to the brim across the board. Yeah, these watermelons going stale. Those are going outside as well. In fact, just going to take 2 of these watermelons here and also toss them. Well, yeah. So that's around, that's an equal 7 right there. So there's another compost bin filled with exactly 20 encumbrance of stuff. Eggs that I put in here are still fresh. That's funny. Schizophrenic trait. Schizophrenic. I have no idea what that means. I'm pretty good with obscure words. I'm assuming that's not even English. Now I'm actually curious, just because that sounds so strange. If it's a word that exists in a language, it most likely is on Wiktionary. Oh, schizophrenic. Wait a minute. No, hang on a second. Schizophrenia. Hey, no, it's just Latin for schizophrenia. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. It's, that would be that makes sense. That would absolutely make sense. I don't think I'm at risk of schizophrenia IRL. I don't have it. It doesn't run in the family, and I don't think I have any of the predispositions. I don't think. Because I was learning something fascinating about myself the other day. Sorry, we're going on another random tangent here. That's what we do here. We go on tangents. I was reading about hell was it? Yeah. So I was reading about issues that can happen based on the age of your mother when you're born. So, and this came up recently because I happen to be 34, and I'm now exactly the age that my mother was when I was born. And that was just kind of a bit of something that fascinated me a little bit. But risk of having a baby with Down syndrome. This blew my fucking mind. This blew my absolute fucking mind. If you have a child when you are in your 20s, at age 20, the risk seems to be 1 in 2,000. If you have a child before you get to 30, the age is still about 1 in 1,000. For me, it was 1 in 450. If I had been born 10 years later, it would have been 1 in 40. Fucking wild. That is hard to believe. And in fact, I do think that this Down syndrome is very strongly correlated with as a chromosomal birth defect. There are others. I am almost 100% sure that we will eventually someday have a table like this for being autistic. I think the age of the parent is probably the strongest factor we've seen. There's a certain V word that I could say, but I'm not going to do that because YouTube would probably age limit my video if I say anything about it. Or just put one of those silly little banners on it. I don't want none of that shit. I'm very careful about what I talk about in terms of hot button subjects for YouTube, so I'm not going to say the V word. Of course, that's been disproven. It's disinformation. No, it's not real. It doesn't real. Theirs don't exist. No. Basically, it's just it's a thing that, I wish I could, say something about it without having my reach being threatened because of it. Because remember, if anything bad happens to your videos because of talking about a naughty topic, it does affect your reach. My reach is already pretty bad. I mean, I've only got, I appreciate all of my viewers that I get. I only have two live viewers right now. It's my reach is pretty small. So anything that threatens it is not a good thing. I need to do things that don't threaten my reach right now. If I do plan on actually having viewers. But yeah, that's the world we're living in right now. I was going to look for reading material so that I could read something and pass the time a little bit. I don't have any reading material. I haven't for a while. I just finished reading Butchery. I am not too awful far from being able to read the next Reloading book. That's a thing. But in order to get to that point, I would have to load more magazines. Now we did have very good resounding success with our last massive magazine reloading operation, because we quite literally were able to reload every magazine that we had. Oops. And yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm going to jar up some of these bell peppers because these are going to go bad if I don't. So that's something I can spend the next 20 minutes on here. I believe it is 6 to a jar. Yeah. And I think we have vinegar for 3 more jars, but I'm not 100% on that. let's go ahead and make 2 and see what happens. So we got 2 jars, 2 lids. Nope. Okay. We have this. Okay, so this vinegar right here. This is probably useless to us unless we happen to find another container of vinegar that has an odd amount in it. This container of vinegar that we found, it had an odd amount. I believe every vinegar has 10 uses, and you need 2 to make a jar of produce. So this one had an odd number of uses in it, and therefore is basically useless to us until we find something else that has an odd number of uses in it. Which we don't. We have another completely full container of vinegar, and then nothing else. Rice vinegar doesn't count. We cannot use rice vinegar as a substitute. I've tried. Tragically, well, actually, hang on. Let me fact check myself on that. Nope. It's got to be vinegar. Our only options are vinegar or a jug of vinegar. I don't even know why I'm storing rice vinegar in this container. I think at some point I thought I could use it, but no, I can't. So just put it over here instead. And well, it's 4 a.m. We'll sleep. We'll put these back. Put the taters back for now. Put the salt back for now. Well, actually, I'll hold on to that. Now I need to start eating these salads I've made because, well, actually, well, no, I'm going to go ahead and eat these salads that I made. Go ahead and eat these, and I may make some more salads and then put them in the fridge. Because now that I've gotten rid of some of those watermelons, I can absolutely make another round of salads and put them in the fridge instead of just tossing them straight into my backpack, which that's what I currently have done with the salads I'm carrying around. But they have already been in my backpack for a couple of days, so I'm just going to go ahead and focus on eating those, and anything else I make will go into the fridge so that it lasts longer. That's my calculus on that. Yes, that is 100% true. Jamie, also, I do believe the age of the father is a contributing factor, but they have not solved it. Autism is not something that has a very strong cause, but I do think that low functioning has a lot stronger of a association with parental age. And the reason I say that is because a lot of the people who I have heard about who have talked about working with autistic children, and just, if you think about it, if somebody is to the extent where they have to be worked with, that tells me they're probably lower on the spectrum of functionality. So I think the fact that, people who work with autistic children are observing, just anecdotally observing higher parental age, that probably tells me that, and also just the fact that there are lower and higher functioning autistics, that also tells me that there's probably a little bit more going on than just autism, but just a pure theory. I'm no expert, not in the slightest. I'm just somebody who may or may not possibly be on the spectrum. I've never been tested. I was born long before autism was really strong on the DSM. So that's all I can say is I have certain behavioral tendencies that would not surprise me in the slightest if I was on the spectrum. But yeah, I'm undiagnosed, and I'm not going to try to diagnose myself. Anybody who tries to diagnose themselves has a fool for a patient. You can apply the same logic as a lawyer that tries to represent themselves. A lawyer who tries to represent themselves has a fool for a client. Or, I'm sorry, I think the quote was attorney. Any attorney that represents themselves has a fool for a client. Is there a strong differentiation between lawyer and attorney? I don't know. You couldn't necessarily pay me to know exactly, because I think the legal system has got a lot of serious problems. Therefore, I'm not going to try to understand it too deeply, because I'm not going to be in there trying to fix it necessarily. Now, if I wanted to make another 5 jars of something and use up the rest of my vinegar, I would have to make another round of jar lids because I only have 4 jar lids right now. I mean, that's very easy, though. I've got exactly the materials for it. However, I can't craft it. Look at that. Can't craft. Why? Let's close and reopen that. Huh, now I can. Isn't that fascinating? Unstable beta stuff. Feeling very unstable. Not feeling very, very beta, but I'm feeling very unstable. We make stupid jokes here. That's what we do. So I guess I'll just hold on to this unused vinegar here. And maybe someday I'll find another jug of vinegar with a odd amount left over in it. Always possible. So that's what we're holding on that for. Otherwise, this is the last 5 jars of anything that I can make. And we're going to do bell peppers. Yeah. We are going to do bell peppers. I think I have enough for 5, do I? 2? Oh, the water. Right. I refilled that bucket and I just let it sit there. Oops. And there we go. That is all of the vinegar that we have. It will be all of the vinegar on the map as far as I know. I'm sure there's more vinegar out there. There are some Gigamarts that we have not yet looted. The Gigamart in West Point, for example. Now I'm curious. Do I have enough time to go to West Point or Muldrow? Oh, no, there's no Gigamart Muldrow. Do I have enough time to go to West? It didn't work. That's depressing. However, this may have happened. I do think that making this change, it may only apply to new crops we plant. So I don't think... So right, this change that we made that made September a valid month for the tobacco, it didn't work, and I think the reason is because we would have to do some save game editing to fix this tobacco, which I'm not going to do. Trying to edit the saves in this game, I fired up the binary editor, and I immediately turned away and was like, no, I'm not doing that. We're not editing saves, but we've learned a valuable lesson. Basically, don't plant tobacco yet unless you want to make that fix. But I was holding off on posting to that thread until I confirmed that this is actually a fix. I have not confirmed that that is not a fix, but just that it doesn't work for existing crops. Well, oh well. Yeah, I'll go ahead and post what I learned. We are dealing with vegetable conf underscore vegetables slash. I'm gonna copy this whole line. Not the whole line, not the whole output, please. There we go. Selected line. Okay. And I need to delete all of that and all of that. Okay, so this is the path. The line is 738. Okay. I will just leave that there and post back in that bug report later with my findings so that it can be ignored by the devs. But maybe another player will see that and be like, hey, I picked smoker and I haven't planted tobacco yet and I can fix it. I don't know. But I am going to share that knowledge at some point here. But we have, okay, so the tobacco died, but none of the rosemary here does not seem to be ready to die yet. So I don't have to be, I'm not forced to harvest it now. I think everything else that's currently planted is nothing but kale and tobacco. Kale is amazing. Kale has a very wide growth season. I think kale is actually good all the way through early fall. Let's double check that. Still several days before it's ready to harvest again. Yeah, it's true. It's definitely one of those things that's a multi-factor equation. Because if it is parental age, then that doesn't explain the outliers. I definitely know some other folks who were born when their parents were both parents were in their 20s. That's definitely on the spectrum somewhere. But yeah, we're not looking at tobacco now. We're looking at kale. Kales. Okay, so September is the last month that it's valid in. Okay, good to know. Basically, we're going to wait until this is... Well, we don't even have to wait for it to bloom. This is going to be the last harvest for kale. Because it is not... We're not going to have enough time. There's not going to be enough time in September for it to go back to the beginning of its growth phase and then ready for another harvest. So basically, whenever we harvest this kale, that's the last harvest for anything ever for this character. I don't expect myself to be doing much agriculture after this. There is a small part of me that kind of wants to plant the winter crops again. If only because now I know the correct time to harvest them. January. Yeah. I still just, I cannot fathom that. Harvesting a crop in January. If anybody knows how agriculture works IRL, I would very much like to know if that's actually a thing. So I'm pretty sure it's not. But I digest. Something I would like to know is, are any of my crops at risk of the ones that I've frozen? Are any of those at risk? Because, you know, even if you freeze something, that doesn't mean it's going to last forever. Like, almost all of these freezers have stuff in them that I put directly into the freezer off of the vine. That being said, cabbage would go bad first, followed swiftly by the lettuce, I believe. So if the cabbage is still fresh, the lettuce is still fresh, then I don't have to worry about these freezers having their frozen contents go bad anytime soon. But that is going to happen eventually. Even freezing things does not keep them fresh forever. And check upstairs really quick, see if those jalapenos are done. Yep. No. I actually thought that when it turned dark like this, that meant that it was done. But nope. It's not done. What a shame. So these watermelons are actually kind of at risk of going bad. We're going to go ahead and make another round of watermelon salads. And then we'll toss some tomatoes in. I would really like to start using up some of the stuff from these freezers. But let's get the watermelon processed first really quick here. Slice 1, smash 2. That is a start for 2 salads. Or, sorry, for 5 salads right there. Putting 2 in each. And then after that, we need to come up with 2 more ingredients for each. Potatoes. Right? Yeah, because these stale potatoes will use 9 times 2 there, and then 3 here. Yeah, it'll be close. I'm gonna go ahead and start putting those together. Now these salads are gonna go straight into the fridge after we make them, so they will be consumed after the 5 that are currently being carried around. Now these salads are gonna be heavy. They're gonna weigh more collectively than the watermelons that we're using to make them. If that sounds silly, absolutely, 100% is. But that's the game we're playing right now. So. Okay. I was wrong about 2, but we've got 1 in each. That's good enough for me. Oh, these have gone even more stale, haven't they? Yeah, these have gone even more stale. That's a damn shame. 167 potatoes, and they're I get to watch them going bad before my eyes. Oh, no. They have not gone more bad. I forgot that cooking them increases the amount of hunger reduction they provide. Cool. Okay. So I just gotta cook these 3 up. While these are cooking, I'll get the slices put in. That is several together. I did that intentionally because well, I mean, I had some spare barbells, but one of the reasons I actually got spare barbells to do that specifically is because even with the 3D placement system, the barbell is not a perfect fit on the bench. And so the way I got around that, like the bench is the bench is a little too wide to actually fit a single barbell. So what I did is I just took multiple and put them in the same spot, so that it looks like it's just one barbell with extra weights on it. If I actually wanted to do weight training, I would use the one on the floor right here. So that's literally just there for decoration. Because remember, in the base game without mods, this thing is not actually usable. It doesn't. There's no functional purpose for it. Silly. But that's how it goes. Yeah. We've got these potatoes are still good to use. This one, when there's only 4 left, it's going in the trash. And so we've got 5 salads. These are all going to go in the fridge, but I'm going to put some peppers. We're using the ones on the floor here because they're going to go bad first. Even though I do still have some in the fridge, those are going to be used after everything else is going bad. Now these salads are actually close enough to 60. I'm going to call these 60 salads. And that's because we use 2 servings of peppers in them. Or, not peppers, but potatoes. 2 sets of potatoes. There we go. So we got rid of 2 watermelons and several potatoes that way. I kind of didn't quite keep count of how many potatoes we used up. Now the next thing I'm actually going to eat is going to be this chunk of rabbit meat, because our proteins have fallen below the halfway point, and this is not a full serving right here. So if I eat this, this is just going to fix our proteins for a little while. And I can stop thinking about nutrition after this for a while. Well, for a while. Yeah, there we go. 200 proteins, that's a good point. That being said, I am now at 78 kilo. So I do have to start thinking about weight gain soonish. In fact, what I'm probably going to do is, after I eat up these salads, probably going to switch to stir fries and put some butter and oil in them. Butter, oil, maybe I'll even treat myself with a little bit of margarine. It's not like I'm not making any more space in here, so might as well. I could bake another cake, but I'm a little bit burned out on just food in general at the moment. At pretty much any moment, these tomatoes are going to get down to the point where they only have hours left. So I do have to have that on my radar. But then again, like I said, once I harvest the tomatoes, it's just the kale. And then once I harvest the kale, that's everything. I do not care about this rosemary. Literally can't even add it to a salad, so. Let's take this garbage bag of miscellaneous loot. Put this over here with the other garbage bag of miscellaneous loot that I've been putting off doing anything with. Why have I been putting it off? Have you guys seen how full this base is? I'm not looking forward to it. Not looking forward to having to worry about that. Okay, next up on the docket, let's get rid of this bucket of water, and then prep for going to Louisville. Several stages to that. One of the first stages is to make sure that we're set on skill books and reading material that will benefit us before we get there. So what I need to do, I've only got 1 carton of 9mm left. Did I use up every single other? I did. Wow. Okay. Okay. Good to know. So 100 M9 magazines coming up in just a minute here. I need to go get one of my combat backpacks here. Desert backpacks. The alpha works for me. Gonna go fill that up with 100 M9 magazines. And we're just gonna start filling them until we get to the next level of reloading, or we fill up all these magazines. I feel like we're going to make it to the next level. We're pretty close. We're at 2,614 out of 3,000. And I think we made a huge chunk of progress in this level by already doing close to 100 magazines. I don't know if we necessarily have enough M9 for this, but we're going to do it till we run out. More boring stuff, but this time at least it's a little bit more immediately comprehensible what I'm doing and why. So we open the carton, put most of these boxes back into my backpack, and then open 3 of them. Whenever you're doing 9mm, I like to open 3 boxes at once. Now I have 13 loose rounds here. I'm going to put those just out of the way really quick. Okay, I'm going to drop the backpack, and the reason being I need to have the, there we go, inventory, both of them open at once. That's nice. And then it's time for some clicking. Yeah, we're not even going to get close. You would think by now I would have memorized exactly how many magazines I can get out of a whole carton. If we run the math here, a carton is 50 times 12. That's 600 bullets divided by 15. 40. Okay, so we are only going to be able to do 40. I might as well just take... We've already done 10, so that means I need to have 30 magazines in my inventory. Which I now do. And then we're going to take the rest of these magazines and put them back, because I literally cannot fill these. That is all of the M9 that I have here in Riverside. We have been shooting a lot of M9. We've been shooting a lot of M9. It's alright. So I may have been a little bit preemptive when I said that we are going to get to the next level. But we're going to try. Yeah, no, it 100%. I agree with you 200% actually. That's a feature that should have been in the game so long ago. But no, well, remember, it's a feature that would make our lives easier. And no, the devs don't want to do that. They are not here to make our lives easier. They are here to make us miserable. Only masochists play this game without mods. I'm going to stand by that statement to the end of my life. There is absolutely a small element of masochism to me. I can work my head around it. I can say I'm doing this to show everybody just how bad the game is without mods. But at the end of the day, I'd be doing it even if I wasn't streaming. So what does that say about me? Nothing particularly good, to be honest. But that's all of the 9mm ammo we have. It has all been loaded into magazines. So let's get 3 into our Alice kit here. I was supposed to do something with those caffeine tablets, but now I'm not going to be carrying around one that's almost empty. I will swap it out for one that is full. How about that? So now we have a fair bit of M9 ammo on us. Oh, let's do this as well. Do straight into our inventory. So that when we take these... I need to get rid of the, well, the big iron can stay. That's fine. M36 is fine. The Desert Eagle needs to go. This is not a very good Desert Eagle. It's just one that I happened to find. The only reason I was holding on to it is because it was something that I could put that had bullets in it. but that's no longer relevant. But yeah, the devs are definitely never going to give us that kind of quality of life, because what it does, if you think about it in terms of their game design and the fact that they think that reloading needs to have its own skill, what that mod truly does is it trivializes the reloading mechanic, or the fact that it trivializes leveling the reloading skill, because you can literally just AFK it if you do it that way. And the devs don't want that. No, 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 no. They do not want you being able to just AFK and level a skill. Even though the dark side to learning by doing, and this is a very strong conversation that's going on in the 7 Days to Die community, because there are some hardcore folks that are like, oh no, no, no. They're trying to piggyback on the fact that everybody is really pissed off at the fun pimps for how much they've failed to meet the expectations of the later patches. They're trying to sneak in there that, oh no, 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 they took out learning by doing and everybody hated that. No, 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 no. That's not true. Yes, some people definitely hated it. I'm not the biggest fan of learning by magazines. In fact, I kind of hate it. I'm also not the biggest fan of learning by doing. There's got to be a third option there. There's got to be. I am not convinced that those are our only options. No, not at all. But that's all right. Now, this bandolier. I'm going to hold on to it, but I don't need to be wearing it at the moment. The reason being is I don't have a... I'm going to be using 9 for the most part. I want to hold off on using my big iron for a bit. Now these are all of my other weapons right here that are modded properly. Up to and including a... We got a Magnum here, we got a 1911. We do not have a Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle, if there is one, it's probably going to be over here in... I have 2, that's it. Wow. Good to know, I guess. That's something I could do to get some reloading skill. Now, our big iron, the one that we've currently been using, has actually taken a little bit of durability damage. I don't think that's a problem. I highly doubt it's a problem. But I don't see a point in using one that has slightly less than perfect condition when I could be using one that's in perfect condition. My aiming skill is really high, and so is my maintenance skill. So yeah, we're absolutely swapping out the big iron for a better quality big iron. Better condition, rather. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and load some magazines for higher caliber handguns. That feels like an okay use of my time at the moment. This DE pistol that is in bad condition goes in here. The one that is in good condition, I'm going to take that. Take all the magazines that I currently own. I'm going to take all the loose ammo and boxes that I can open up. And we're going to load up some... Going to load up some DE. Mostly because we don't have a choice. Now, this being said, we do have a, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, if there were better ways to level it, I would feel a lot better about that. But no, there's so few ways to level it that I'm just like, no, no thanks. I kind of would like it to have, to be merged. Alright, we are upgrading this Desert Eagle with tritium pistol sights. So it is now better than any other Desert Eagle that I've ever seen. And we're going to start loading some magazines for the Desert Eagle. These are 8-round magazines. And the caliber is .44 Magnum. That is rather painful. 44 Magnum comes in boxes of 20. So even though it looks like we have a lot, we got 3 boxes in our backpack. It's nothing compared to what a lot means in terms of what we get from cartons that have boxes of 50 in them. It is quite literally an order of magnitude. Alright, so there's the revolver, there's the DE. I don't know if I'm ever going to use those 1911s, to be honest. 1911s, it's not that I have nothing against them in concept, but it's 45 auto that I could be using a revolver with. And if you give me the in this game, because of the way the reloading mechanic works, if you give me a choice between a weapon that has what is this? Yeah, okay. The 1911 auto magazine has 7 rounds in it. The handgun, the M625, can fit 6. I don't understand why I would sacrifice the convenience of a revolver that can be loaded, piecemeal every time I hit the R button for a magazine where I have to keep track of how many shots are in the magazine manually when there's only 1 extra shot in the magazine. Like, where are our extended magazines? That's something that is really glaring in this game. That, if there's just one thing I could add right now to firearms as they are, I would probably pick extended magazines. Because it's really hard to, I don't see any downsides to that. That would just be amazing. I'm sure the Indie Stone could think of a downside, but that's what they do. Anything that could possibly be convenient for us is probably a no-no for them, but, yeah. This is going to be over very quickly, and it's probably not going to contribute very much to my reloading skill. And one of the only reasons that I want to do a Desert Eagle, well, ideological, 50 cal action, or 50 Action Express is it's a meme, but if I had enough money to just, buy and own whatever firearms I wanted, I would absolutely own a 50 Action Express. And I would, you can't concealed carry that. It's way too big for anything concealed. The state I'm living in, Virginia, does have open carry, but you don't usually want that. To be entirely honest, if I ever did open carry, I haven't researched this, so don't do this in real life without consulting. Literally consult a lawyer before anything you ever do that involves firearms. But something in real life I would probably do just to put a little bit less of a target on my back is, you look really weird if you're open carrying a firearm and you're not like a cop or something. Like, somebody sees a cop carrying a firearm, you're still going to attract attention, but nowhere near as much as you would if you're just a regular person with a firearm. There is now, of course, you cannot impersonate an officer, nor would I ever suggest you doing so. There is a middle ground, though. I don't know. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. If there's no laws regarding just wearing just a tactical vest that says security on it, I would do that in a heartbeat, because then, somebody sees somebody who's like, oh, this is security. He's supposed to be carrying a gun. It would probably bring a hell of a lot less undue attention to yourself if you were open carrying and you just were in that scenario. But I don't know if that's legal. I don't know if there are restrictions on who can put the word security on them, even though there's, it's entirely a private sector thing. There's no, you're never going to see an official law enforcement person use a vest that says security, to the extent of my knowledge. If somebody is with law enforcement, they're going to their gear is usually going to state their agency, right? So police, SWAT, FBI, DEA, and not CIA don't carry domestically, but the general principle that I understand is that if you're law enforcement and you're wearing tactical equipment, it's usually going to be either completely, or there are situations where they'll do completely unmarked, but for the most part, it'll either be unmarked or it'll say their agency. I don't think there's anybody that would use security, but I also don't know the laws, so that's the only thing that I would wear if I was going to open carry. not even for any other specific reason than just, the psychology of it. If you see somebody carrying around a gun in your, and they're wearing a security vest, it's not gonna look as weird. But that's also just another reason I don't, because I mean, any guns that are so expensive that they're too big to be a concealed carry factor or form factor, probably outside of my budget. That's the long and short of that. Any firearms that I do start to purchase and use as I find my foray into that, definitely going to be something smaller. Those bell peppers are going to go bad any minute. I can sense it, practically sense it. But I've also got these salads in my backpack, so yeah, we'll eat a quarter of that. All right, let's reassess my reloading. Okay, we're actually pretty close. We only need another 211 reloading experience. How about, oh yeah, you know what? Let's do M14s. Why not? I'm not ready to, I don't feel ready to use M14s yet. But it wouldn't hurt to load up some magazines, just be ready. The ratio for this is much more straightforward. It's literally just one box is a magazine. So there's one. Let's get another 13 out. So we got those. Now we open another carton and put 3 into our backpack. And the rest of the boxes can get put back. So now we're just going to load up all 14 of these M14 magazines. I think that might actually get us there. We'll find out. Loaded magazines can start to go into this backpack here. Still no M16s after all this time. That being said, I've only technically hit one major military outpost. I'm just kind of surprised that there's no M16s in any of the big law enforcement places. Because I've hit the PDs, pretty much every PD except for like Louisville. I've hit almost all of the major PDs. And nothing. What was the statute? 1088? Where law enforcement got to inherit military weapons, military hand-me-downs. I think that was the statute. I don't remember exactly. But I also don't remember what year that was. I know for sure there was a statute where, like, military surplus firearms would go straight to law enforcement agencies at the state and local level, as opposed to just being, sold off or whatever. But no. But I have no idea when that happened. Beautiful. Alright, so that's all 14 of my spare M9 magazines. Well, actually, I think I have... What do I have up here? Yeah, I have 3. I'm sorry, M14 magazines, not M9. There we go. Okay, so I have a total of 17 magazines. Now, I do think the M14 that I have over here that's already modded and ready to go, that's also got a full magazine in it. So that means I have a total of 18 M14 magazines. Just, like, across everything. Like, those are the only magazines I have. Because it's a lot harder to find, magazines for that particular caliber. Do I have literally anything that I can put on the big iron? Like, literally anything. It's kind of hard to find something that will fit on a firearm upgrade that will fit on the big iron. Yeah, because like we've got the tritium pistol sights that can only go on a M9 1911 or DE. I would no, I don't. I don't want to do that. Like, I mean, okay, so if I put a tritium pistol sights on a 1911, that's really unfortunate. That tells me that it probably is better to use a 1911 than it is to use an M625. Guys, does this mean that I can't use the big iron anymore? Well, I mean, okay. I can always just ignore this. I can always just ignore this. Ignore the fact that that there is technically a more optimal way to be using the 45 auto caliber. I'm tempted to ignore that. Oh, I know something I can do to get a little bit more reloading experience. My shotgun needs to be reloaded. Now, 4M6, yeah, 4M16s, yeah. That sounds about right. I don't remember when the last time I found one was, but I did find one at one point in B42. I have found one in all of my characters for B42. I do not, but I don't even remember which character now. They're starting to run together. There literally is no weapon in this game that uses 223 that has magazines. 223 is rifles, and rifles only, pretty much. But yeah, that's what we're doing next. We're going to do 1911s, regrettably. As much as I would prefer to just use the big iron, if the game is going to tell me that doing so is less efficient than a 1911, because a 1911 can have better sights on it, well, I can't really do anything about that. At least we do still have quite a bit of 45 auto. That's nice. Now this backpack here is now full, so I actually do have to start using my other one. I probably am going to want to split them up. Going to be ready to sleep any minute now, so I think I'll just start with upgrading my 1911 and getting a magazine in it. And topping it off. I gotta admit, the 1911 has probably the most satisfying sound of any of the guns in this game. It's a very satisfying sound when you pull it out. Click, click. Just like the other firearms of that era. The M1 Garand and the Ping. That was pretty nice. I like that. Any game where I could use a Garand, I would use it, and I actually wrote that into one of the book that I'm writing currently. There's almost no reason for there to be a ping when the one of the plasma weapons that I have written in there, when it runs out of plasma, but there actually is just a bit of a ping. The plasma weapons in my series use solid state hydrogen as their their ammo, I guess you could say. The pressure of the solid state storage basically tells you how many shots are left, and then at the very end there's an under pressure shot. You know, if there's like a not full amount for a single shot, you can shoot an under pressure shot and just eject what's left in the the cylinder. And then when you eject the cylinder, regardless of how you eject it, when you eject it, ping! I had to do it. I could not. You're not going to let me design a rifle in a fictional setting and not use a little bit of inspiration from John Garand. Lovely, lovely man. done opening a few boxes. 50 bullets. Okay, that's about 7 magazines. And we've got 8. Okay, we're opening one more box and then we're done with 45 auto. Okay, I don't expect to be using the DE anytime soon. Reason being, the DE is high caliber. The really high caliber stuff, just like the M14, the really high caliber stuff, I'm not really going to start messing with it until I Oh, look at that! I have another 1911 here. This one does not have sights on it though. And because it does not have sights, I don't think it's a good idea to have it loaded, because I'm probably not going to use it. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and eject it and rack it. The magazine shall go with the others here, as will the loose ammo and the boxes I have left over, because I'm basically guaranteed to start using 45 auto. That's not even a question. Because I'll use it whether it's in the form of the big iron or the 1911 now. Now, how close are we? I feel like we're... Yeah, we need 100 experience. We only need 100 more experience. But, unfortunately, we're out of... I think we're out of magazines to fill. So every possible magazine that I can fill has been filled. And I'm just not quite there yet. Oh, yeah, no, I do have... So I never found any M16s. I found 2 M16 magazines. Yeah, sure. I'll load my 2 M16 magazines. Why not? Why not? Why not? It's not like I have nothing else that can shoot 5.56. I literally have an entire caliber that I can't use. Like, at this point, I would prefer to have a pipe rifle that can shoot it. At least that's one... Guns is one thing that 7 Days to Die actually gets right. Oh, yeah, no, this is not a pre-built building. So this base right here, this base is so custom that it is... Even the ground beneath our feet is custom. This base is at the edge of the river, the Ohio River. If we go to b42map.com here, we've got... we can see what this area would look like, because it's directly behind the police station in Riverside here. So here's the police station. This is what it looks like by default. And if I go outside and look a little bit to the south, we can see where the police station is for reference. That's the edge of the parking lot down there. There we go. You can see the police station there. So basically, what I did is I kind of connected the parking lot of the police station to the edge of the river and built all of this. It was fun. It was worth it. In a future character, when I build, next time I build a base, I'm going even further into the river. Because I have so many respawns in my front yard, I'm going even further into the river, because that was why we did this. The impetus was respawns can show up literally anywhere now. So, yeah. Yeah, there's a reason we have 300 hours. Not a lot of that has been spent. I would say it's roughly an 80-20 ratio of, 80% prep work and base building and whatever, to about 20% zombie killing. That kind of feels correct for my ratios in this game. So these 2 magazines of M16, you know what? Just as a vote of confidence that I'm eventually going to find an M16, I'll carry those with me when I go down to Louisville. Now, what else do I bring with me to Louisville? Look at that, I can pack another box. What I do think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring like most of my ammo, like most of the base, most of my main base here in Riverside. I'm gonna bring most of the ammo with me. Like probably all the cartons. Like I will leave some loose boxes, and that's about it. The calibers that I like a lot, like 38, like 44 mag. Sorry, no, 45 auto. The calibers I like 45 auto. I'm gonna bring the entire supply with me. Because Louisville is the end game, right? What am I stockpiling for, if not the retaking of Louisville? And I use the word retaking a little bit presumptively because I'm not going to be retaking the whole place. Like I could kill every zombie in one side of it, and by the time I start working on the other side, there would be respawns behind me. There's some YouTuber, I don't even know who they are. They said I killed every zombie in Project Zomboid. Like, okay, buddy, what other settings did you change, right? Because he very clearly turned off respawning. What else did he turn off? Am I right? It's really hard for me to look at other YouTubers who play this game because probably very few, if any of them, are actually playing the game as the developers intended. Which, it's not the worst thing in the world. Like, you're not going to hear me say, "Oh no, don't play like these guys play." No. Do what's fun. But also, it kind of sucks because that means if almost every YouTuber out there is just doing whatever the hell they want and not playing the default game, people are going to get the wrong idea about this game. This is a game that very few people can stomach without mods. And I don't know if that's being adequately advertised. At least, if nothing else, we can say that the YouTubers who play the game heavily modded or with the sandbox settings changed or whatever, at least they're showing ways that can be fun. That is, even if it's not what I would do, 2 thumbs up to everybody for doing that. Yeah, that sucks, Jamie. In my playthroughs, I usually try to find a vehicle before. Well, usually I try to find a vehicle as soon as humanly possible, if for no other reason than the fact that it trivializes the helicopter mechanic. But I have been caught before finding a vehicle, and it is no fun. If for no other reason that it makes it hard to do anything. Like even just trying to wait it out is not going to work out usually. Okay, so first thing in the morning I'm going to do, see how much time is left on these tomatoes. All of them still say days. I'm just looking to see if any of them say hours. Oh, look at this. Some of the sheep killed each other. Well, who the fuck killed them? Oh, this... Okay. Yeah, alright. So this one that I named Kill Me, forgot to kill him. So now he's no longer Kill Me, now he's my primary male. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... I wouldn't be able to comment on that. I have quite literally never gone to Louisville. When we do this, I don't know if we'll do it this stream. Probably not. I mean, we've been at this for 6 hours. I don't want to burn myself out. This stream is mostly entirely going to be getting ready for Louisville. But next stream I will be starting to deploy to Louisville. And we're going to see what that feels like. If nothing else, I'm glad that I finally finished reading Butchery 5. So now I can get the most for Alan here. Alright, This ram skull is Alan's skull. He is now part of the world. He has returned to nature. Really? That entire animal, and I got a single piece of stale mutton. Okay. I guess he's been dead for a while. I'm glad I got it before he went bad, but man, that's like nothing. And it's already stale. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Whatever you say, game. There's so little in there that it's not even worth going out of my way to cook it. I'm going to go ahead and turn this sinew straight into thread. Just to leave the door open if I want to make any armor. This 1911 pistol is getting put back. Okay, I didn't really want to resort to this, but yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to reload some magazines. We're so close to the next level, and I want to get there. So we're just going to take, like, I don't know, 5 magazines here, and just unload and reload them. I feel silly doing this, but when I only need 100 experience, it's fine. This will get us over the edge so that I can read the next book. That's what I've been shooting for here. I want to be able to read the next reloading book. Well, you know what? Let me make sure that this actually works. 2924. Yeah, that got us almost 10 experience. So, we'll go ahead and do this until we're there. Not like we're missing anything. I would go on patrol, just to, you know, get some zombie killing out of my system. It's been a little too long of playing this game without killing a zombie. Especially with all this prep work. $29.69. What is that? That's let's just do 4 more. That feels good. Not quite. No, I'm not getting 10 experience each. Maybe it's closer to 8. Maybe it's closer to not 8. Almost there. Every time I think I just need a couple more. No wonder this is such a silly thing to level. There we go. Okay, we're good. Like every time I thought I was that much closer. I don't think I'm gonna make it to the next book for reloading in this character's lifetime, because it took us so much. I don't think there's enough ammo left on the map, even if I read the book. Because I mean, you know, I read that was with the book having been read. It sure as hell didn't feel like I had read a book. with how much that took. But yeah, it's all right. Now I've got basically again. I like to do things as optimally as humanly possible. So what that really means is I've got to read this book before reloading a weapon again. So if I want to be able to use firearms and live with myself, I'm going to have to go ahead and read the book. Let's go ahead and I think I've got some peppers ready to be cycled up here. What are we doing next? We're going back to habaneros. All right. I remember once upon a time, I could just dry everything as soon as I picked it up. I miss that. I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely did consider picking up one of the mods that restores the old way that drying racks worked. That's not what we're about here. We play the game as the devs intended for most of the way. B41 map mod. Not that. The only map mod that I'm intimately familiar with is West Point expansion, because that was pretty fun. It basically just adds more to the south of West Point, and that was in Build 41, which Build 41 West Point. It felt like it went a little harder. I did not have too much difficulty clearing West Point in Build 42 here. But also, I didn't even try to clear West Point in Build 42 until I was very, very well beyond the early game. So, like, I'm willing to guess that West Point in Build 42 is probably still difficult for early game, relatively speaking. Definitely harder than Riverside. Oh, fuck, these salads are already going stale. Well, that sucks. I was hoping they would last at least long enough for me to eat them all. On the bright side, they're not going stale to the point of being bad to eat. Like, they still reduce my unhappies. Why am I so uncomfortable? What am I wearing right now? Oh! Yeah, we're not doing the antlers. I didn't realize the antlers had a discomfort debuff. That's actually really funny. That is really funny. So these antlers are literally a... They might as well be peacock feathers. You would only ever wear those just to show off how little you give a fuck about certain things. Oh, I know what they would go good with. Can I put them on this? Yeah, look at that. Okay. Yeah, it goes really well with a primitive armor. Even just as a, That's terrible. The bone mask destroys your vision. But it does give you some pretty good face protection. Yeah, I would not wear any of this shit. Oh, of course, the bone fingerless gloves. That's part of my combat armor. I would wear that. Monitoring this salad to see how bad it gets. Because when things go stale, they don't always go straight to the same amount of unhappiness for eating it. It's like a progressive thing. Like, once it's stale, it gets worse and worse and worse, and then it gets rotten. But it doesn't, like, tell you in the name, like, you know, stale level 1, stale level 2, whatever the hell. It just kind of gets worse, makes you less happy to eat until it finally goes away. Oh, 23:40. I should have gone to sleep already. That's fine. Into sleep we go. For anybody joining, welcome. We're in a bit of a low interest phase right now. We've been doing a lot of base work. I'm probably going to go on patrol. Our priorities right now is, one, I want to deal with these tomatoes. They need to be dealt with sometime in the next couple of days. So that's kind of a short-term thing. A long-term thing is the kale down here is going to be ready to harvest within the month. So I do want to harvest this kale before we leave for Louisville is long-term, like past this month. We're definitely going to Louisville after we get rid of all of the crops. Now, what are we going to take with us when we go to Louisville? I have some theories. I'm thinking I'm going to do 2 trips. 2 trips to bring everything that I need with me. The reason I basically have to do 2 trips is I want to be able to bring some cows. And what I want to do is actually bring a mating pair of cows. I have a lot of calves here. I'm going to find a male one. Surely one of them are male. Yes, okay. Trying to find out which one of these. Is it Bast? Negative. 2B? No. Doris. No. It's somebody in this corner. Bast the second? No. What I really wish would happen is the game should tell you who a animal's mother is in that you know, the UI for that animal. But it doesn't. So I just have to look through all of them and find out manually. Athena. Is that her? I think it is. Okay, yeah. Okay. So the male calf, the only one that I could find, the male calf, is Athena's child, and therefore Adonis works for me. So Athena and Adonis are going to come with me to, whatchamacallit, to, the mooing is shutting my brain down. To Louisville. Because we're going to establish a base in Louisville, and I'm going to want that to be a base that will just last. So we're going to have a cow pen in Louisville with a mating pair of Holstein cows. The rest of the cows, obviously, because, you know, you can only bring one cow with you at a time. But you can bring a cow and a calf. So in order to keep that down to one trip with the animal trailer, we're going to bring, a male calf and a adult female. Particularly an adult female that is already gestating. And Athena is already actually her just beginning. So Athena is going to have another calf, which means she's going to be producing milk. Which means, yeah. Basically, we've got a calf, or we've got a cow that's coming with us and is going to be producing milk the whole time. That's exactly what we need. One Holstein cow, honestly, it's enough to fix all of your weight problems permanently. I'm sure it won't be that way forever. The devs are going to nerf butter again somehow. I can just see that coming. But until then, cows are your solution to every weight problem. So as long as I have a cow with me, I can basically function indefinitely in the field. And once I finish reading this book, I can resume reading. I can resume using firearms. Now the thing is, well, we've got quite a chunk of leveling left to do with aiming level 7 before we get to 8. Once we get to 8, we might have to stop using firearms before we get to Louisville. Or not before we get all the way through Louisville is what I meant to say. Because the reason for that is I don't have aiming 5. That's one of the books I need to find. I have been told, and I don't know if this is true, that you can find literally any book ever at Louisville State University. That's literally my impetus for going to Louisville, is LSU. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to LSU and not discharge my firearm enough times to get to the next level. So I feel like a combined arms approach is probably going to be the best. Like, I'm probably just going to cycle through different weapon types just constantly. That probably feels like the best strategy. Just to make it so that I don't... If I go a little too hard with firearms, then, well, I'm not going to be able to use them as much. Because if I use them all at once, well, there it goes, right? Okay, there we go. So there's our daily bread. We've got some food. Just looking through my skills to see if there's anything that I could use to level next. Strength. To be entirely honest, I would actually kind of prefer to have high-level strength before going to Louisville. As in, like, strength level 10. That's kind of always been something in the back of my mind. Strength level 10 before going to Louisville. That's always been in the back of my mind. And now we're closer now than we've ever been. Again, 330 hours. And despite constantly keeping myself in the correct amount of proteins, and almost always keeping myself over-encumbered slightly, not enough to affect my combat readiness, but enough to constantly be getting a little bit of strength experience. Yeah. I don't think it's too hard of an ask to get another 11,800 strength experience. Like, I would get that in the first month if I remember right. I don't think it's unattainable. I think we're doing it. So what does that mean? That means that we are going to be doing a little bit of lifting. Going to do a little lifting here. Start with the barbell. Normally I wouldn't do this, but now I have a goal And in order to attain that goal, exercise is going to help me get there. We're going to start with just 10 minutes of barbell curls, and I want to see how much strength experience that gets me. So we're at 138, 200. And after this, after I finish these reps, we're going to do it for 10 minutes, which is the minimum. Oh, right, I forgot. I had to take off everything. Whatever. Right, I messed up my slots. This is another reason I hate in the default game. I hate working out because you have to take off your backpack and your stupid belt, which messes up my action bar completely. So I got to take off the holster for my ankle and the double holster. Now I think I can put it back on. Okay, there we go. I have literally forgot that was a thing. It's been that long since I've done any workouts in this game. Okay. Now let's find out how much we got from that. We're at 138, 416 now. Okay, we got 216 strength experience for doing reps for 10 minutes. Now, how much do we need? We need 150,000 minus 138, 416. Let's divide that by 216. Okay. That's like 2 months if we do that once a day. We're not doing that. We're doing it. We're going to need to do more reps. Now, what does more reps mean? It means harder muscle strain hit. I actually think, as in terms of daytime, we're actually doing this at the correct time. If in Project Zomboid, if you're going to do workouts at all, target for like 9 a.m. in the mid-morning. Because if you start at like 9 a.m. and you continue through there, I think the muscle strain, there's like a stupid like 8-hour delay. So if you do it in mid-morning, the muscle strain should probably hit you as you start to get tired in the evening. So, you know, tired in the evening means you're already going to be falling back from any combat that you're doing. So that also means that you would be falling back anyway, so you wouldn't necessarily lose anything. I went through all that effort of putting my action bars back on. Let's do 30 minutes. We're going to do 30 minutes with the dumbbells. God, I wish I could do a dumbbell in each hand. That would be pretty cool. Huh. So there's actually two different things we can do with the dumbbell. Dumbbell presses or bicep curls. Fascinating. Yeah, dumbbell presses is fine. So we're going to do, yeah, let's bump that up to 30 minutes. And we're going to see how much strength experience we get for that. Now, I don't know if that actually was 30 minutes. Because I'm pretty sure that whatever time system that the game's exercise system goes off of, it's not actually... I don't think it actually translates to the passage of time up in the top right corner there where your clock is. I don't think that actually... Okay. We are now up to 138, 838. So that feels like we got at least twice as much. 138, 838 minus 150,000. Oh, we got... Holy shit. Oh, no, we still got a little bit more. So we add... That's how much we have left. We divide that by... I'd put the cart before the horse here. 138, 416 minus 138, 838. Okay, yeah, we got just about twice as much for bumping the time up to 30 minutes from 10 minutes. Okay, so now what we do is we need 11,162 experience now. Let's divide that by 422. 26 days. Or, 26 more times we've got to do that. That's a hell of a lot more manageable. In fact, I think that will put us... Sorry, totally distracted for a moment there. Whenever I hear somebody stomping up the stairs, my brain goes into Unga Bunga mode. Now, we have two different types of exercises that we can do with the barbell. So I'm going to go ahead and do both. Might as well if I'm going to be removing all of my armor or all of my weapons and shit. So I just did dumbbell presses, now we do bicep curls, and we do it for 30. Thankfully, we do have a book to read. This is not going to last very long, though. We're definitely going to finish this book long before we, yeah, we've got 4 pages left. I'm going to go ahead and finish it. There we go. Okay. Yes, both dumbbell presses, or, sorry, anything you do with a dumbbell or a barbell is just for strength. They don't, none of them give fitness. Alright, reloading 4 is done. Like I said before, I don't think I'm ever going to get to reloading 5. It took so much reloading just to get to volume 4. I will be impressed if we blow every single bit of ammo that we have and we actually get to the point where we can just get to level 8. Like, if we just get to level 8, or, I'm sorry, yeah, if we get through level 7, because that's the next level, if we get through level 7, I will be very impressed. I don't think we are. That took so much effort. That took so much effort that I don't see it happening. I don't know if there's enough zombies in Louisville for that. But, it does kind of make sense insofar... Well, actually, no, it doesn't. Because, I mean, Longblade is one of those in-game skills that, is, by design, is supposed to be hard to do. Just because, there's so much cool shit you can do with it once you level it up. But that being said, I have killed many, many zombies with Longblade. It is literally... My character's favorite weapon was a machete, and now it's a sword. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. As preparation for going to Louisville, I'm thinking 10 of each. 10 swords, 10 machetes. That's what I'm thinking. We'll need every single one of them. Now, that being said, I'm also thinking, just build a forge down there in Louisville, in my base, wherever I end up setting up base in Louisville, just build a forge there. I'm absolutely considering that. You see, whenever I think about Louisville logistics, I always start thinking about that really, really, really stupid idea that I had, where I would just build a bridge to get myself into Louisville, build my own bridge. I'm not going to do that, but I unironically considered it at one point. Okay, we're going to go on patrol. we're gonna go on patrol. I have done enough for now that I feel like killing some zombies. It's not going to be a big patrol, just enough to get our feet wet, kill anybody in the local area. Only a question of what type of weapon to use. It kind of feels counterintuitive to not be using spears right now. I've got the same problem with Longblade as I do firearms, and I didn't even think about that. Because I don't have Volume 5. So when when I run out of, basically when I get to the next level of sword, or Longblade rather, when I get to the next Longblade level, I'm not going to have the next book to read. And so it's going to be very hard to convince myself to use it, because why would I be getting experience in something if I haven't read the book for it? It's really, really, really hard to work my brain into whatever kind of tizzy fit I got to do in order to actually do that. It's really hard. Not impossible, but yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and use spears for now, because there are no books for spears, and spears are amazing. In fact, spears are so amazing that I have no problem one-shotting every zombie that I swing at right now. The only thing that would make spears better for me, higher attack speed, obviously, but less stamina usage would be great, too. Now, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit impressed by the lack of respawns. I wonder... I'm starting to wonder. See, that for such a long time there was like no shortage of zombies down here. Every time I would come back to this area after going away for just a couple days, there'd be more zombies. But the fact that there isn't right now, and it's September, of the following year. I don't know if there's anything to go off of that. But if we continue to see fewer respawns, I may have come to a greater understanding of the respawn system. Like if we start to see fewer respawns over the next 2 months, then something that has been brewing in the back of my mind may be proven correct. Maybe. I don't know. In fact, I'm very prepared to be wrong about that. I've been wrong about a lot of things. 2,000 hours in this game does not mean anything. You can have a lot of misconceptions stick around for a long time. Especially about something that is obscure as respawns. That's true. And higher level would also help with maintenance. I'm maintenance level 10, but another factor to how long a weapon lasts before it breaks is your skill with the weapon. That kind of gets matched up with your maintenance skill to determine how fast your weapons degrade. I mean, also, you know, the innate, every weapon does have its own, like, durability and chance of durability loss. But those are factored into your maintenance skill and your weapon skill. To be entirely honest, if I'm gonna be nice to the Indie Stone for once, I like the weapon system. Like, everything about it right now, I actually really like it. Well, for the most part. There's some niggles, some nitpicks. But generally speaking, one of the best weapon systems I've seen in a video game. It's a goddamn shame that we can't use, you know, 3D targeting system, and we have to use this top-down bullshit. You know, 2,000 hours, you don't play a game because you don't like it, but I said this in my review of Project Zomboid after just 6 hours of playing it. I was like, it already sucks that we are going to live in a world where we're never going to see a 3D rim world with first-person controls and good graphics. But now, because I found out about this game, I've got to live in a world where we're never going to see a Project Zomboid in proper 3D with first-person controls and good graphics. Never going to see it. There will never be a game that is not some... we're never going to see it. I'm just going to put that out there now. No survival crafting game that is 3D comes anywhere close to this game, and that's a goddamn tragedy in my mind. That is a goddamn tragedy. Yeah, this place, this cul-de-sac right here, would be crawling just a month ago. Wacky. Oh, I play RimWorld. Nowhere near as much. I don't stream it, though. No, the way I play RimWorld would not be very interesting to watch. I cheat a lot. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I cheat in RimWorld quite a lot. Certain games that I play... Now, when I think about RimWorld, what would make me want to play it without any cheating? That would be very, very, very difficult to come up to an answer with that. The reason being, of course, there's a lot of things about RimWorld that I just find inherently unfair. Most particularly, like, you know, I would never in a million years play RimWorld the way I play Project Zomboid, where I'm actually playing, you know, the game vanilla as the developers would present it. And if for no other reason than the simple fact that the default game, the vanilla game, doesn't have fucking a way to define your own pawns. It's the dev, Tynan. Tynan is the lead dev for RimWorld. Ludion, the other people working on it, I guess, but it's Tynan's brainchild. Tynan does not have the fundamental comprehension that most people are going to have a little trouble becoming attached to NPCs that are entirely randomly generated, and literally all we can do, or at least in the vanilla game, all we can do, is change their nickname. Maybe we can change their names, I don't remember. It's been that long since I've played the game without character editor. Yes, that is true. I do agree with that overall. But, yeah, I would definitely not fit with my, well, at least, like, when it comes to what I've built up on this channel so far, is, well, it's not necessarily true. Because I play Darktide pretty heavily modded. But also Darktide, when it comes to, mods, they're like all user interface mods. That, you know, there's no mods for Darktide. No, there's solo mode. Yeah, there's solo mode. People can go pretty insane with that. Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, there's no, that's possibly another thing about RimWorld, is that I don't necessarily have a mod list for the game that I'm, like, perfectly satisfied with. Like, anytime I collect a bunch of mods for the game, well, there's another factor. I had a mod list for a little while that I was kind of, like, you know, slowly expanding. And then I realized that it was taking almost 5 minutes to launch the game. Man, the harmony, I don't know what it is with the modding system in RimWorld, but something about the way the mods work at load time, it's bad. It's really bad. I had, like, I don't know, a third of all of the vanilla expanded mods. There's a lot of those, too. I mean, there's many more than I would ever want to actually add all of them. I had, like, maybe, I don't know, a third of the total of the, you know, the big ones. And my launch time was up to 5 minutes, something like that. It was insane. I have not played it with vanilla expanded for a little while, just because I don't like to sit there and wait for my game to take 5 minutes to launch. I hate that. I mean, I built a $6,000 PC in part to get around that bullshit. You know, there's many other things, but I mean, you know, and the fact that It's just due to sheer engine inefficiencies. Yeah, I don't know. If it is a particular category of mod that's causing it to take so long to launch, I don't know I don't know exactly what category of the vanilla expanded mod is causing the most trouble, if there is one. Spears are really, like I said, I usually, when I'm in the field, I don't start whipping out spears until I'm in a situation where I like really need to kill a bunch of zombies, and I don't want to think too hard about how I do it, because they're just that good. Oh yeah, so the only time we've used a bomb on this character, we threw it here, and it set a couple tiles on fire. It also killed like 6 zombies, so that was cool. But yeah, same criticism I had before of bombs, it's kind of still stands. Now, that being said, pipe bombs. Pipe bombs are something I might actually be able to make a lot more reliably. Because if we look at the crafting menu here, if we look at the ingredients for pipe bombs, twine, very, very easy to get. Hacksaw, very, billions. Scrap electronics, billions. Iron pipes, not billions, however, I know where to find them, and I know I can make them. Yeah, iron pipes are the hardest thing that I'm seeing on this crafting menu. The other thing is gunpowder. Gunpowder you get by sacrificing bullets. So pipe bombs feel like the most reliable bomb to craft if you are willing to sacrifice your bullets. You know, I feel like if I'm going to use a bullet, I'd rather shoot it, personally. Jeez Louise, 7 to 8 minutes. Oh, that's painful. Oh, it's the textures. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. That's actually really useful for me. Because now I can think of a few vanilla expanded mods that have way more textures than others. So I might actually be able to come up with a mod list now that... yeah, thanks for that. If it works that way, that would be very useful. There's some VFE stuff that I was like I really liked. And then there's some other stuff that I was like, I don't really know. I'm also with RimWorld. I'm not. I'm a little bit afraid with RimWorld. I'm a little bit afraid to try new things. And I hate to say it, but with Zomboid, I might someday be the same way. Actually, with Zomboid, you could say that I'm afraid to try new things. You could technically say that because I'm never going to start as anything but a construction worker, strong and athletic, organized. Organized is non-negotiable. Wakeful and restless sleeper. Yeah, I don't know. So getting strong, athletic, and all those things without restless sleeper as the negative balance. If I could ever find a way to do that, maybe. But yeah, restless sleeper and wakeful is just a combo that kind of born out of necessity for the amount of points you get back from doing it. We are just about to be tired, but you know the best thing about spears? At stage 1 fatigue, I can still one-shot zombies a lot of the time. I am expecting a painful nerf of spears. The devs have been working actively on balancing them, but there's no way that they're done. This is too much fun. Spears are too much fun right now. I am terrified of how much less fun they're going to be. Because remember, if you have fun playing this game, the Indie Stone are going to take it personally, and they're going to nerf it, whatever it is you're having fun with. They're going to nerf it really fucking hard. I've said this before in my streams, but it bears repeating. Get out of the road, asshole. Whatchamacallit? Soda. You look no further than Soda to see that, we were having so much fun in the very first version of Build 42, 42.0.2. We were having so much fun just staying awake forever by microdosing on soda that the Indie Stone nerfed the amount of the caffeine effect in soda so hard that you have to drink an entire 2 liter of soda to get the effect of like a single usage of a caffeine tablet. I cannot even begin to articulate how stupid that is. How bad of an overcorrection that is. But they did that because we were having so much fun. No fun allowed here. Ever. Ever. If you start having too much fun with this game, keep it to yourself. To be entirely honest, I regret streaming this. I regret showing you guys this. Because the fact that the Indie Stone might, I don't know, they're not watching my streams. But, you know, if other people who watch my streams talk about it somewhere, maybe the Indie Stone might actually see it. And, yeah, they'll nerf it. They'll nerf it into oblivion. I highly doubt that they don't already know this. That this is the case right now. What the fuck are these people doing in my house? This is literally my house right here. This is the house I started in. Get out of my house. They already broke my fucking window. Unacceptable.
Hey.
I don't know which room they're in. There you are. Right this way, please. I don't really have like a, you know, a very sentimental attachment to this house. But just the fact that I started in it makes me want to not see it get busted up. I found somebody's ID card in the dresser here. In this dresser, I found somebody's ID card, and because of that, I was like, well, okay, maybe this isn't my house. I want to say I was probably renting it. In fact, I think I have the character's name. Let's take a look really quick. Did I put it in... PZ 42.71Y? Yeah, okay. Well, no, this is the small version. I did a more interesting, that was for the base time lapse. No, that's none of those. What did I do with it? Shouldn't be in here. No. I have no idea what I did with it. That's a damn shame, too. Ah, character sheet. Why did I put it in the user folder? Okay, here we go. Anime affiliates. Browning Gilbert is my landlord. Because I found that's whose ID card that I found in that bedroom. Gilbert Browning. Affiliates. Roe Herman is my employer, and then of course my criminal record. We don't talk about my criminal record. It's been redacted for a reason. I had a lot of fun putting this together. It was going to be for like a Reddit post at some point where I just like, you know, advertise the character's 1-year anniversary and show some screenshots of some really silly moments that have come up. But yeah, the address is somewhat correct actually. This is Tidal Lane right here, and I went ahead and put a number on the house because if we did like, you know, traditional American cul-de-sac numbering, this would be 201, 202. 203, so this right here is 203. So my address as 203 Tidal Lane is, yeah, they only recently added street names for everything. So that's pretty cool. I think I left the van running again. When will I ever not leave the van running? Oi. Yeah. You know, we were having so much fun with Soda, and I mean, like, I understand the devs for nerfing it. You'll never hear me say, oh, they shouldn't have nerfed it. Yes, of course, it was overpowered to hell. We could literally stay awake forever. In 42.0.2, I played this game for probably about 100 hours or so. My character for that run had to end because I went on vacation for like 2 weeks, and when I came back, there was a new version, so I just started over. But yeah, for like the several weeks that I played 42.0.2, I never slept once. I never had to. Like, as soon as I found out Soda and how it worked, I was like, yeah, we're just staying awake forever. It was so much fun. But yeah, of course, I recognize they needed to nerf that. They didn't want to have a mechanic in the game that just completely removed sleep as a necessity. Yeah. I didn't even come up with a lot of that lore until I reached the 1-year anniversary, and I started looking back through my footage. Like, you know, I probably watched more than half of my own stream for part 1 of this character series, just to see if I could find some interesting moments from early game that had an impact on later games. To be entirely honest, not many. I mean, aside from just, you know, our general strategies, which none of which are really specific to this run. The map tour that I followed was more or less the same route as previous. We had a character called Nora the Explorer, who I made when I was still doing 42.8 after I lost Barb the Builder. And I followed the same route on her, and it worked out great. So it's our early game strategy. I'm not going to mess with it. It works that well. Okay, now speaking of messing with things, we have been reliably able to one-shot zombies while fatigued. But if we get to stage 2 fatigue, we're no longer going to be able to do that. So I'm not going to do that to myself. We're just going to sleep. And I would like to continue this patrol. Now, after this patrol, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it for tonight. We've been at this for about 7 hours, and it is a work night for me. I want to pace myself. I would prefer... I don't think I can blame Zomboid for my sleep schedule getting messed up over the weekend. I don't know how many folks watching now would be regular viewers of mine, but if you are regular viewers, you would know that I took a few days off, and the reason for that was my sleep schedule was broken. And whenever that happens, I have to kind of prioritize what I spend my wakeful hours on as carefully as I can. In this case, I prioritized making sure that I'm good for work. You have a day job, of course. Fascinating. This is one of those houses I've never looted. Not that there's particularly any... Oh, look at that. Cereal, salt. I'd laugh pretty hard if we found some vinegar. No, not quite that lucky. It's fine. We're pretty far beyond needing residential loot of literally any variety. It's like a comic book, maybe. There we go. Yeah, there's not too much here that I really care about. I thought that was one of my sleep houses, actually. We're looking for the S's. S means it has intact windows and doors, and therefore is a candidate to sleep in. And I was off by 1. It looks like this one is. Windows, doors, and a bed with a pillow on it are my minimums. And this one has got zombies in the backyard, so we're not sleeping here yet. We're gonna kill those assholes. Off of that door. Shit. Didn't judge that depth very well, but we're good there. I have a feeling, and this is just a general feeling, I think we're going to get a lot more traits for characters in this game, good and bad, when they add NPCs. I never played the game back when NPCs were a part of the official builds, and I never went too hard in the mods that try to monkey wrench in the NPCs as they were before the devs removed them. So I don't have a lot of direct experience with them. but I do have experience trawling through the code and seeing some very interesting things, such as we have stats, like our characters have stats that don't seem to have any effect right now, but would make perfect sense if we had them, if there were NPCs to interact with. For example, we have anger and sanity. What do those do for us when we're the only person on the planet? We're Lemos right now. We're the last man on Earth. There's no impact whatsoever as to how sane or angry we are. Of course, now panic, stress, and happiness are just for, well, they're for a couple of things, but more than anything, they're for keeping our character role-playing potential, maybe. But I mean, you know, I have a feeling that those things will all, panic, stress, and anger, and sanity, those stats will become much more important when we have NPCs. That's kind of my feeling, generally speaking. We may even get even more stats. I don't know. I feel like yeah, you know, happiness, boredom, panic, stress, anger, sanity, some combination thereof feels like a pretty good foundation for, you know, NPCs. It's more than The Sims. I find that to be particularly hilarious because, you know, what is Project Zomboid but the best Sims 1 mod ever to come out? I wish I was exaggerating. I'm literally not exaggerating. Wait a minute. This is broken. So this actually is no longer a secure place to sleep. No, it never was. I'm in the wrong house. These houses look all the goddamn same to me. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Is it my fault that every single one of them has the same lore? We all have this silly lightwood birch everywhere. I'm reminded of that Internet Historian video where he was making fun of Fallout 76. Lightwood Limited, Lightwood Limited, Lightwood Limited. Because that's all Riverside is. All the residential places outside of the gated community, at least. Ah, there's the pain. Okay. Well, okay, so how do you increase your character's anger? How do you decrease your character's sanity? I did see in the early game, like in my first couple of months, I did see my sanity go down. I saw no side effects of that. I've never once seen my anger go up. So, I mean, those exist. Those are stats. These stats, whatever they do, they are a part of my character, and therefore the stat bar will show them. But they don't do anything. I've never seen, 2,000 hours of playing this game, I've never seen any actual effect from them. Now, what does it mean that we have extreme muscle strain now from the workouts? Well, it means we're combat ineffective, probably even with spears. So my dream of having a night's sleep and then continuing the patrol, no. We're out of the game for overnight activities at the moment in terms of combat. I know what I can do. Let's get our van refilled with gas, and then let's get our refueling vehicle. Actually, it was getting pretty low on gas cans, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some refueling. Like, if I had to guess, I would say that certain things that our character should do if we're in a lot of pain, that could be something that increases our anger, maybe. I'm just kind of like hypothesizing what could make us angry if there's no people around to piss us off. I mean, obviously, zombies, but how do you turn that into gameplay, right? Do I get angry just because I see a bunch of zombies? Because, I mean, that doesn't make sense to me personally. I've killed 15,000 of the things. If I killed 15,000 of anything in real life, I would be pretty desensitized to their everything about them. Yeah, I don't think zombies would be making me very mad in the game. Oh, okay, cool. So anger would go up. It would go up, but it wouldn't have any effects, I see. Yeah, I'm guessing whatever they're doing right now to prepare the game for NPCs, they've probably removed even more anger mechanics, because I don't know of anything. I can't think of anything that has ever increased it. Yeah. No, I do remember my sanity went down briefly in like the first couple months of the game, but I never figured out why. Like, that was just a big question mark. Okay, so when you're filling up gas cans, I have some advice. What you do is you fill one up and drop it, because if you try to do them all at once, you'll over-encumber your character and cause them a lot of pain. So in the spirit of keeping our characters happy, I'm not going to over-encumber her. I'm going to use my little key binding to drop whatever is in my secondary hand each time I finish filling up one. That is the one key binding you guys won't be able to see on my input overlay in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. And that's because I have not found yet a way to get OBS to recognize the F14 key. I guess it's obscure enough that, you know, 99.95% of keyboards don't have an F14 key. My keyboard does not have an F14 key. And that is very intentional. I'm using a key that doesn't exist on my keyboard so that I can never accidentally drop what's in my hands. I don't ever want that to happen, like, you know, even if I was using a very obscure key. I don't ever want to accidentally drop something. The key that would cause me to drop something is all the way here on the corner of my mouse. Almost impossible to accidentally hit this key. Thumb grids are very good about not accidentally hitting them. The amount of pressure it takes to hit a thumb grid button is pretty good. I have a lot of good things to say about this mouse. It's a goddamn shame that they're not being sold anymore. Okay, so now we'll fit what we can into the trunk. I don't think we're going to be able to fit all those. Some of them we may have to put back into our inventory, but we'll see. Oh, look at that. I clocked it perfectly. Okay. I should have more trust in myself. The spear that we've been using is... I'm going to go ahead and reforge it. It's fine. I've got plenty more. Alright, refueling vehicle has been refueled. Oh man, our girl's in a lot of pain right now. See, you would think, because I'm in stage 2 pain, that would be something I could absolutely see, just, you know, even just trying to pick something up that's heavy. It would make perfect sense to me if your character got angry from doing that. Just trying to do something while you're in pain. Oh, yes, that would make me angry. Oh, boy, would that make me angry. I would have a lot of colorful words to say if I was forcing myself to lift something heavy while I'm in pain. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, it's fine. I've got a separate crate for comic books now, because I have so many of them. I have 43 encumbrance of comic books. That is half of a wooden crate filled with nothing but comic books. There's a reason I don't pick up regular books anymore. It's because I've got an entire crate full of them, and an overflow crate is halfway full. Let's put away the lighter. Now, this entire collection here of fire sources, technically speaking, is all outmoded now. I found a very, 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 very important recipe, and I would love to spread knowledge of this. If anybody watching, if you're not familiar, you can make your own lighters now in Build 42. Make improvised lighter. All you need is electrical wire, battery, and a tape of some form. It can either be adhesive or duct tape. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I've never even made one of these because I have so many lighters. Like every time I find a fire source, I've been setting it aside because until this recipe was added, which I think last several patches, I don't know when. Until this recipe was added, fire sources were a very limited thing. Oh, absolutely, RimWorld. NPCs like I mean, The Sims. The Sims it takes a bit of a cowardly approach by not actually giving you a window into what your Sims are talking about, other than just generic conversation topics. That's a cowardly thing, in my opinion. Tell us what our people are saying. Be explicit. The whole Simlish thing is actually it's a sleight of hand. Maxis was really smart to do it, to be honest, because it makes the game easier to localize. Simlish, you don't have to record voiceover for all the different languages in the world. You can keep it same for every language, and it changes nothing. All you got to do to localize the Sims is change the user interface, and you're done. It's kind of I mean, it's one of those examples of programming being lazy, but kind of in a good way, kind of. Because, I mean, it's great for the developers. A lot of less work to worry about. They don't have to pay no voice actors. They don't got to do none of that. Now, this game, can I ever see the Indie Stone hiring voice actors? No. No, I don't think they're ever going to hire voice actors. I think they're going to have voice types, like we have with, I'm using Kate, high-pitch Kate, which is the only correct choice. High-pitch Kate is best Kate. But no, they're not going to do very many of those. I don't think we're going to have spoken words. I think we're going to have text, and lots of it. So I do think at the end of the day, it is going to come back to RimWorld. Now, the devs have cited RimWorld a lot directly in their patch notes, as in like an example of why they did something. So I actually think that, not just my estimations, but also straight from the devs, they are using RimWorld as inspiration for other things. So it would make perfect sense to start seeing RimWorld inspiration for the NPCs. I have 91 units of painkillers. Freaking wild. It's been a little while since I've carried them around, too, in my Alice kit. But now that I'm starting to work out, yeah, gonna have to... Really, painkillers, that's the most useful thing if you're not injured. Workouts to get rid of the muscle strain so that you can actually sleep. Yeah. But yeah, it is 4 a.m. now. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep as soon as I can, which I can't yet, because we gotta wait for that pain to go down. I suppose I can do a little bit of loot sorting. I'll peek through these bags here and pick some stuff of specific categories. See, there's so much stuff in here that I would rather not think about too hard because the container that I would put it in is full. Yeah. That should be enough things to do here. Ooh, I had been meaning to check these knee pads. So I found some knee pads while I was out in the world, and these you get a chance of getting knee pads that are random generated colors rather. These ones that I picked up happen to look like they may be a good match for desert camo, and we're about to find out if they are. We've got our mannequin here with desert camo on. Where'd they go? There they are. So here's the left, here's the right. Ooh, that's not bad at all. Now, it's not perfect, but for random color generation, that's pretty good. If we pull up Photoshop and do a swatch test, I'm pretty sure it'll be off by like, looks like it'll less than 10%. That looks like less than 10%. But this is really important to me. This is one of the reasons I play this game. is to find perfect color combinations, especially in the things that are random color generated or random number generated colors. So there's the darkest swatch on the knee pad, and here is a dark swatch from the camo. That's really close. That is really close. But it's not necessarily the lightness that I'm thinking about here. .230 OF to 222 12F. Okay, so it's the green we're losing out on. The knee pads don't have quite enough green in them, and they could use to be a little bit lighter. Sad. Pretty sad. Yeah. Oh well. I think the... Wait a minute. Did I wait too long? The pain is going back up. Damn it. I must have waited too long. That's... Damn it. Okay. Well. Let's take some more painkillers then. What did I do with the other one? Did I not finish taking them? Wouldn't be the first time I've done that. No, I took both of the... There were 2 containers of painkillers. I took both of them out. What the hell happened to the other one? I'm floored. Oh, I put it in my Alice kit. Okay. And I didn't. So, look at this. There's a... Don't interrupt that. Don't interrupt the little progress bar. Oh, yeah. No. OCD is another one of those things that I've never been tested for, but I would never self-diagnose, but I would not be surprised in the slightest. Now, it is possible to not have a condition like OCD, but to also have tendencies. That I know that for 100% certain. I can say without any malpractice, I can say that I have obsessive compulsive tendencies. Do I have the full-on disorder? Probably not, but I mean, in order for it to be a full-blown disorder, and again, it's been a long time since I've read the DSM, so don't quote me on this, but I think the threshold to make it a disorder is it has to be very severely disruptive of your everyday life. When I think of what disrupts my everyday life, laziness, a hell of a lot more than obsessive compulsion. Laziness, the just not doing things that I should be doing. I have a load of laundry that I really should be doing, and I will do now that I've brought it up. I'm going to hold myself to that. I'm going to do it after this stream. I will do the laundry. But the fact that I let it go for so long without doing it, yeah, it's just laziness is really my biggest enemy. Obsession and compulsion are not they're not holding me back in my day-to-day life. Therefore, I don't think I can call myself OCD. Now look at this. I thought the tomatoes on the other side were planted earlier, but no. We've got one of the vines over here has died. Now, is that a big loss? No, not really. But I would like to go ahead and harvest. Yeah, I don't know why just one of them decided to be ahead of the others, it seems. All of these still have days left. It was just that one vine that decided to grow a little faster. Okay. But I'm going to take that as a sign that I should go ahead and harvest a little bit more. I'm going to do 2 and see how much I can fit in the fridge. Because, again, we're not going to have a lot of room in the fridges. We're not... The fridge is the only thing that has room right now. And it's not much. It's just enough for... Yeah. We can probably do a few more vines of tomatoes. We're definitely coming down the home stretch. Alright, so, like I said before, I am going to go ahead and start wrapping up. Just doing a little bit of maintenance so that I can have a strong start next time. next time we're going to finish preparing and depart to Louisville. So for sure, next time we're going to, next stream, we are going to Louisville. That's not even a question, but there may still be some prep that I need to do before I go. And I'm not going to be able to get all of it done in this stream, if for no other reason than the fact that I do want to go ahead and do some other things with my life. Not always a problem, but its moderation is actually another problem that I struggle with sometimes. If I could, do what a little bit more normal of a person would do, is play the game for try to limit myself to 6 hours instead of 8 hours, because we just hit the 8-hour mark for this stream. If I could limit myself to 8 hours, but then do it every day, that would be mutually beneficial for me in my personal life and for my YouTube audience to grow, because I'm pretty sure that one of my biggest enemies when it comes to getting discovered through YouTube is the fact that I'm not doing things on a schedule every day. I'm pretty sure that that is one of the things I could be doing that would actually get a lot more people would be able to find my content through YouTube recommendations if I did it that way. But because I'm kind of erratic and I just kind of stream when I can, yeah, that's is what it is. It's not the worst thing, but I am here to grow my audience. I'm not gonna go nuts with that, but I am gonna try to do it. Okay, we've got that taken care of. Generators are all gonna be fine. That's no problem. The spear needs to get slated for reconstruction, so I'm gonna go ahead and put it into this backpack here. And I want to have a weapon with me at all times that is good to use right away. So I'm going to go ahead and build a new spear with the parts that I left in there. Get that put on my back. So we've got a brand new spear ready to go. And last thing I'm going to do is get the rest of this loot out of my backpack. And then we're done for today. Most of what I picked up is going to go into the memorabilia bin. We did come away with a few books. The lockets go for now into the yellow clothing container here, because lockets are a wearable and therefore can be put into these clothing racks, which is cool. The number of things you can put in those clothing racks is actually pretty tight. Generally speaking, if you can equip something, you can put it there. I am full on paperbacks, so the paperbacks gotta go in here. Comic books, money bundles, and rubber books. Yeah. The indoor variant of this song is not the worst, not the best. It's I have mixed feelings on it. It is spooky for sure. What this tells me is I need to get another... I'm going to put the money in the duffel bag here for now. I'm going to have to do something else about that, though. This is also where I'm keeping my rubber ducky collection. We've got pretty much a full spectrum. We've got 3 blue, 2 green, 1 yellow, 1 orange, and 2 pink. So actually, I do need a red rubber ducky. Yeah. And of course, the less represented colors, like I get brown or something. Brown and just like a nice vivid purple. But otherwise, I do have a pretty good spectrum of rubber duckies. I only say that because I know that one of my viewers lambasted me for leaving behind a rubber ducky. And you're technically correct. Usually I would collect something like that, but now I have most of the colors. It's a question of what colors am I missing more so than just grab everything that I can find. And with the newspapers are wacky. The newspapers are truly wacky. These ones that I have right here have been the only ones that I've had for a long time. I have never seen Knox News go over July 6th. And Kentucky Herald, I do believe I did find the 14th. But it's like right now they've only got Knox News for July 1st through 6th, and then Kentucky Herald for July 13, 14, and 15. That might be all they have, which doesn't necessarily make sense in the game's context because, like, you know, these newspapers being issued back to back tells me that they're a daily publication. So I guess it's really just an in-universe question of when did they stop printing. In the case of Knox News, maybe they just stopped printing after the 6th. But if the Kentucky Herald goes all the way to the 15th or the 16th, then, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Don't know what's going on with that. I do know that all print media is pretty much done by the 16th. And if you're not familiar with Project Zomboid lore, it gets a lot darker than that. Remember, we are probably one of only about 100,000 people left globally. Just based on the sheer numbers. Because the only people to survive are the people... You start with the 5%. Only 5% of humanity, roughly speaking, is immune to the airborne variant. The airborne variant of the zombie virus. We're one of those people. Anybody who's still alive at this point would be one of those people. Because there is almost 0.0% chance of anybody who's not immune to the airborne strain surviving at this point. Because I think the airborne strain can be contracted just by going near zombies, I think. Good luck surviving a year without ever going near zombies. And that's another thing about NPCs in this game. Assuming they're lore-accurate NPCs to every regard, we're going to have to kill a lot of the people we save in the early game. I foresee that being a thing. And that's going to be very painful. Interesting. LV version of the Kentucky Herald, maybe. Yeah, I look forward to seeing that in Louisville. Like I said before, I've not done much in Louisville, and in fact, I've hardly done anything in Louisville. I have barely broken through the checkpoint. Okay. Now, one thing I'm going to do before I go, just because I know I'm going to forget to if I don't, I'll go ahead and do a little bit more working out here. Pictures are in color. Oh, nice. Okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna get pretty close if we keep doing this. It's gonna hurt, but we're gonna like cycle through every type of strength exercise. This is gonna hurt, but this is gonna get us. We're gonna be ready for Louisville pretty fast if we do it this way. So I've got to take off the backpack, Alice kit, and the holsters. And I'm going to go ahead and leave that stuff on the ground even after I'm done, because I would like to remind myself that I'm doing this stuff. That'll be a good way to remind myself. So we're going to start with... oh, I picked up the wrong one. That's fine. We'll start with bicep curls. We'll do 30 minutes. We will sit. We'll recover stamina. I'm just going to fast forward through this. It's fine. And those are the two recipes with the dumbbell. So we're going to rest. We're going to do... boy, would it be cool if I could do bench presses. But no, all we can do are curls. It's fine. Maybe. I mean, you know, just looking about floor-by-floor sweeps of very high population buildings. That alone has told me that Louisville, you know, if it's even a fraction of what we went through at the insane asylum, it'll be enough of a challenge for me to find it challenging. I mean, you know, the Louisville checkpoint if that is the worst we see, I don't think it's going to be the worst we see, but if it is the worst we see for a while, then cool. I'm 100% cool with that. Because just getting through the checkpoint is going to be pretty hard. Okay, we've done almost everything. I want to do like one of each thing that increases strength. Because I think regularity, it makes it easier to do it without getting muscle strain. But I think as a flip side, regularity also reduces the strength experience slightly. I think. I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, we actually just spent an entire day exercising. For the most part. Like, that's kind of wacky how much time we spent. But let's take a look at all the experience we got. Yeah, we got a lot. We were at, okay, 138, 838 was what we were at the last, when we last finished our exercises before starting today's set. So let's take where we're at now. We're at 141, 561 minus 138, 838. We got 2,723 just from, okay, so it was a mixture of all of the exercises we just did in addition to the combat we did yesterday. So I don't expect the combat to be anywhere near as much as the workouts themselves. So what we're going to do is 2723 is what we got for, I'm going to attribute most of that to the workouts. Then we're going to subtract 150,000 minus 141,561. That's, so 8,439 experience is how much more we need. If we divide this by 2723, we only need to do a full day workout like that pretty much just 3 more times. And we'll be there. That's actually kind of tempting to just continue on until I'm there. I'm not going to do that, though. We'll do that as a warm-up for next stream. Yeah. So I do feel we're going to go ahead and end it here. Kind of neat to see our character without any of the heavy armor on. She still looks slick, I'm going to be real. She looks pretty slick even without any of the military gear. It's a shame that every single female in this game looks the same. Except for skin color and hair color. Those are literally all we can change. But there's my thumbnail, and I shall go ahead and call it here. We've done good things here. Next stream is going to be, we're going to finish preparing, and then we're going to Louisville. So the last thing I always do in my streams is back up my save. We saw at the beginning of this stream why that's necessary. We didn't necessarily lose too much, but we saved ourselves from potentially losing a hell of a lot more. And all I got to do to back up my save is go to my save folder here in the middle, copy the whole thing, make a new folder called 38 because it's the 38th time I've backed it up, paste that bad boy in, and that's going to take like, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes to go through, so I won't make you guys watch that. I shall catch you all in the next one.